set. Good morning, everyone, and welcome. Today is March 1st, 2016, and this is a regular meeting of the members of the New York State Liquor Authority. In attendance is Chairman Bradley, Commissioner Kim, General Counsel Flug, CEO O'Brien, and myself, Acting Secretary to the Authority, Mrs. Held. The next meeting dates are set for Tuesday, March 15th and April 5th. We have an extra week gap in these meetings, and they're both on Tuesdays. All meetings are held in our New York City office with video conferencing available in our other office locations. Items will be called first in Albany, then in Buffalo, then in New York City. When your matter has been called, please approach the podium and state your name clearly for the record. Please note there will be no oral argument on any matter wherein a 500-foot law hearing was held or a full disciplinary hearing was held by our hearing bureau. We do ask, as a matter of courtesy, turn off your cell phones. Chairman, do you have any announcements to make?
No, I don't.
Okay. So in Albany, the first item is item 551, Gerald Ericorp.
Not hearing anything, Donald. She's talking, we're not hearing her.
Good morning, Chairman.
There you go.
Okay, now we hear you, thank you.
Great, thank you. Teresa Russo on behalf of Gerard Eric Corporation, doing business as Lionheart. I'm joined today by Mike Keller, who's the sole shareholder. The licensee respectfully requests a reduction in the $1,500 penalty. We submitted a letter of mitigation along with an affidavit indicating that there was food available, there was soup available on the night of the investigation. We also submitted pictures showing that in plain view there was both soup and snacks available. The error was on behalf of the bartender. When our bartender was asked whether there was food, he indicated there was not any food. We've since retrained the bartender, and the food continues to be available, as well as menus that are always available for the Bar Tavern next door.
You retrained the bartender to recognize food?
Well, to make sure that when he's asked about food, that he does he tells the patrons about the food options available and about the menus to purchase food from Lark Tavern next door that frequently delivers into the establishment.
But that's not permissible, Ms. Russo. That doesn't alleviate their obligation to have food, saying that you can order it from next door.
They also do have soup available with a microwave. We provided a picture of the area where there's a microwave and there's soup and various snacks.
Well, I see the menu. That's their menu, Cafe Lark?
That's just an example menu of Cafe Mark, but there was also a menu for the tavern, which shows that there's soup available.
That's the place next door, then. So all your establishment is serving is soup?
We have soup, you have
Chips, pickled eggs.
chips,
pretzels.
pickled eggs, yeah. And that's the menu that was approved by the State Liquor Authority.
It's a tavern, so they only have to have soup. The one time they did it, though, they only had one bowl of cup of soup.
But
So
do
I
they
don't know
need
how much.
to? Do they need to change their license to a tavern?
No, they're a tavern. They are a
It is a
tavern.
tavern.
But they need to have sufficient supply of soup.
The issue I have is that the last time we had the same issue on October 2013, we imposed a letter of warning because at that time you had just one cup of soup. And here you're telling me it's soup and I would think that the letter of warning would kind of put you on notice to say that you need something a little bit more than just a cup of soup.
Yeah, my client took over the establishment last year. He wasn't there at that point, but he was aware of that situation. And I think the issue at that point in time was that they had one can of soup, but they didn't have a microwave in order to heat the soup, which was rectified. And the microwave has been in place ever since then.
So they were going to eat soup that they couldn't open and couldn't heat?
That was before, unfortunately, that was before my client was there and before the letter of warning.
And your admission by the bartender saying that they had nothing other than, they didn't even have soup then, they had popcorn. You had soup, but your bartender thought he didn't have soup, and obviously you weren't there then, right? And your bartender is the one taking the orders for the food?
That's right.
Right, so then that causes a major issue, and so when you say retrain, if you're just pointing out where the soup is, then I guess that's, that's helpful, but
Yeah, I mean, he shouldn't have said there was no food available. That was an error.
All right.
And my client has tried at other times to do pizza and increase the food offering, but it just wasn't economically feasible because the patrons just weren't ordering the increased menu.
As long as you have the food that we've approved, then that's fine, and we don't expect you to become a gourmet restaurant all of a sudden. So I'm, because you weren't there for the letter of warning, I'll go down to 1,000.
I'll agree with that, $1,000.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You have to ask if they accept, right?
Oh, do you accept the,
It's
account?
lower, I'm sorry.
Oh, it's lower, right? Yeah, I just went lower.
It's lower. It was 1,500.
Right.
So where are you going with that?
I would assume you would accept the lower offer, right?
Yeah, I mean,
Thank
they
you.
were hoping for a letter of warning, but yes.
Yeah, they already got that.
5:36.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. 5:36, Remy Cooper. Let's go, let's go, let's go.
So you never emptied this yesterday.
That's all right.
Good morning, Chairman Bradley, Commissioner Kim,
Thank
members
you.
of the board. Sean May appearing here this morning with Michael Fusco. He's the sole member of Remy Cooper LLC. This is a new license application for a premise in Watertown, New York. The previous license at that place was canceled by the authority due to numerous violations. Mr. Fusco is related to the prior licensee. He's the son of the prior licensee, Michael Fusco, and the prior licensee is also still the landlord
Never mind.
of the premises, but there is no connection, and he has no interest, and he's not running the place in any way. Mr. Michael Fusco and his sister Maria Fusco is here, will be the manager of the place. And I think we've taken some steps to try to address the issues that happened in the past. The licensee is going to be having a closing time at 1:30 rather than the later allowed closing time. We found that the crowd dispersal at the end of the night was one of the big issues in the disorderly premise and focal point issues. So there's going to be a 1:30 closing time. It's going to be a music venue. It's not going to be a nightclub like it was in the past. We're looking to do live music events and other private events for the public. And all the servers, including the licensee, are going to be ATAP trained. They have a scanner to verify ID. And Mr. Fusco has been working next door at 204 Factory Street for the last 5 years.
Which is owned by his father,
That is owned by his father, correct, Chairman?
and we shut that one as well once?
No, I don't believe so.
No, the adverse, that sheet isn't here.
The what
Yes,
isn't there?
You're correct, Chairman. That was suspended for 3 months at
Not
one
about
time.
the father, no, it wouldn't be.
But it was a summary suspension, correct?
Here's the landlord one.
So both places, one got canceled, and the other's a summary suspension, and it's open now.
It's open now, correct. This cancellation was about 5 years ago. The place has been vacant since then, Chairman. We've got a new business plan. I believe we've tried to address the issues that occurred in the past. And,
Summaries.
don't foresee.
Well, was he working at either place when it was shut?
You working at your dad's place?
Yes.
Which one, both or one?
Both. I would bartend.
All right, I'm ready.
Yeah, I mean, the set of facts before us makes it impossible to approve this license, given that the applicant himself was involved in actually two of the businesses that were both summarily suspended at some time. You know, with the thousands of licenses we have around the state, for us to go through a summary suspension proceeding is pretty extreme, and to be caught and involved in two of those, it just doesn't speak for a record that can be relied upon to apply for this particular license. And also
Sure,
with
Commissioner,
the...
he was the bartender at the location. He wasn't managing the place. He wasn't in charge of employees. That was strictly his father. He was bartending at the time, but there wasn't an issue with
Well, and this
minor
question-
or
and
feeling
only-
intoxicated. And
Well, and the only problem with that is on the questionnaire for his employment history, he put manager/bartender. So he obviously had a managerial role as well.
you were, He was just the
Well,
bartender.
I didn't
He was
make
not
up the
manager.
questionnaire. You put manager/bartender, and given the set of circumstances, it really would be irresponsible for me to say that at this time we can offer another license and another opportunity, another privilege to be able to run a place, and as big of a size as it will be as well. So I vote to deny.
I'm going to vote to deny as well. I mean, and the fact that he was a bartender or manager is not really relevant to me. I mean, the history here is just extraordinary at both places. And as Commissioner Kim pointed out, we just don't have the resources to come back and worry about shutting another one. There's a history here that indicates that they haven't been good operators in the past, and I just don't have any faith that whether it's the location or the individuals involved, that another license is appropriate. So I'm going to vote to deny as well.
I understand. I'd just like to point out the prior violations were about 5 years ago, and the operations have been run in complying with the law and without any trouble in the last 5 years. Mr. Fusco's father's, he's distancing himself from the business. He's getting ready to retire. Michael's been running for the last 5 years a good operation without any incidents at all. We're willing to stipulate to the earlier closing time and the security guards and any other stipulations that would put your mind at ease about the new location. But
I don't think you
disagree
could.
with the history. I think the history is, for the last 5 years, has been shown to be positive.
And that may be true, but the history prior, the history we're talking about was pretty extensive and serious. I mean, it was police focal point, it was disorder. I can't approve a license with that history.
And there are no stipulations that would change your mind?
No.
Discuss. Thank you.
Thank you.
551B, Mixology Group, an alteration request.
Good morning, Commissioner Bradley, Chairman Kim, and board members. Dominic Wade, sole owner of Mixology Group, operating as Bourbon Street Wine and Liquor Warehouse. I had submit a proposed alteration. I guess, don't any questions.
Try not to copy pictures.
All right, so the main request here is that you want to basically double the size of your store, correct?
Approximately, yes.
And you just received your license in 2015?
Yes,
September, right?
correct.
Why, did you have a sudden influx of business, or?
We're growing at a rapid pace. My initial
I guess you are.
But my initial application was asking for a total of about 4,500 square feet, of which at that particular time, because we purchased another license, I was only granted 2,000 square feet of retail space. The majority of which I was asking for 4,000 in my initial application. I've only increased the retail space by 1,200. The problem here is inventory control and administrative space within the confines of our current footprint. It's a family-run business. We have two small children, a 5-year-old and a 1.5-year-old, which requires us to hopefully have a better admin area in the back, which would be about a 1,000 square foot, 1,200 square foot office. Where we can keep the kids away from the product and have secure files to run the business. In addition, we're getting an influx of two customers a day.
Wait.
And increases in requests for a product, which we bring in all product requested.
No, I can't find it.
I didn't understand, you're getting an influx of 2 customers a day? You mean two additional customers every
Two
day?
new customers a day from the area that are driving or hearing about us. We're averaging about 70 customers a day. On the weekends, we're having over 100 customers. The 2 days prior to Christmas, we had over 200 customers each day.
They weren't notified.
So we are growing at a rapid pace. We're on pace to do over $1 million. Additionally,
Amsterdam, they were very vocal.
we were approved for online sales. However, as we start to stand that process up, we need the loading dock and the storage area to prepare those shipping. shipments and be able to store them until the carrier can come and pick that up. Currently, we would have to keep that product within the small confines of our store that is currently licensed. Because we don't have technically the loading dock and storage area is not licensed, and we don't keep any product in those locations at this time.
Sorry, so can we just license the loading dock area for you?
Well, I mean, that would be a start. I mean, I'm trying. We're a growing company. We, as my letter indicated.
No, we understand all of that. It's just that you were approved in September 2015. There was vehement opposition, and it turns out that we just found out they weren't notified for this
Are they
expansion.
supposed to be?
I would think so.
Go back to the original application.
Then they have we're going to adjourn this then.
All right, so we'll adjourn it, but I mean, even before we adjourn it, I would call
okay.
Right, well, I would call the opposition, and I think, we granted this license, and if you're telling me today, I mean, there's several factors you're telling me. You're telling me, number one, you have a child care issue and you want to expand your office space possibly to keep the kids away from the alcohol. Number two, you're telling me you're increasing in business with an average of new customers a day, and then you have the loading dock issue. Those are your three issues and reasons why you want to expand. Is that correct? And obviously just have larger space for a variety of products, right? Am I correct in the summary of why you're applying for an expansion?
I would like to speak to the opposition piece. The opposition was, in most of the point, was they thought I was reapplying for a 9th license. We were able to, when they were here to oppose that, I actually had to go out and purchase another business in order to get my license. A month ago, I was here in opposition for an additional 9th license, and there was only one other person here in opposition to that 9th license at Valley View. So the opposition was into a 9th license being granted, not my store opening. We continue to bring a lot of new products to the area. We've had.
All right, no, so I understand all that. So, but my point is, we licensed you for a particular area. If you had come to us originally with a much bigger footprint, you might not even have this original license. And given that we had licensed you for this, it's been less than 4 months or 5 months now since you were licensed for this. I could understand expanding your license to cover a loading dock, maybe a little bit more space to increase your office space so that your kids can, be there with you. But I'm not going to approve at this time any additional space based on the reason why we first approved it. We approved it for this particular size space, and I just don't think it's the right time to expand anything at this point.
Okay, so my question is, would you be willing to approve all of the storage and warehousing space and leave my retail footprint as the 2,000 square feet, which was originally stipulated?
You don't have to consider anything, you just rule.
No, I know. Well, that's a whole different application in itself. You're saying that you just want storage and you keep your retail space the same?
We're projected to bring in almost over $1 million in inventory. We're at $650,000 now. We're running into some inventory control issues because of the breadth of product. You buy 3 cases of a product, like from a New York winery, like Three Brothers, for example. I have 15 different wines there at 5 cases a clip. That adds up.
Would you consider that, or I'm just okay just denying it at this time?
If they were supposed to be notified and we're going to grant anything, they need to come in here.
Right. So, but I'm actually leaning towards denial. So, at this time, the chairman's right. If I'm going to grant you even an extension of the loading dock area or any storage area, we're going to have to adjourn this to notify the people who submitted protests in the previous when your application was first considered. But, I just don't think it's the time yet to do anything other than just keep it as is. So, based on this application, I'll vote to deny.
I just think that you haven't been open long enough. I understand your projections, and I'm not saying that in the future I wouldn't consider it, but I'm not going to consider it now either, so I'm going to vote to deny as well.
What type of timeline would you see as reasonable to revisit this?
I want to see a year.
At least a year.
A year
And what kind of-
a year of being in business.
Understood. I was open on about the 15th of September.
You have to notify the people that protested against your original license as well.
We do.
Oh, we have to notify
have to
them.
notify
No,
them?
we have to notify them, and they didn't get notified this time.
Look, a year would be the minimum. Ideally, it'd be 2 years to be able to see that you are actually expanding at such a rate and that the area needs more retail space. So that would be ideal for me. And that's just, general guidance we're giving you at this time. So thank you very much.
Was that adjourned or denied?
Denied.
It's denied.
Is there anyone else in Albany?
No, there's not.
Thanks, Ann. On Buffalo 549, Amazing Meat Market.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Miguel Reyes. I am the attorney for the licensee, and the person to my right is Rushdie Musa, who is the principal of the licensee. Regarding this matter, it is a little bit, it's necessary that to go into the record somewhat. The accusation, in part, indicates that about $147,900 were withdrawn from a certain account via checks that were payable to cash, and that is alleged to have gone to Rushdie Musa, to Fadel Ali, who was a person not disclosed on the license. First, I would point out that the account that is indicated in the investigative reports is not the account that out of which those withdrawals were made. The store essentially keeps 3 accounts, one designated specifically for business having to do with Lotto, another account for the general operating account of the business, and the account ending in 5396 is an account that is exclusively used for the ATM business. So what happened with those
ATM business.
withdrawals is
It's a second
that
business.
the
can have it.
Mr. Ali, who was acting as manager at that time, would go to the bank, withdraw those sums of money, and put them in the ATM machine. He would do that twice a week, and of course that amounted to the $147,900. But those were not amounts that were taken as profits or were or as payment for remuneration for anybody.
I'm sorry, so you're saying that the $147,900 taken within a 12-month period was for the ATM machine? That all of that money went into the ATM machine? There's that much money being drawn out of that ATM machine?
Yes, the ATM machine, and also if you look at the record that, the discovery that was submitted to us, that was given to us, the store also engaged in a practice of paying its vendors primarily in cash. So these funds went to pay the ATM machine, to replenish the ATM machine twice a week, and to pay the vendors.
So how much went in the ATM machine?
Well, I think there were withdrawals of between $5,000 and $8,000 per week that went to the ATM machine and to the payment.
Where is this location?
The location is in Rochester, New York.
No, I
And,
know it's in Rochester, but you're saying there was $5,000 to $8,000 worth of withdrawals from this ATM on a weekly basis?
Correct.
Okay. Do you have records that show that, or is that just an estimate?
Well, this is in the bank records. And there is an
Bank
affidavit.
records aren't the ATM records. The bank records, that's the amount of money he's been taking out of the bank account, correct?
That is correct.
And then you're alleging that that money went into the ATM, which was then the money that was funding the $5,000 to $8,000 worth of withdrawals. I'm sure the ATM company has very clear records of how much was withdrawn. Do you have those records with you?
We do not have those records at this time.
So how do you estimate the $5,000 to $8,000 from the ATM machine? Where do you come up with those numbers?
Just out of the withdrawals from account.
So you're going backwards. So the number in question, the 147,000, we're trying to find out where that went, and you're saying that that money, if you divide it by 5,000 to 8,000 per week for a year, will end up adding up to that number. So therefore, that must have gone there. That's not a very convincing argument here. In addition, Mr. Ali, why was he the one handling all this money when he's not the licensee?
Also, Mr. Ali told the BCI what his responsibilities were, and none of it included anything about an ATM machine.
Well, Mr. Ali was essentially acting as the manager. He was not disclosed as the manager on the application or subsequently.
Or as an investor.
Nor as an investor, that is correct. So.
Wait, so he is an investor or he's not an investor?
No. He lent his son, this is a father-son situation, and he lent his son $10,000 to cover the initial expenses of opening the business. That loan has been paid off. Mr. Ali is and has been throughout on the payroll. And he does not have any ownership interest in the business. The failure to include him as a manager and disclose the $10,000 loan was an error of omission. Mr. Ali has a clean record. There is no reason for him to hide or not to be included on the license. This licensee has had the license for many years now. He has never had any prior violation, any prior misconduct in connection with that store. I would point out that this family is a family of Yemeni extraction, and the role of the father in a Yemeni family is perhaps different than ours, and they have a different conception of private property. In other words, these are really substantially family funds. It's a family operation. It's father and son and wife that work the place. There is an additional employee. They have 4 employees in total. That includes Mr. Ali, Mr. Musa, Mr. Musa's wife, and a 4th individual. So you have 3 families that are dependent on this business. These families include 16 children, and
so let me get this straight. So please run through this scenario for me, okay? So he invested $10,000 with his son. He loaned his son $10,000. You're saying because it was a family business. I mean, I understand, right? A lot of families do that. They give the money. It's a investment / loan. Or there's no real distinction in the family. That's kind of what we're getting at, right? You know, the 104. It would be almost better if you had actually told me that the 147,000 was that scenario where the father, you know, is helping his son out and invested, loaned the money, and he was getting repaid some amount of it for that, as opposed to the way it is. As was told to our investigator, Mr. Ali had told him that he had invested $10,000, and then the licensee Musa confirmed that he had not reported Ali's investment to the authority, and so there's this issue with the law as it stands for us.
Well, the difficulty with the statements made by Mr. Ali is Mr. Ali's ability to speak English is very, very limited. And
you want to do it this?
I understand that no interpreter was used for that. If you look at the...
Well, did we get any of the facts wrong?
Yes, certainly the account out of which the $147,900 came out is entirely wrong. That account that is stated in the investigative report, in fact, does not exist.
What?
The account,
We have the account records.
Well, account number
Yeah.
6, the account number that ends in 86971,
Inflation issue.
which account is that?
okay. We have account
Yeah, I just want the 86971.
that account does not exist.
Okay, that account
That is
does
an
not
error.
exist.
That is an error in the investigative report. What
Okay,
was
so what
admitted-
account did he write $147,000 worth of checks to cash between September 2013 and August 2014?
It's account ending in 5396, also at First Niagara.
And is he and his father both signatories on that account?
They are.
And is that the operating account of the liquor store?
It is not. That is the ATM account.
Oh, that's the ATM account?
Correct. The 5396 is the ATM account. The money goes into the ATM machine, customers withdraw it. The card company then puts the money back into the account. Of course, that is an electronic transaction. The store then goes to the bank, withdraws that money, replenishes into that account. This store in no way, not in their wildest dream, would have earnings of $147,000. This is a total misunderstanding of the economy of this stores here in Western New York and in particular in Rochester where we live.
Chairman,
This family is scratching a living out of this. Mr. Musa makes around $30,000 a year, and he is the proprietor.
Okay, sir, hold on one second,
Chairman,
please.
Commissioner, this is a no contest plea here. If the licensee disputes all the charges as alleged out by counsel's office, this should be in a hearing then for him to dispute the charges. But right now, he's pleading no contest to the charges. So if you'd like a hearing, the members could send it back there, but it's on here for the members to impose a penalty.
Good point.
Good point.
Well, in mitigation, if you would like to send it back and make a more complete record, we would have no opposition to that.
That's what I'm going to do, because the alternative is you shut your business, so.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
C, the Oak Wine and Liquor.
Good morning.
Good morning. Do we have opposition here? No? Okay,
There's no opposition present in Buffalo.
thank you.
My name is Ara Tatevosyan. I'm one of the members for the Oak Wine and Liquor. I will own 75% of the business. A little bit about the business. We're trying to open a liquor store in the business district of downtown Syracuse, known as the Armory Square. There is no such store in the area. We think it's a great opportunity in the market for it. The store itself is going to be very small. The square size is roughly 480 square feet.
The website sales are just to be picked up at your store?
I'm sorry?
You indicated you'll have sales via a website. Those are orders to be picked up at the store?
Our plan is we would like to have a website with, where customers will have the opportunity to order or place an order online. However, there will not be any kind of money transactions through the web. So the customers will need to come to the store to pay for it, get ID'd, and pick up their item.
Are you going to have anything different than what's being offered around you? The four closest?
The store is going to carry only liquor and wine. That's the only thing. We do not plan on having anything other than that, such as cigarettes, lottery, jackpot, anything like that.
Were you aware we opened, or we licensed 3 stores within a mile of you in the last 2 years?
I'm not aware of that.
Both new. Yeah, and that's the main issue here. We just licensed 2 new stores within a mile of you. One's 1,000 square foot, another one's 2,500 square feet from you, and that's in addition to another store that's only a mile away from you, it's 1,000 square feet, and then within a mile, you still have 3 more stores that comprise another 5,600 square feet. And the 2 closest to you have had declining sales. So at this time, I don't see any added public convenience and advantage, so I have to vote to deny.
Is it 3, is the liquor warehouse also new? Yeah, so there's 3 new stores there since September of 2013 that are all within a mile of you, plus the other nearby stores are either showing, the 2 closest stores to your location are showing decreasing sales. So until we see what these 3 new stores, what the effect is on the sales, I just can't see any public convenience or advantage at this time, so I'm going to vote to deny.
Can I make one point, please?
Sure. Yes.
The Armory Square itself, this particular location is very exclusive. It's the store that are near us, they aren't really in the same square. This business district that I have, in the past 10 to 15 years, there have been a number of residential units that were built. I own the building across the street from this place. I've worked in the area for 17 years in downtown, and we recently opened a hotel a couple of years ago, all within the Armory Square district. The stores near Armory Square weren't really in the Armory Square, so it wasn't convenient for people to walk by and pick up whatever they needed.
Well, there's 1.2 miles away from where you are, which isn't really that far.
Right, that's the one on Salina Street, and believe it or not, there's a big difference between the Armory Square, which is really high-end, and Salina Street, where the people who hang out in Armory Square most likely will not go to Salina Street because it's not such a secure neighborhood. I know the store you're talking about, it's been there for a while, but it's really, the market demographics is a lot different.
That still doesn't really change my...
Yeah, and I just think that, you know, if what you say plays out, I think in another year or 2, maybe you can reapply. We'll see how the numbers for the 3 new stores affect the saturation issue in the area. So, very much.
My concern is that within a year or 2, someone else may get into the market. That's why I'm trying to...
well, they have to come through us too. So.
Yeah, based on our ruling today, I don't think they're going to get it at this time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
551N, Trading Post Discount Wine and Liquors.
This is a removal. There is opposition.
Can we hear from the opposition first?
Good morning, Chairman Bradley, Commissioner Kim. My name is Jacob Pierkowski of Shaw & Shaw for the opposition, Assetti's Wine and Liquor. My client has been in business for 9 years on the Grand Island. It's a very unique location. It's not a destination, it's very insular. There's 2 stores on the island. Population growth has been limited to virtually none. I think in my paper it has submitted that there's been 400 new residents since the 2010 census. We received letters of support for our opposition from the town supervisor as well as one of the councilmen. The general prevailing theory here is that with 2 stores, this very small community is well served. A 3rd store will certainly drive one of the others out. The business model is unsustainable. So I'm here with the licensee, Mrs. Assetti, and she's prepared something she would like to present if she may.
Okay.
Good morning. My name is Kimberly Assetti. I am the store owner, a Grand Island taxpayer, and a parent of 2 children on Grand Island. I find it unnecessary to approve another wine and liquor store in our small, unique community for financial reasons and ethical reasons. Our store reached its peak revenue 2 years ago, and now we've seen a drop this past year, and the first 2 months of this year, again, we're showing a drop. We currently employ 2 full-time managers, 8 part-time people, and we would like to continue employing those people, but a new store and this drop may change our financial situation. We've submitted letters from, as Jake has said, a town supervisor, the town board member, and a Grand Island resident who's also a teacher who opposes this store. The need to expose our children to another establishment on our small Grand Island to sell alcohol is not needed in our community. Finally, in terms of convenience to the local residents, our original store, which was in this plaza that's being proposed, we put a survey out to these customers, and they stated they The convenience of having a store within a grocery store was what they would like. We did that 4 years ago, and they're very appreciative of our relocation next to a Tops grocery store. We don't feel that there's a need for another liquor store within a half mile of our current store. Thank you for your time.
And I think just to buoy that, it's important to note that although sales have decreased in the last year, they're also down for January and February of this year. I think that's all we have at this point. If there's any questions, we'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My thinking is that it is an island. There are tolls to get there, so there are some restrictions. But anyway, we'll listen to the applicant, please.
Good morning. Sean McKenzie of McGavin Grimm, appearing with James Lewis, the sole member of Trading Post Discount Wine and Liquors, LLC. I would like to start by pointing out that last week I requested and received documents that were submitted in protest of this removal application. Nowhere in those documents was there a letter from a town supervisor. Grand Island has a new town supervisor, Mr. McMurray, who was installed in January. I have had conversations with his deputy in the past week, and no opposition was indicated. With respect to the letter submitted by Mr. Rohr, Mr. Rohr is not a Grand Island councilman. Mr. Rohr was a Grand Island councilman who was voted out of office. And as I stated in my letter, which was submitted to the Office of the Secretary last week, I believe that any statements or letter offered by Mr. Rohr should be disregarded. He's been voted out of office and is in no position to speak for the people of Grand Island. So moving past that, I'd like to briefly reiterate some of the key points in the letter I offered in support of this application, namely that there has been no more than 2 stores on Grand Island since at least 1988. Assetti's was previously known as Colonial Wine and Liquors, and Rose's has been in business, as far as I'm aware, since the early 90s. Since at least 1988, there has been no more than 2 stores on Grand Island. However, the population has increased significantly, despite what unpublished or uncorroborated population data may have been offered. There is approximately 21,000 people on Grand Island, and there are 2 stores.
How is it you said it increased, and then you didn't tell us by how much, in your view?
Pardon me?
You said that the population has then increased, but you haven't told us by how much, in your view, it has increased, and over what period of time.
If we're talking about going back to 1988, which is the
We're
earliest...
not. Why don't we go back to 2010?
Or 2000.
In 2000, the U.S. Census, I believe, had the population of Grand Island at about approximately 18,000 people. In 2000, it was about 20,400.
2010, you mean, right?
Pardon me?
You said 2000 twice.
In 2010.
Right. Okay.
The population had increased to about 20,400.
Right.
There is uncorroborated or unofficial numbers which suggest that in the past 4 years the population has increased an additional 500 to 1,000 individuals.
And where do you come up with that number?
The numbers are from the confirmed numbers are from U.S. Census numbers, but which, as you know, are run every 10 years. The other numbers are estimates. However, I believe it's also relevant that within a mile of the proposed premises, which, by the way, is the former site of Assetti's,
Of the Assetti's,
Oh, I see. Okay, go ahead.
The protesting, yes. There's a 300-unit apartment complex that is presently under construction less than a mile from the proposed premises. as I set forth, in addition to the population demographics, ladies and gentlemen, there's also the issue of the consumer dollars at issue with respect to this application. In my supporting documents, I listed the average household median income for Grand Island as compared to the surrounding areas. And I also listed the number of liquor stores per capita for the population. And with respect to both of those items, Grand Island is underrepresented. There is more consumer dollars at play, and per capita, there are fewer stores than any of the surrounding regions. Essetes and Roses, and before Essetes Colonial, have had long-standing and long-running operations on the island. I believe the public advantage and convenience would be served by a little healthy competition. With respect to the claim regarding declining sales, being that my family is in the business, I'm well aware of the market trends.
What business are you talking about?
My family, my father owns a package store in Amherst, New York, which is a few miles from where Mr. Lewis is attempting to move his. Sales across Western New York experienced a dip in 2015. However, for the years preceding it, and I believe this is admitted in the opposition submitted by Essetes, that for between 2010 and 2014, sales increased. Yes, 2015 was a poor year across the board in Western New York package stores. However, believe that to be a blip in the overall market rather than an indication of sustained diminishment. And ladies and gentlemen, I really don't have anything further to say in addition to what I've already said and in addition to the information that was submitted in support
My
of this.
one question is, you have the applicant saying he's going to run a 1,500 square foot space with no employees?
That's what I'm doing right now. I'm running the store by myself.
And what are you going to bring other than competition that these other two stores don't have?
Well, we've got, we do, and we can document, a lot of sale of New York products. Our wine sales of New York State wines were 26% of our wine sales were New York State wines. We're going to feature the craft liquors as our call brands, as our top shelf brands. We developed a software that reads the barcode on the wine labels and will give all the information on a 40-inch screen to the consumer about the wine, where it's from, taste profile, things like that. And we're going to advertise in the RV park across the street, and can deliver there, and we're going to advertise exclusively New York State products.
How far away is it?
Why are you moving?
Downturn in the economy, the building, we're not happy with the building. We had a lot of Canadian business that the dollar has changed, and the Canadian business isn't there. The duty-free across the streets, most people from Niagara Falls go to duty-free, purchase, and just come right back in the country.
What I think it comes down to is that the applicant is looking for a location which is more reliant upon local and commuter traffic than the fluctuation of the Canadian dollar.
You got anything else?
How did he find this location?
This location is on Grand Island Boulevard. The proposed location?
Yes.
The proposed location is on Grand Island Boulevard and is the former site of Essetes Wine and Liquors.
It's part of his. Are you an owner of Ice House Niagara Falls LLC?
No, I did, and that's gone now.
That's gone?
Yes, has been for over a year.
Yeah, it's past licensing.
Okay. Okay, so I was initially, my thought process was that because it was on an island with tolls that, and there's a location, it seems, right outside the entranceway to the island itself. I guess that's for people who want to buy on the way in, maybe. it's, since 1988, the fact that there have been only 2 stores, and in the meantime, even from 2000, the increased population of approximately 20%. I see that the sales of the 2 on the island, last year it did dip slightly, but the previous years before that, there was over a 20% increase from 2011 for the nearest store, and about 5% increase for the second closest store. So I do believe that there will be public convenience and advantage in a location that was also did house a previous licensee. So I do vote to approve this license.
I'll vote to approve as well on the same grounds.
Good luck.
Thank you.
551A, Walden Express.
Good morning, Chairman Bradley, Commissioner Kim. I'm here with the proposed licensee, Jamie Callens, as well as consultant Robert Heil. We make this application for a package store.
Just before you get going, are there any protesters there?
There's no one in opposition present.
Okay, go ahead.
We make this application for a package store in Cheektowaga, New York. Just a couple of points of information in addition to the submission that I made. The licensee has been in business in the area for over 30 years. He owns the building which he's currently looking to license. He will be present full-time at the store, and the store is located on a major thoroughfare, 3 lanes of traffic in each way, with a major median down the middle for turning. He's very close to the largest shopping mall in the area, as well as a number of big box retailers and hotels that have moved in. Our position is that this is certainly going to serve the public convenience. There's only 1 store within a mile, and the licensee is looking to feature New York State wines, as well as other high-end options that are not available at the closest stores.
The closest stores are 8,000 square feet. What could not be available?
The closest store is Outlet Liquor. From what I understand, is that it's primarily.
I'm talking about the 2 closest are 8,000 square feet.
In total?
No. Each one.
Each one is 8,000. Well, the wine cellar, which is the second closest, is primarily wine. They offer very little spirits or liquor. The outlet store markets themselves specifically as an outlet. So they have larger quantities, I guess lower end product typically. They're not marketing themselves as anything high end or top shelf.
Okay, so we've got the wine covered, we've got the discount liquors covered, then, or the low shelf as you may be referring to it. So you're saying that his 8,000 is going to be all all top shelf liquors?
Not all, but it will feature things that the other stores don't feature, and it will cater to the shoppers in the area. What's important is that less than a half mile away, a Super Walmart's going in. That's going to sit on over 17 acres. They're going to employ 385 people approximately. The area is growing as far as retail space goes, and this store will certainly serve that convenience.
You have 19,000 square feet of liquor store within 3.2 miles.
That's correct.
That's a lot.
Do you have any population numbers?
Population has remained relatively stagnant. There was a decrease by 0.4% over from the last census, but growth as far as retail has been extraordinary. Numerous national big box stores have moved in. This Walmart's coming, the Super Walmart, and the mall itself is a huge draw for tourists from Canada, from Pennsylvania, from Ohio, and all over New York State.
So would this be in that same shopping mall as the Super Walmart, or are you just saying it's half a mile away?
They're all located within a half a mile. They're just minutes apart by drive time.
Oh.
They're on the same road.
Is that further from Outlet Liquors or closer?
The mall and the Super Walmart?
Yes.
They are further.
The mall? They're further from the mall.
Further from the mall, yes.
Not even in the same town, the one store's in different
We're
towns.
closer to the mall, and yeah, Outlet Liquors is actually in a different town. than we are.
No, my question is, are they, the distance between your location and the mall and Outlet Liquors in the mall, which is further?
Outlet Liquors in the mall is further than our location to the mall.
And what about the wine cellar?
The wine cellar is further. We would be the closest store to the mall and to the Super Walmart. So there's a massive influx of people that come to this area to shop, and that's the demographic we're looking to target. We're not intentionally trying to take away business from any other store in the area.
They're actually completely different neighborhoods.
And that's important too. They are different neighborhoods, different structures. Ours is
Yeah,
primarily
but these are huge stores, so they're not, these aren't neighborhood liquor stores we're talking about, either as your clients. So whether they're in a different neighborhood isn't really relevant to me.
Well, if I may respectfully, Chairman, the other stores are actually located in residential neighborhoods, although they're on a commercial street. Our area is primarily commercial. There is no residential around us.
And you're aware we denied one recently in the Tops Plaza in Depew?
No, I'm not. But that again is a different, Depew is where the Outlet Liquor store is. We're in Cheektowaga.
Depew Tops is by Village Liquor, across the street, directly across the street.
That's right, that's very close to another existing
Yeah,
liquor
that
store.
would be right in sight from an existing liquor store.
So, we were just informed by somebody in the SLA who knows that area and this area up here, that both of the two closest stores are huge, and they do both offer top shelf and, the more widely available brands. So I don't know if your representation that Outlet Liquors and Wine Cellars only is really dealing with the lower end liquors is correct.
That may be true, I don't know. I guess my point, Commissioner Kim, is that we're looking to cater to a more upscale clientele primarily. It would be a different marketing tactic. We're not going after the same customer base.
Yeah, it's not intended to be a discount liquor. It's in a business district.
Yeah, no, I think you would be a fine licensee and business person. You've proven it in your other business. It's just that the location of this and the size of it is just too large, and I don't know if you were in the Super Walmart shopping mall and maybe a smaller footprint, I could see the public convenience and advantage of adding a slightly different product mix. But given that the two closest are both over 8,000 square feet, do offer a variety of liquors and wine and on all different price points, I just can't see any public convenience advantage added to this approval, so I vote to deny.
I vote to deny as well. There's two 8,000 square foot stores within 1.7 miles, and I just don't see the public convenience and advantage of adding another one, no matter how much the retail sales may be going up in the area. So I'm going to vote to deny as well.
It's a completely different traffic pattern, Walden Avenue. Those are both in neighborhoods, and with the Super Walmart, the mall, Thruway exit, there's just different traffic patterns altogether. There's people that come in my store today, it's a kitchen business today, and they haven't heard of these other stores. One's in the town of Depew, and the other one's in the Tops Plaza with its own neighborhood. And I'm in the business district. I don't see how it hurts anybody or saturates the market at all.
But there's just 19,000 square feet in that area is just is enough at this point. I mean, the sales aren't neither one of those stores that are closest to you or their sales aren't exploding. I just don't see the need for another one myself.
Stagnant population and a slight decrease. So at this time, that's our rulings. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else in Buffalo?
There is no one else present in Buffalo.
Thank you, Michelle. All right, 535, Empire Wine and Liquor Superstore.
No. Are you protesting? No. Are the protesters here? Here, go ahead.
Has the applicant
Good,
been
you
sworn
can
in?
come up and introduce yourself.
Is she here? Vivian Zaki? Oh, she took herself. She's out, okay.
I feel bad for him. I recognize.
Readable copy.
Yes, yes,
Sure,
we
thank
did,
you.
yep.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Commissioner, my name is Michael Kaczmarski, and my son Eric, who is co-owner with myself of Village Wine and Spirits of Massapequa Park. We are approximately located a quarter mile from the proposed box store Empire Wine and Liquors. Formally protesting the proposed licensing of the aforementioned superstore based upon there is already sufficient number of wine and liquor stores in the surrounding vicinities to support the population and the convenience of the population, whereas the population additionally has not been expanding. The fact that the towns involved, principally Massapequa Park and Massapequa, have reached the saturation point with respect to wine and liquor stores. Additionally, approximately a mile away from the proposed site is Pequa Spirits, which I believe is between 5,000 and 6,000 square feet, and is a large box store that has been in operation for the community approximately 40 years or so. We feel that there's no interest in business currently for operating in these towns for this store. Actually, the number of liquor stores have been increasing over the years where the population has remained constant or decreased. As an example, and with attachments, the current population of Massapequa Park is 15,150 based upon a 2013 survey. It's remained constant in the 17,000 level since 1990. Massapequa has a population of 21,685 based upon a 2010 survey attached, and has decreased since 2000 by 4.3%. As I pointed out, the public convenience would not be served given the population and the number of liquor stores. Within a 3.5-mile radius of the proposed store, there are 31 liquor stores. There's attachment in the back with the names of each liquor store, the distances from the proposed site, and their address. Within that, Massapequa and Massapequa Park town, there are 15 liquor stores supporting the local community. The addition of another box store of this size does not represent a convenience. Without the pie in the area increasing in population, a new store would be taking business away from existing stores. These stores are generally sole proprietorships and family-owned businesses that derive principal income from those stores to survive, as opposed to a large corporation that has locations elsewhere in New York State. To point out an additional aspect of the irresponsibility of the proposed store, there's an attachment from their website identifying their proposed store at 5050 Sunrise Highway with hours of operation that are inconsistent with the SOA rules and regulations for Nassau County, and also the description of products that they sell, which is not consistent with the laws of the SOA, specifically selling beer. So, pointing out once again that with the size of this store, with the saturation level of liquor stores within the radius that I previously have identified, the number of stores within Massapequa and Massapequa Park, we feel that there is no addition to public convenience for these, for the new store. They don't add any value. And the products, which one may say what type of products a box store sells, they sell a whole level of products. All the liquor stores in the general area carry all the same products, from the low-end wines to the high-end spirits, and with that, there would be no addition to current community service for the store.
And then in addition, there was a new store that was approved but currently not open right by the mall, 2 miles down from us as well.
What's the address, do you know?
40 Commons Road.
Okay. 40 Commons Road?
That was approved in November.
Okay, thank you. Is any other protesters?
And can you speak into the microphone, please?
How you doing? My name is Sunil Kapoor. I'm from Wanta Wines and Spirits. Just pretty much what they said. I had submitted some information, but I'm not sure if they've received. It's just a position form that a bunch of liquor stores has signed. Also,
What's the name of your store?
Wanta Wines and Spirits.
Where are you located?
In Wanta. Or Wanta Wines and Spirits DBA, so you could play. It's under Cappy's Wines and Liquors.
3304 Sunrise.
That's Wanta Wines and Liquor. I'm sorry.
They're not
That's,
one of the closest.
Okay. Cappy's Wine and Liquors.
He was here last
It's
meeting.
1225 Wanta Avenue.
Okay.
Another thing, just on the population, as I said, like it has decreased. And then one more thing, just about a month ago, you had denied a location on Sunrise Highway, 3838 Wines and Liquors, and it was on the same side of the street as Empire Wine and Liquors. And reason was because you had approved two liquor stores within the direct area, and there were 4 stores within the same side, which is Dragonflies 1, 5500 Sunrise Highway, Wanta Wines and Liquors, which is on the same side, and Casey Wines and Liquor, which is on the same side. And then just again, like one liquor store was just recently approved, but they're just not open because they're just working on the building.
Okay.
So they're going to be opening in a month or so. And just another thing, just this location where they're trying to open, just not so far from that is already a Stu Leonard's, about 5.8 miles away, and that's, from what I hear, it's about 7 to 10,000 square feet. It's huge, and just to add another huge liquor store, it doesn't really bring in. They're not going to be able to bring in any business. They're just going to be taking away from everybody else. So just our plea is just to please deny this.
Okay, thank you.
Location. Thank you.
Morning, Chairman Bradley, Commissioner Kim. I'm just going to reiterate what the previous two gentlemen said.
Can you tell us where you're from?
Yes, my name is Andrew Park. I represent Dragonfly in opposition.
Please don't reiterate. Just if it's anything additional,
I
then
just want
please
to
say
say
it.
that within a 1 mile area, we have 7 liquor stores with a total square footage, I believe, about 12,000 square feet. Adding an 8th into the area with another additional 3,000 in a population of 17,000 people, I think doesn't serve any public advantage or convenience. As they said, we have a net decrease in population in Massapequa Park from 2000 to 2014 of about 1.4%. Even though there was a small uptake from 2010 to 2014, it only amounted to 198 people according to the census. But as a net, we've seen a decrease in the population. Everyone's store averages about 1,500 to 2,000 square feet, with the larger one being 5,000. The proposed location is also 3,000 square feet. Everyone's carrying pretty much the same product. I don't think that there's anything that they could offer that none of these other competing stores can. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else?
That's it. Any other protesters?
You just put your name on the record if you don't have anything else.
ARO Liquor Store in the Southgate Shopping Center.
Okay.
And also around me, there's 4 stores. In 2 years, they changed the owners. So that we take a consideration.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Oh, that's it? You needed a special.
My name is Robert Dermody. I'm from Pequa Spirits in Massapequa Park. My family's owned the business since 1975. I was born and raised in Massapequa, so a lot of stores come and go. Just to reiterate, there's about 14 stores that'll be within a 5-mile radius from us if this store gets approved, including the new one on Commons Road. There's 10 within a 3-mile radius. This store is going to be right around the block from us. We have a huge wine room. We sell almost every Long Island wine. We have a huge Finger Lakes selection. So like I said, I don't really know what they're going to add except take down more business from us. Yeah, just the numbers that I got for the decrease from 90.
We heard the decrease. Thank you, though. Anything, if you have anything else to add, though?
That's it.
All right, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
I think that's it.
Good morning, everyone. Robert Romano. I'm here with Mark Ravage of Empire Superstore Wine and Liquors, LI Inc. And he, contrary to what you heard, he's not a large corporation. He's a sole proprietor.
I think they were commenting on the size of the store.
Okay.
So, Mr. Romano, I'm just going to cut straight to the chase because we have a lot of people waiting. We denied an application at 3838 Sunrise Highway, same side of the street, recently. We approved 40 Commons Road 2 miles away, and, you know, we've got declining sales for a couple of the closest, and then, you know, within, from our records, 1.1 mile radius, we have 5 stores that total over 12,000 square feet of licensed space. What could you possibly add?
Excuse me. What I think was not offered today is the fact that this premise is 175 feet away from Three Guys Liquor Store, which closed, I think you were canceled on December 28th of 2015. And if you look at the records, the authority had canceled their license. They had been open for about a year and a half. This literally, when Mr. Ravage saw that premise teetering, he came in, saw a location nearby, rather than go into a premise which apparently has a sordid history, applied for a location literally 175 feet away. In addition, the store that has been brought up at 40 Commons Road, if you go there today, I find it very interesting. The license was actually issued on 11/28, and it is currently for rent. There's just nothing has been done to that store, and Mr. Ravage was there the other day. It's certainly non-bona fide, and I don't believe that that should be included.
Do they have the license?
What he's talking about right now?
That was issued, I believe, 11/28.
I was looking at the Three Guys.
Here I have.
Three Guys was at 520
I
Sunrise
apologize. It was
Highway.
effective 11/12.
How big is Three Guys?
3,000 feet, same size as.
Three Guys is about.
Oh, I'm sorry.
1,500 square
Three.
feet.
No, I thought you meant.
Sunrise right now has an active license.
But I would like to also point out, I'd like to point out that a significant portion of this 3,000-foot footprint is going to be used for tastings, educational classes. Roughly a little over 2,000 will be used for retail at the most. Mr. Ravage, I would like to explain very briefly what he intends to do with New York. It's called Empire for a reason. Approximately 35% of his inventory will be New York products. And if you'd like to see-
I'm sorry, can you just explain, your client is listed here as a liquor store consultant in Connecticut. I don't know what a liquor store consultant in Connecticut does, and you also live in Westchester, so you'll be running a business in Connecticut, living in Westchester, and running a business on Long Island.
Well, I will explain that, of course. As far as the consultant, what I have been involved with and what kind of got me started in this business was the design and build out, finding locations, design and build out of package stores in Connecticut. And I was in corporate banking, retail banking for the past 20 years. One of my clients kind of got me started in that business. So I have been working in Connecticut. And I do live in Westchester, but the commute from Westchester to Massapequa Park is about 45 minutes driving and about an hour and 22 minutes by train. If obviously this business does take off and I am approved today, the opportunity to move my family to Massapequa Park or a nearby town would happen. I would not obviously move here if that were not to occur. It's been brought up several times about what can differentiate my store from the stores that are already around. And of course, New York Wines is a very important part of that strategy, but as well, for me especially, because I have a very high I'm very highly affected by sulfites, is biodynamic wines, organic wines, and sulfur-free wines. So we would carry about 200 to 300 SKUs of biodynamic organic wines that come from all over the United States, but as well as the world. So in visiting the 4 closest locations, I did find that the SKU numbers, there were about 10 to 15 products per store. There wasn't a lot of organic products offered. And so the biodynamic and organic, certified organic product line is something that would be a big focus. The education side of it as well. The stores, a total of 3,000 square feet. Again, we'd be utilizing approximately, or I'd be utilizing approximately 1,000 to 1,100 of those feet for storage as well as education.
Free education classes?
And not just, yes, free education classes that stores like Astor Wines in New York City do it, Westchester Wines does it as well, really focused on pairing, education. We'd be handing out information, not just a simple tasting where you come, you taste the bottle, hey, have that bottle. So it's much more structured. You'd bring in a sommelier to run that class.
Okay. Mr. Kapoor, did you have something I think you wanted to say before?
Just the Sunrise Wines and Spirits by the mall. Yeah, so they have their license, they've done their construction, everything is ready to go. The only reason they're not open yet was just because the building is just kind of under construction. They're like renovating a little bit. The for rent sign is for the next door. I think it's 5,000 square feet, so that's available to rent. And so they're basically just waiting for a little bit of like fix up in the building, and they're just ready to basically.
You know the owners?
No, but I called for the rent sign, so just to confirm. I called and I spoke to whoever the real estate broker was, and he explained to me. And yeah, so basically just the education class and everything. I was actually watching the board meeting when Sunrise Wine and Spirits was approved, and their lawyer actually pretty much said the same thing. They're going to have all that, and that's a pretty big, massive store. And I saw the way from the window, it seemed like they have like a little separate area for fine wine room, like where they're going to have their education.
It's 3,000 square feet. We looked it up. So,
That's about. I don't remember exactly, but just about that. So this again, whatever they're doing, that stores already has, and a lot of the stores nearby, they pretty much do have the same information.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Ravitch actually was at the store. You can describe what you saw.
I was at the store, and I have been going there. I've been calling the phone number for the past, that's listed on the web. It's 516-799-1090, just because I've been calling it on a consistent basis to see had there been any progress. I spoke to the restaurant owner across the street, which said there has been no activity there since almost September, since the end of September.
Right. They shouldn't have picked up the license. That's the first issue here, and then that's their issue.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, that's their issue. And then, Mr. Kapoor, thank you for watching the videos, and that's helpful for everyone. Look, it comes down to the fact that this store closed. Go ahead, I'm sorry. The fact that the store next to you closed, which is only 1,500 square feet, and if this 40 Carmen's Sunrise Wine and Spirits, if that had gone out of business or was for rent, then I would seriously consider approving this application. But given that the Carmen Street is, it sounds like it'll be active, and we can adjourn to see where they are. But if they're going to be open, then there's no way I can go ahead and approve this application. So if you want to adjourn for that purpose, then we can wait.
I think it's obviously.
And that doesn't mean I'm going to approve it if that's closed, but I'm saying I would seriously consider it at that time. But I can't even consider it if that is going to be open because it was just licensed. It's 3,000 square feet. It's a very similar model. And, otherwise there's just enough.
Well, my question would be, how was that license issued in the first place since it wasn't ready to open and operate? Unless they built it and then tore it
down. We don't know. We're going to find out.
And the question, I do have a question though before, I'm assuming you want to adjourn it. Well, the website he pulled up, have you seen it? Is that your website?
Because of the work that I did in Connecticut, unfortunately, it was a duplicate of a store in Connecticut. So that was, it was an error, and I actually since.
So you know you can't sell beer?
Of course,
Okay.
of course. And I took down the website immediately when I realized that it listed beer. And
So it's not up anymore?
It's not up anymore.
Yeah, and the hours.
And the entire site is down.
Got it.
And I know that Mr. Romano had put this in had included this in his letter of support, but also one of the important factors is, of course, opposition-wise, other stores don't want another package store in the area. But many of the stores that were listed on the list provided to the board were significantly far away. The 3838 on Sunrise Highway was 2.2 miles away, and going west on Sunrise Highway, the next store is approximately 3.1 miles away. There is Dragonfly going in the opposite direction. You know, we would be focusing, my store would be focusing on the traffic on Sunrise Highway. We have easy.
Right, but the problem is 3838 Sunrise Highway, we denied that, and they made the same argument, so it's not.
But they were also much closer to,
Yeah, well.
It's a driving
yeah,
area.
I mean, Chairman, are you going to consider it if we find that?
If that one's closed, yeah.
Okay. So we'll adjourn, and you don't have to come back. We have all of your comments on record, but we just need to find out what's going on with this 40 Carbons. Thank you very much.
And may I ask how that process works?
We send an investigator out or call them and find out what the situation is.
We'll adjourn it for 3:15.
Yeah, we're not going to do it today.
2 weeks, yes.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
551T, Convive Partners?
Yes.
You can.
And that microphone,
please, for the record.
So in 2-week period or so, you find that the store is not opening. Is it automatic?
No, then we go through the process again, but we just, from our standpoint, we want to make a decision with all the facts before us to make a fair ruling, so it's not an automatic yes.
Okay.
And at that time, you're welcome to come back. You don't have to, because we have your statements on record, we have it in writing, and, we know it's a effort to come out here, so you can watch it on the web. You don't need to come out. If you want to, you're more than welcome to. And you'll be given an opportunity to speak if you do come.
If the store will be open in a period of time based upon whatever reasons they weren't open now, then this Empire's not going to be granted a license.
They will have a much more difficult time, yes.
So at this time, we're not making a final ruling and giving you if this, then that, but it would be much more difficult for them to get it
Understandable.
at the time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
That's 551T.
Thanks.
Other protesters here? Okay, go ahead.
Hi, good morning again. Bob Romano with the principal. We do?
Oh, I'm sorry, why don't you come up?
My name is Aaron Thorpe. I have Wine Shop LLC on 9th Street. I opened about 3 years ago. It's only a wine license. In the last, I think in a 5-block radius, there's about there's 5 liquor stores and 1 wine store. Opening another wine store would be in direct competition with what I do. I have 300 square feet. I've been there for 3 years. Sales are increasing moderately over the time, but the only way for me to stay in business is to have some sort of security in what I'm doing. Opening a kind of a full liquor license that does actually a higher level of wine in the neighborhood isn't necessary. We do that. There's 4 other liquor stores, again, in a 4-block radius that do pretty decent sales for liquor. It would be in direct competition with what we do. I do free classes every week, and I teach for the standards as well. It's just not additive to the neighborhood. If they do private client stuff, there's no reason to have that in our neighborhood either. I've lived in the East Village for 15 years, so.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
I'm sorry, when you say you do classes, these are free classes? Okay, thanks.
Mr. Romano, could I just stay on that topic of classes for a minute? Because one of your applicants works at New York Vintners, a store that it's been alleged does cooking classes and charges for wine tasting and education classes. Okay. but is that, you say that the model that you want to do here is based off of New York Vintners. So you understand that you can't have cooking classes.
It's not actually based off of New York Vintners itself. There is educational aspects to it, but it's more of the ability to taste wine with customers.
Okay. But it's been alleged that they sell the class, their tickets admissions for $75, that you cannot run a second business of charging for education?
These will also be free classes.
So again, Robert Romano, I'm here with Jesse Warner Levine and Joel Teramoto, who are the principals in Combi Partners LLC, seeking to replace, in effect, the space vacated by Avenue A Wines, Inc., which had closed their doors. As a matter of fact, they applied for they got their letter of intent only 16 days after Avenue A went out. Their lease expired, and they are seeking now to fill in that void. Mr. Levine, Warner Levine, has extensive experience, as you've already heard, and I think if he would like to go on about what else he'd like to offer that is not currently offered, and will be as brief as possible given time constraints today.
This is exactly the same.
Good morning. My name is Jesse Warner Levine. It will be a concentration on good quality small producers. We will be attempting to offer spirits as well, with a real focus on New York wines, New York spirits. I'm a strong believer in the fact that strong relationships are how you sort of drive a wine sort of focus and market. That's more of the focus of the space as far as classes degree to build the personal relationships with our future clientele. There are 3 larger buildings that are actually going up in the area as well, so there will be an increase in needed demand. And then, beyond that, like this is the only thing that I've done on a professional level. I've always worked in wine, working in restaurants to wholesale, and then 7 years at New York Vintners, where I no longer work. But I just want to continue to share my enthusiasm with the East Village.
And the store is only the area of the store.
So how is that? It says the total square footage is 1665, and the retail sales area is only going to be 320?
I think that's a mistake. That might include the basement.
So can you tell me what the correct numbers are?
Those are the correct numbers.
You
It's
have-
just that
No, here, I have the floor plan here.
It's right here. Oh, here
The
we go.
whole space is 15 by 52.
15 by 52?
16 by 52, excuse me. So it's about 800 feet.
832.
Right, and
Okay. All right, so it's not
almost 2/3 of
320.
that is going to be storage
Got
and
that one wrong.
office. So it's really a small retail area.
Why did Avenue A go out of business, do you know?
My understanding was that the lease was up. They're paying considerably more than he had been. And that's to the best of our knowledge. That's why he went out. He had been there for several years.
Since 1996.
Yeah, 1996. And again, this is the only store on Avenue A for quite some distance. I have none of the.
They've been in there since
none of the
97?
closest stores are on Avenue A.
Where's the wine shop? East 9th Street, right around the corner. This doesn't really... You said a focus on New York wines and spirits, what percentage?
25%, and if you want to, do you have anything?
Will you commit to that number?
I will. I used to live in upstate New York. I have strong ties to the Finger Lakes region. I have friends that are winemakers out on Long Island. I do commit to that.
All right, I mean, because there was an existing store at this location that just went out of business, I think the numbers have been increasing in the 4 closest. This is the only store on Avenue A. I'll vote to approve with the 25% New York State.
How big was the one that closed?
It was so old, it was
It was same footprint, but I think they actually had more retail.
Okay. I'll vote to approve as well based on the 25% commitment to New York wine and spirits. That it replaces an old store that was there for almost 20 years. So I think it would fit, and if you can't make it, you'll be the first to find out.
Thank you very much.
Good luck.
Appreciate it.
514 and 515, Beach Drive Management.
Just offer $1,500 as settlement in full.
I accept your offer of
Accept.
$1,500. Thank you.
Got it. 538, King's Wine and Liquor.
Man. Do we have any protesters? Nope.
Morning, Leonard Fogelman for the applicant.
Good morning.
This is an application for an 1,100 square foot kosher liquor store in Borough Park.
We have 2,200 square feet.
Sorry?
Total area of
1,100
2,000.
floor space, 1,100 basement, I believe. Sorry. This is, the applicant is Mr. Turnauer. This is his son. Mr. Turnauer was not able to come today, so his son is here in his.
Who's running it?
Mr. Turnauer, on his personal questionnaire, Mr. Turnauer indicated he'll be overseeing the store and working 10 to 15 hours a week. He will be hiring a full-time manager who is familiar with wine and especially familiar with kosher wine.
Why couldn't he come?
He's ill.
And what role will you play? Employee?
He will work in the store. I think the biggest issue here, or the biggest positive thing for this store's chances, is that it's going to be a Orthodox store, and not just a Orthodox store, but a Satmar sect of Orthodoxy. There's Orthodox and there's various sects within the Hasidic movement, and the particular sect that these gentlemen are from is called the Satmar, and we've submitted a petition with approximately 600 signatures from people of that particular sect who prefer to deal with people from their particular sect. The two closest stores in the neighborhood, neither of which are on the same street, are not even kosher
Mr.
stores.
Fogelman, so let me just clarify that. So you're saying that the Satmar sect individuals, they prefer to just deal with...
If they had a choice of going into a...
But it's not a product thing, it's a people thing?
You can answer that.
Mhm.
It's a social thing.
I'm
They
just
could
trying
be
to
described
clarify.
as insular. You could describe it as insular.
Yes,
Okay.
if they had a choice of going into a
Trying to understand.
non-kosher store, well, they wouldn't go into a
Sure, of
non-kosher
course.
store, but if they
Right.
would go into a regular Jewish-owned store or go to a Satmar-owned store, their choice would
All
definitely
right, so
be...
two of the closest you're saying are not kosher?
They are not
46 and 50 are not kosher.
Are any of the five closest kosher?
Yes, I believe the third one and the fourth one are kosher stores, but they're not Satmar stores. So the public convenience for the people of this sect would certainly be they'd be convenienced tremendously by being able to shop in a store.
So today, where are they shopping? Being that it is such an insular community, where are they going today?
All over the place. A lot of them are traveling to Williamsburg. And a lot of stores over there are 3 owned Satmar stores in Williamsburg. Traveling around.
Watching a movie. I wouldn't play.
We've given you copies of articles discussing the demographics of Borough Park, which has the largest Hasidic population outside of Israel. I've given you copies of material from the Buildings Department showing a multitude of residential construction near the store, nearly all of which will be filled by Orthodox folks who are predominantly the people who are moving into Borough Park.
What's the population of Borough Park? How's it changed? Isn't it pretty consistent?
You know? You can,
I don't know the exact numbers, but
you can give them an approximation. Do you know what the population is?
huge new Satmar synagogue just was built on 52nd Street. Huge new from my community. New building was just built and it was opened about a year ago, half a year ago.
But you don't have any population numbers for that area?
I'm gonna see if I have anything, Mr. Chairman.
While you look that up, can we go outside for a second?
Exhibit 4 that I submitted is a Wikipedia article which gives some statistics and gives some population. It shows the population in 2010 of Borough Park as being 154,000 persons. And it also, if I may read you a short paragraph from the Wikipedia, the closest Brooklyn neighborhood in terms of population growth other than Borough Park was Williamsburg, home to many Satmar Hasidim, which reported 3,800 births. Borough Park's birth rate, 24.4 per 1,000 residents, has translated into major growth in the neighborhood. So the population isn't tremendously increasing, but the population of Orthodox is definitely increasing in Williamsburg, Borough Park, and what's the
Crown Heights.
Crown Heights. Thank you, Ms. Flew.
See, and the problem I'm having is that the 5 closest stores, every one of them are either decreasing or flat in sales. And all those stores are within 0.2 miles of your location, and that store is 5,000 square feet. And the furthest of the 5 closest is 0.5 miles away. And as you said, the 3 of the 5 do sell kosher products. So I don't, other than, I understand your argument that your client's sect likes to deal with each other. I just don't know that is public convenience and advantage based on what's happening with the other stores nearby that also sell products that presumably they would fit their religious beliefs.
I believe that best quality watch, which is one of the 4 closest, sales has decreased somewhat. The Borough Park wines on 13th Avenue sales have gone up, even though the numbers are relatively low, but it's showing an increase.
Well, I would call that flat. They went up, down, up, down. And I also don't like the fact that the applicant isn't here. Okay. I'm going to be honest about that.
Well,
I don't know that that's going to affect the decision, but I don't know how you apply for a liquor license and then don't come. I understand he's ill, but then we adjourn.
Okay, well, if, as opposed to your disapproving this today, which is, perhaps we can adjourn it and we can have the applicant.
Whatever gave you that idea?
Well, you know, I don't think.
I don't know, and I have no idea what Commissioner
Yeah,
Kent
and I
is
don't
going
think we
to
need to adjourn, only because, you know, within 0.5 miles, there's 5 stores. 3 out of the 5 do provide kosher items, and I just don't see any added public convenience and advantage at this time. I accept your argument that the Satmar sect wants to deal with one another. If there were no kosher stores or stores offering kosher products, then I would readily provide that approval. But at this time,
Of the 2 kosher stores that are among the 4 closest, those 2 stores predominantly buy from the one major kosher distributor. Royal, thank you.
And we bring in a whole different selection. And this only store in Borough Park that brings in our selection he has a lot of increase.
There is
15 and 41 is the only store in Borough Park brings in from our distributor, from Happy Hearts, Mallard, and Red Gardens. And he has a lot of increase. He's not from the 5 closest stores on 15 and 41. And it's a whole different selection, a lot of French wines, a lot of Spanish wines, and he has a lot of increase.
So they have intentions on carrying products other than from Royal, products that are not represented in the 2 closest Jewish-owned stores.
Does that change anything for you? Because
no.
Because I still have a problem with the sales. I understand that you might not be getting everything you want. Perhaps they could go and ask them to carry those products. I don't know whether that's possible or not, but the sales don't indicate a need for another store, so I'm going to vote to deny at this time, given that the 3 stores do serve or do sell kosher products.
Thank you. Thank you.
551J, High Point Wines and Spirits.
We got that. Hi, do we have any protesters?
I don't think so, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
Thomas Burke for High Point Wines and Spirits, and this is Mr. Puntes, the applicant. This is a small neighborhood store, 600 square feet. It's going to be a totally family-run operation. Mr. Puntes, his wife, his mother, and his daughter, they have all completed their ATAP training. They will run the store. Mr. Puntes lives 2 blocks from his store, so he's a community resident. He will be open hours that the 4 closest stores are not open. He will be open days that the 4 closest stores are not open.
Like what?
The 4 closest stores, only 1 is open on Sunday. He'll be open every Sunday. The 4 closest stores close at 9 o'clock. He will close at 11 o'clock.
Can I ask you, since he does live in the neighborhood, what is the situation with Top Shelf Liquors? It seems that they have sales numbers that are ridiculously low.
They opened 2 years ago. They never had any product on their shelves, and now they've been closed for 3 weeks.
They're closed?
Yeah. And everybody in the neighborhood, all the other business owners think that they're permanently, if you go to the Google, it says permanently closed.
I've sent a number of people to the area at different times on different days. It's always been closed.
So what are you going to add that the other 4, assuming that one is closed, that the other 4 open ones don't have?
Well, none of them carry small batch local products. I mean, we have an Industry City, they're making vodka, Industry City vodka. On 19th Street, we're making 77 rye. In Red Hook, there's 5 distilleries. So you don't even have to go as far as Williamsburg to put some local things on the shelves. I was also born in Spain, so we'll carry, a full range of Spanish wines. Also the community, soju, and the community is Asian and Latino with a growing, I don't know what you want to say, hipster population coming in now.
Are any of these closest stores bulletproof? They're all open? You're going to be open?
Open, yes.
Is this closed, Dana? So, we just, Top Shelf is closed?
Yes, sir.
Well, the internet, I mean, what he sent from the internet indicates that it is permanently closed. And that's off of,
That's a store 2 blocks from here.
Yeah, he hasn't turned his license.
He's probably trying to sell.
Well, he's not open, he's still supposed to.
Right, he's been opening and closing since the summer. It's been open, it's been closed, the shelving, it's been less and less product pushing the center.
well, the sales over the last 3 years would indicate he has not been open consistently.
He's never made more than $45,000 a year.
No.
It didn't seem like he was
40
trying, so I don't know the
42,000.
circumstance, but, and no small batch, no craft, no top shelf either.
Mr. Puentes will not sell Nips, he will not sell Lotto, it's the other.
Exactly. And they open at 8 in the morning, we're gonna open at noon.
And you said they don't open on Sundays?
Yeah, most of them, certainly, the one on 8th Ave is always closed on Sunday. We live on 8th and 42nd Street.
Did you represent that 3 of them? Your attorney, not you.
Checking their hours, it says L&M open Monday through Sunday, Monday through Saturday.
Right, they're not
sorry.
open Sunday.
It's only Grand Exeter that's open the 7 days. Top Shelf is now closed, so the other 2 stores are closed on Sunday.
The other 2 are definitely closed on Sunday?
Definitely closing, and check it on the internet.
And you're going to be open on Sunday?
Yes, sir.
All right.
And also, I mean, we're gonna open later in the day and stay open
All right.
in the evening.
So I think there is, especially with Top Shelf, the representation that they're closing, and with the hours stated, and the small footprint, I vote to approve.
I'll vote to approve as well. It's, of the 5 closest, one of them is obviously not open consistently or is actually closed. And the store is only 600 square feet, and his commitment to carrying local products, I find that is in the public convenience and advantage for that area. So I'll vote to approve.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
534, 5 Star Liquor Corp.
Oh. Mayor's here, that's why. 540 what? 540 what? 534.
He's
been here, hasn't
he? He was in the back. I think he's at the door. Mayor Hall, is that you in the back? Oh, no, not, no.
Mayor? Yes. You're on. Hello. Hello.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
This is for 5 Star Liquor? Right, okay. First, I want to thank you for your cooperation in helping the village of Hempstead get back control of the intoxication in our village. I really appreciate your support on that.
I want to thank you for coming every time, because you're the only one that does.
Wow, I'm serious about trying to control that. My name is Wayne Hall. I'm the mayor of the Incorporated Village of Hempstead, and I'm here in opposition to 5 Star Liquor Store, L1291220. I'm just going to go straight to the chase. Hempstead is a 3.7 square mile village. It has a serious problem with public intoxication that is contributed to the crime that we do have. We have 5 liquor stores, and it just doesn't make sense to have a 6th one in our village. That liquor store is on the path where the high school students go to school, and we really wouldn't want them stepping over intoxicated people laying on the sidewalk. So I'm just asking that this commission denies that license. I had already told the lady that we were going to be in opposition. I polled my village board of trustees, and everyone had voted no. Tonight is our board meeting, and we will make this official, and I could send you an official seal of the village in opposition to this liquor store.
Okay, let me, before you step aside, is the population still the same, or is it over the last 10 years?
The population is approximately 54,500.
And it's remained consistent?
Yes.
Is the applicant here? Okay.
Hi, my name is Helen Taveras, and I'm here on behalf of the Attorney Law Office.
Can you pull the microphone down, do you? You can, it'll move.
You can go like this, yeah.
Okay, my name is Helen Taveras. I'm here on behalf of the Law Office, Ivonne Anaya, and the applicant. They both are not here.
Both aren't here? Are they coming, or
I'm the assistant. No, they're not coming.
they're not coming?
No.
Okay.
Are you supposed to say anything, or?
Well, I'm here to say that it would be great if you approve this license for this guy. He really would like to work before he died. That's what he said. Before he died, he would like to have this kind of business over there. And
doesn't he own 2 delicatessens already?
I'm sorry?
He owns 2 delicatessens already.
2 delis? He owns 2 delis? He's the owner of two delis? Yes? No? You don't know?
He's not the only owner in those delis.
Okay. Anything else?
Well, no.
Okay, thank you.
Really? Yeah, man. So within a mile, as the mayor pointed out, there are 5 stores with over 7,800 square feet of licensed premises. Sales are down, flat, up, kind of all over the place, but without a significant increase in population. I don't see any added public convenience and advantage to adding a 6th store within such a closely dense location, so I vote to deny.
I vote to deny on the same grounds.
Thank you. Thank you.
Doesn't he have more?
That was it?
I thought I saw a couple letters.
I thought that was another Hempstead.
551Q, 790 11th Avenue.
What's up with everybody not showing up? It's the 790, it's the one with the Mitchell Lama housing. Hi.
Good morning, my name is Rosa Sanchez. I'm the representative for the applicant. He literally just stepped out for a second.
He did? All right. Do we have any opposition here? No? Okay. Is that your applicant right there?
That's him.
Okay. We'll wait for him to come down the aisle.
Sorry about that.
Excuse me. Thanks for your patience. My name is Kurt Kelm. I'm here representing 790 11th Avenue as the managing member.
So thank you. So the main issue is the Department of City Planning sent us a letter addressed to Community Board. Well, no, who is it addressed to? It's actually addressed to Clinton Towers Housing Company, right? And they said that because this location is part of the Clinton Towers complex and Mitchell Lama rental housing development, that the proposed use of a restaurant is improper and may be regarded as a zoning violation. How do you address that?
Well, we've looked into initially in this process with a zoning lawyer in town who, one of the issues in this building was built in 1975, and frankly, nowhere are there complete documents on the building. And so the lawyer we retained said it was inconclusive and that we should go ahead. And then someone found in the documents a comment about the retail to be used for the benefit of the residents. And on that basis, they have said that a restaurant would not fulfill that, although there is a on-site deli that serves food for takeaway or on-site and also sells alcohol right next door. And so this is a subject that we're probably going to have to continue to go through the diligent steps and get sorted out with the city.
Well, my understanding from the DCP letter is that those two uses are in conformity with the requirements of usage there, only because such commercial uses, and I quote, will be primarily for the use of the residents of the large-scale residential development and will provide more convenient shopping for such residents. So the deli, the alcohol, I get. I think
prior, at the beginning of this project, there was a auto parts store in one of the four retail spaces we're talking about, which was more convenient to the auto retailers on both sides than it was to the. So what the point is, we're going to have to go through the process of, formally questioning what isn't a reg or a rule. It's a statement made in a document in 1975 with regard to this building.
Don't you think that's a process that probably should be done before we end up here?
Okay, excuse me. Hello, can I say something,
Yes,
please?
sure.
Okay. So, the way I understand it, from doing some research and everything, if the retail establishments were only supposed to be for the residents, then the doors will only be on the interior. It's the same way as you go to a restaurant at a hotel. You have to be.
Well, we're not, and you may be right or wrong, I have no idea, but we're not going to argue about that right here, and the Department of Buildings, or if a permit's sought, that they've indicated the Department of City Planning has indicated that if a permit is sought, they're going to notify the Department of Buildings to the issue that we're discussing, and I just don't, I think maybe that should be dealt with before we end up.
Well, it's a bit of a chicken and egg. I'm also then asked by the Department of Building, do you have a liquor license? And so I'm caught in a little bit of a vortex here.
Well, you can open a restaurant without a liquor license. I realize it's not ideal.
Well, we won't open this restaurant.
No, I understand that, but I don't know why they would care if you had it or not.
Because other agencies like to punt it over to us.
And that's what I'm going to punt it back to them.
That's why, if we can get the approval, a certificate of occupancy is required in order to have the license issued. So it gets stopped right there. So
No, I understand that, but this is a little more complex than just getting a certificate of occupancy. It may not be a proper use for the building.
I mean, the lawyer for the board of the building has opined that it's acceptable. The management of the building has given their support to us to do this. I think we're just caught up in a situation where.
Well, with the management of the building, because I know the community board has not, and the local legislator has not given you approval, or they have not recommended that this go there.
But the board of the building, to whom that letter, Mary D'Elia, voted unanimously to enter into a lease with me.
Really?
Yeah,
Yes.
I mean, I can give you
We
a
have
copy
a
of that
letter
letter.
from their council.
Did you submit that earlier?
Let's submit
Can
that.
I see that again, please? Thank you.
And then I also have this letter. I'm sure I need to get this one.
That one.
It's ours.
We've been very diligent in this process. We've had 2 open sessions for the people in the building.
Well, that's the management and the owner, so that's separate. This is the board of directors. Because we have a letter from the community board that says, what did they say exactly? But it was my understanding that they said all the residents were against this.
Well, that's not the case.
It's not true.
I would say there's a core of 10 vocal residents, for reasons I can't anticipate, have spoken out. I can only infer that, the neighborhood's changing. It's becoming more developed. And that's why we're interested in putting places. That's why the board of the of the building wants us in there. And I understand we're going to have to resolve this, but I've got to start somewhere. And I think we comply with all of the regulations and guidelines for, in terms of 500-foot rules and 200-foot rules. You know, we're wide open there.
You want to punt it back?
Well, and the other issue I had with the application was, it seems like you could not agree with the community board on your hours?
That's correct. We have 4 other stores in the neighborhood. They all have 4 a.m. hours. We believe this should be a 4 a.m. I mean, I just don't want to be in here and then find out as the neighborhood continues to develop that someone across the street gets 4 a.m.
Well, across the street is different than on the bottom of a housing building.
Yeah. I mean, all of my other stores.
Most of which are families, I would imagine, that live in there.
Yes. And we're in, all 4 of our existing stores are in residential buildings.
I'm sorry, all 4. What was your last statement?
I have 4 other stores of which I have had an interest in the west side, you know, in the neighborhood, and we're all 4 are in residential buildings.
And they're all the same type of method of operation?
Yeah. I mean, this is going to be more a restaurant. It's going to have a bigger menu. It's going to be a
bigger kitchen.
The board wanted you know, we have a kids menu. It's really more a restaurant.
As opposed to, you mean your other?
Others are restaurant bars.
And are those entities in Community Board 4 as well?
Yes. We've been approved 4 times.
So what happened?
So what's the...
This is just about the hours, or that they don't think the lease is legal?
I think there's this question about whether the board of the building is capable of providing us a lease. That's really the question. And they think they are, and there are some in the city who think it isn't, and there's a process I've been told to go through, if I have to press the issue forward to a resolution. What's the section?
I mean, the Community Board's asking us to just wait until the DCEP and the DOB and all the other New York City entities rule on this.
Yeah, I mean, we do grant these licenses on conditions, but there's so many conditions here that would have to be filled, and they're all very complex issues. I don't know that I'm comfortable doing that right now.
Well, then I'm afraid I'm going to get stuck in this thing where someone's going to tell me I'm not going to be able to move forward until until the liquor license on its own merits.
I don't understand why. I understand you don't want to open a restaurant without a liquor license, but if you say I'm opening anyway, I don't see how they could tell you can't move forward.
Well, I will not open it without a liquor license.
I get that. And I'm not saying I wouldn't give you one. I'm just telling you right now, with all these open-ended issues that appear to be unresolved, I mean, there is a question in my mind whether you're going to be able to get a permit.
And the reason, and I'm not here to speak for the board, but it's a rent-controlled building. The rents are going up. These spaces have been empty for 5 years, and that's why they're so. And they weren't, frankly, aware of the 1975, I wouldn't say law or reg stipulation, when they provided me a lease to sign. And it was only subsequent to that point that they were told that the city housing department has to agree to it. And as I say, it's likely that the only way we're going to get this through is to press all options.
So then, the letter from the Assembly member, Linda Rosenthal, who represents that district, she said, if we were to consider it, then the restaurant should close at midnight on Fridays and Saturdays and 11 p.m. during the week. Only background music should be permitted, and windows or doors that open out into the street should be prohibited.
Which is also what the community board says.
Which is exactly what the community board. And are you okay with that?
No, not 11 and 12, no.
What are you okay with?
Well, again, it's hard to negotiate these things one issue at a time. You need to see the.
That's why I'm telling you.
Right, that's why we can't be here either.
I mean, we can put this over, and I don't even know when to put it over to. I'm not prepared to approve this today.
Okay, well, then I'll have to.
So I don't know what you want to do.
I think
if they sign a lease, I'll go back to the SLA, and again, I think with the 500, 300.
Do you think in a month's time this will get resolved?
If we press ahead with it, I mean, it's going to require.
We can adjourn it for a month, and if you need a little bit more time, you can ask for adjournment.
That's fair enough.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
.548, E. Kevin Yash Wine.
Wait, this is the one, we had another one that we pushed off, right? To find out if one,
This was-
V&V or something was.
V&V, we got the,
It's open?
yeah, we
So
got
we
Scott's too.
We have that one too?
There's opposition.
Yep.
Yeah, no, remember this was the one where we checked? to
Yes.
see if- And it is open, so
Okay.
this is kind of a moot point for me on both sides.
Okay.
So we don't even need the opposition.
Can you set that up for us?
Where's the other one? Which is the other one, do you remember?
Hold on.
Mr. Lynn, I'm going to save you a lot of time, actually.
Okay, good. The other one was.
Just put your clients' names on the record.
Well, the opposition, just put your name and what store you're from on the record and speak up.
Yeah, I'm Vinay Jobanputra with Rixer Enterprises, DBA Wild Liquors, Mount Sinai.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
The other one is 550.
550.
Hi, my name is Gurpreet Singh Ricky. I'm from Akash Wine and Liquor, Port Jeff.
Good afternoon. My name is Robert Napoli from Simply Wine and Liquor. I'm here to represent my wife, who is the holder of the liquor license.
Okay.
And it wasn't this one, was it?
This was the one for
Mr. Lynn might know.
550's in the Bronx.
My name is Kanaksi Wagela. I'm from the Easy Wine and Liquors, Port Jeff Station. Thank you.
Mr. Lynn, do you remember which one, the other one that we kind of postponed until we
There were
found-
two in this general area, right?
No, well, it was
Had a
in
similar name.
Mount Sinai, and
Started
bear with me.
It started with
Do you remember what it is? EMCO, EMCO.
see?
It's not on today, is it?
What?
Didn't we push that back to?
Yeah, that's not here.
It's not here?
It was on the calendar. I just didn't have my materials. I had all Mr. Lynn's opposition.
Yeah, it was EMCO Fine Wines and Liquor, serial number 1290297.
All right, well, I think we need to call that one first, right?
Hold on.
Well, we decided on that one.
Yes.
Yeah, on different grounds.
Yeah, different grounds,
but- And then,
It was disapproved.
okay, then this is the one that we held over to see if.
Right,
B&B
the other one was disapproved on character and fitness, and not on
Right.
public convenience and advantage.
That's the one we held over? Oh, I'm sorry, okay. Right, the other one was character first, okay. All right, go ahead.
So now you do have to go.
The only reason I brought the map is, again, only because if you look at the SLA website or you look at the addresses, you really can't get an accurate picture of this area, and that is important because it is the intersection at Mount Sinai and Port Jefferson Station of Misconset Highway, which extends to 25A, and Route 112. So here's your Misconset Highway, which leads into Route 12. You have two liquor, there's all within 2.2 miles. So you have two liquor stores here, two liquor stores on the other side. These were the two applicants, now just one. And this is Route 112, which is the intersection. And the reason why I wanted to point out again was because you do have that gap
If you were just to look on Wisconsin Highway, you would say, well, what about this area? Again, it's not really covered by any stores on Wisconsin Highway, but you do have 5 stores right on Route 112, which is right in the middle. And what's more, just as important, that you have 3 shopping malls here. And in each of the 3 shopping malls, this is Jefferson Plaza, this is 3 Roads Plaza, and this is Port Plaza. Each one has, right in the middle here, each one has a liquor store, and each one is a shopping mall. So it's almost like a destination area for this whole area. We're right in the middle of this vortex.
On sales figures, the one closest to the applicant shows marginal and decreasing sales. The only reason I want to point out specifically, I know you have it on your records, but Easy Wine, the second closest store, does show recent increased sales. And I just want to point out that I put this as part of my Exhibit 2, that one of the probably the basic reason of that is because Port Plaza Shopping Mall just underwent a substantial redevelopment with a major supermarket and 13,500 square foot cinema. So this leads to the inference that modernization and marketing rather than the population or demographics caused the recent increase. And the only other thing that I want to point out is Oshkosh does have increasing consistent sales. That's the only one store that does. And Rizker Enterprises was a transfer store, does show increasing sales, but as I pointed out, that was my prior client, Jim Gilliam, and his wife had passed away, and he put the store immediately on the market and really didn't have total operation of the store, and when the new person came in, gave new blood to the store, and those were the increases in revenue, not really any changing in the demographics or population of the area. Preface, Mount Sinai and Jefferson Station, Port Jefferson Station are hamlets in the town of Brookhaven. Both are rural, sparsely populated areas. There's no new residential or commercial construction, no gentrification, and neither are destination areas unless you consider the core there where you have 3 shopping malls that all the people do come to this specific area. As far as population, Mount Sinai only has a population of about 11,700, and that's been a decrease from the census of 2000 to 2010. I have this as annexed as my Exhibit 3, and the Port Jefferson Station only has a population of 7,750, and as part of my exhibit, it shows that from April 1st, 2010 to July 1st, 2014, they've only had a 1.1% increase in population, extremely marginal. You also have the closing of Lockheed Martin, who relocated to Virginia, and Calverton Air Force Base resulted in economic hardship in this area. Those closings also had a huge negative impact on supporting individual and retail support businesses. And the recent closings of Wallbounds and Pathmark stores have been the latest blow to Long Island's already struggling economy, which had a hard time recovering from the recession, Hurricane Sandy, and now the pervasive high taxes in this area. This area is enormously competitive. This could be why Harry All Wine and Liquor resorted to illegal activity and had its license either canceled or revoked by the authority.
Their illegal activity was there was a whole family in business from the get-go.
From the get-go in Long Island, correct. And that there are presently 9 liquor stores, as my map shows, within 2.2-mile radius, with 3 separate mall areas, certainly well to service these small hamlets. Public convenience would not be served by licensed applicant, who will only be selling products already sold by most, if not all, of these stores, whose area is pivoted by the intersection of the Wisconsin Highway, Route 25, and Route 112, already saturated with liquor stores.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Henry Warakomsky for the applicant. First thing, I think I submitted some papers to the authority concerning the population, and those figures different than what Mr. Linda just said. our figures show there was an increase from 2000 to 2010, about a 3% increase. It went from this is Mount Sinai. It went from 8,800 in 2000 to 12,100 in 2010. That's different than what he said. Now, this location across the street, there was a liquor store that was recently disapproved, and before that, there was a store that was there that was their license was canceled or revoked. So we're not adding a new store to the area. We're just really supplementing another store that was in a location near us for the last 5-10 years. And our location is on the corner of 25A, which cuts into 347. Then it becomes 25A. We're over 2 miles away from 112, which we're not going to take any business for any stores on 112. Our business is going to come from the cars and the people in the area where we're located. We're on the north side of 347.
Well, and who are you taking business from?
From the people that are going to be driving in the area. They're going to be cutting down the...
So the people that aren't buying liquor already, or?
No, but it's convenient for the people that are going to go past our store.
Who aren't going to stop at other stores?
Well, I gave you a petition from signatures of customers. This location is in a strip mall.
Yeah, it's
And he got signatures from the customers in the strip mall.
I gotta ask them.
I think you have that, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
The population numbers that you cited, is that of registered voters?
Well, this is what they...
You can hand it to me
I think
again.
he sent it to you, yeah?
No, I know. I'm looking at it, and I can't believe what I'm seeing, because...
It says Mount Sinai, New York Registered Voters Overview Statistics. Is that the same thing?
It says registered
So they obviously
voters.
if that's true, they had a big voter drive.
I mean, according to this, you're seeing a 36% increase in population in Mount Sinai from 2000 to 2010.
Well, what about 2,000 people, right?
Oh, it went up.
Mr. Lynn, what is your overall population number?
And I gave you the census number.
Yeah, approximately, what's the overall population number you have?
Mount Sinai, though, right? You gotta compare apples to apples.
I think he said 20 or 12.
Mount Sinai in 2013 was 11,887.
And what about before that?
Before that, zip code population in 2000, 9,365. Zip code population in 2010, 12,635. So there was a pretty close to 8% increase. But then estimated zip code population in 2013, 11,887. As I said, an 8% decrease.
All right, so there was an increase from 2000, do you have 2000 numbers?
I have the zip code population in 2000, 9,365.
9,365.
So it went up and down.
I have it
Yeah,
as
it
part
did went up.
part of my Exhibit 3.
All right, so it did go up more than just 1.1% or something
No,
like that.
but if you look at my Exhibit 3, from April to, because I tried to bring these things current, because there's 6 years that's already passed. So when I searched that, they did give me that the estimated population from April 2000 to whatever month it was, 2013, was 11,887, so it started to decrease. And this is Mount Sinai only.
Okay, thank you.
And also, I should say, the sales figures of the stores certainly don't show any gentrification or increase in population.
No, I mean, that's my issue, is that the sales in the stores are inconsistent at best. And there are a lot of liquor stores in 2 miles. How long, Jackie, or Carrie, how long was that store that we closed there? The one that got canceled?
Ariel? Yeah.
10 years?
So on 25A, can you just point out?
Here's 25A.
Right, so what's the one that's closest on 25A? What's that?
My former clients here.
What's the name of that?
What's the name? Lively Goods. Wine liquors.
Wild Liquors, that's 2.1, okay, 2.1 miles away. On the other side,
Next one.
No, going the other way, going the other way.
And going this way is Marquet.
That's on the south side.
This was the one that was under discussion.
Marquet.
I'm sorry, here, Marquet, Marquet here.
Marquet, so
Yeah,
that's
the one on
1.9
25A
miles.
is about 2 miles away, it's on the south side.
You do have these three right here that are shopping malls, destination areas for everybody here.
And which side of the street, Wild, 1028, oh, they're all shopping
They're on the
malls?
south side of
And
347.
is yours in a shopping mall?
No, it's in a strip center, about 11 stores.
Strip center.
Well,
But-
it's a,
See, those other 3 stores are on the south side of 347, which is the major highway, and we're on the north side of.
But you're in a strip mall.
Yes.
strip mall with
Yeah.
about 4 or 5.
It's 11 stores in there.
And the others are in big shopping malls?
Yes, yes.
I could see some public convenience and advantage to be able to pull into a strip mall just to get liquor.
We have over 100 cars.
We already have, we'll let you respond.
We have over 100 parking spots in the strip mall. And it's very convenient for the people that are coming off 25A on that intersection. They can pull right into the strip mall.
Right.
How much of the retail space, or how much of the 1,900 square feet is retail?
About 1,400.
25A is 2 lane, 4 lane?
Well, 25A runs from the north and it comes back to 347. Then where it cuts in, it becomes.
I want to know if it's
yeah.
2 lanes or 1.
It's 2 lanes. 2 lanes.
So 2 on each way or 1 and 1?
1 and 1.
1 and 1?
Yeah, but then when it goes to 347, it's
Yeah.
2 and 2.
Then it goes.
It expands.
When it goes on 347, it expands.
It expands.
But where you are, it's 1 and 1, right?
Yes.
So we're right at
Yes.
the intersection of
Where they are,
347.
right.
You're right at the
They are
intersection,
1
right?
and
It
1.
starts,
Right at the intersection.
all right, well,
Also, can I just make one comment?
Sure.
The shopping mall has been there for many, many years. The stores are very old, and I do not believe that there's any major store there that would bring other people to the area. It's more like a small little nail shop. Excuse me.
It looks like there's Benchwarmers Tavern and Grill,
Yes, correct.
A Cake in Time, Renzo's Pizza, Butcher Boy, and Lucky Cat Tattoos and a nail salon.
Not big draws to the public.
I don't know how many tattoos you have, Mr. Lynn.
Don't tell us, please, we're good.
I think no contest.
They've always been rented, these stores.
I'm sorry, I just couldn't.
Except for this one.
Right.
Okay. All right.
and what's that other road again that goes perpendicular?
112.
Fort Jefferson Road?
Yeah, this is, in all the way into Fort Jeff.
112 is further, west of our
Yeah,
location.
but we're all also
Yeah,
talking, you got to take
yeah.
on context this map.
Right.
Point 2.2.
Right.
Okay.
All right, so, this is, to be honest, a very tough call. The strip mall, I could see having a public convenience advantage without going to a big shopping center to buy alcohol. On the other hand, just the density of alcohol, the stores that are present within 2.1 miles, and but then there's also the significant increase in population.
Well, my figures show the census figures, that's not in this.
No, it's still up from 8,800 in 2000 or whatever it was, 9,000 even if you took your numbers, and it's up to 11,800. That's pretty significant. Well, just percentage-wise, is a pretty
kind of
big
depressed area,
increase.
Charlie, like-
But anyway, so that's kind of what makes it tough. But the current location, I just don't think if you put it in between Wild Liquors and Marquet, you're really talking 1.9 miles one way and 2.1 miles, 2 miles the other way on either side in a driving community. I'll vote to deny.
I'm going to vote to deny as well. There's approximately 12,500 square feet of liquor store within 2.1 miles, and as the 5 closest stores, and it sounds like if you did a circle, there'd be 9 stores within 2.1 miles. So I just don't see the public convenience and advantage of adding another one at this time, at least.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
502.
Is that,
Mr. Lynn, you're bored.
he's getting it.
No,
All right, 502, liquor spot.
you usually make bigger boards.
Yeah, I can't
You're
read
testing
that.
our eyesights now, you know? Usually are very good with these maps.
You should do that. There's some other people that could use them, believe me.
And he has a protest on this one, too.
Are there protests?
It's Mr. Lynn.
If I ever get this one.
Coney Island. Coney Island.
Do you want to hear from Mr. Seidman first, or?
Told by later.
I think they're gonna let him sit down, right? He's all right.
Charles Lynn for the protest. I represent Wee's Fine Spirits at 1303 Avenue Z and Coney Island XY Liquor Store at 2686 Coney Island Avenue, which are two of the closest stores to applicant. As far as public convenience and advantage, will not be served by approving this new liquor store license. As far as saturation, next is the SLA GIS map lamp, which I have as Exhibit A, and there are 7 liquor stores within a radius of 0.5 miles of applicant, of which 2 are already on Coney Island Avenue. The maps pretty much speak for themselves. As far as population and demographics, I have a next Exhibit B. It shows that from 2000 to 2000 population of 77,451, an increase in 2010 of 79,000, which is a 2.17% increase. However, I was remiss, I did not include a recent zip code.
Thank you.
Examination. And the recent study shows that up to 2010 to 2013, that the population has decreased by 6%. And next is Exhibit C, is a 2015 copyrighted article expounding a stagnant, deteriorating infrastructure in Coney Island with a dire need for that area for affordable housing for the lower and middle class, better shopping amenities, improved traffic flow, additional parking spaces, more recreation centers and programs, especially for youth and senior citizens, assistance in securing necessities and other services for the people, and employment opportunities. The article emphasizes that the local Coney Island economy has a systematic problem supported by high unemployment rate, which was 14.4%, as well as its high poverty rate of 28%. The lack of employment and living wage jobs is also evidenced with the distribution of household incomes of people living in Coney Island. 34% of the population has an annual income between $0 and $18,450, and nearly 24% of the population has an annual income between $18,000 to $38,000. As far as the sales figures, Wee's Fine Spirits, the closest store, has limited marginal sales, having bought the store in 2013. All of the next 4 closest stores evidence decreasing sales, and I have that part as my Exhibit D. Based upon the foregoing, it would appear that public convenience and advantage would not be served by licensing this applicant in light of the proximity to stores, the lack of any population or demographic growth, declining gross sales figures of all the neighborhood stores, and no showing that any new service or product could be introduced into this area, which is not already being addressed by the 7 closest stores.
Thank you.
Bernard Seidman for the applicant. May I sit?
Sure.
Of course. From our side, just go to the chair.
Thank you. Don't want to give him your code too?
I hope you can hear me. My client's name is Lana Agaya. She is originally from the Soviet Union. She lives in Sheepshead Bay. She does charity work in Sheepshead Bay. She works in Sheepshead Bay. This is the area where the store is. She is in a emergency room nurse at Coney Island Hospital, which is close to the store she wishes to own. In the last official audit, 1993, there were 2,400 employees at Coney Island Hospital. The hospital has expanded since then. I think it's reasonable to assume now there are approximately at least 3,000 employees there, all kinds of employees, ambulance drivers, technicians, nurses' aides, porters. My client has worked there 8.5 years. She's known to everybody there. She knows the employees, they respect her. When she told them that she intends to open a liquor store, if it is approved, they were thrilled, as they get, according to the employees, they're treated with complete indifference by the existing merchants and in particular the liquor store operators. If my client is approved, just that, as that basis alone, she would have customers that wouldn't be taken away from the other stores, as they don't go there now with any degree of regularity. My client also is a member of the Avenue Z Jewish Center. She does pro bono work there. There are 500 or more members or more people coming in. She helps the elderly. Most of them are Jewish people. Most of them are Orthodox. As far as wine sales, wine is an important aspect of a Sabbath service, both Friday night and Saturday. If, in fact, she is approved, she will see that they get the wine will be delivered to them. More important than that, my client is very, very health conscious. She's part of a group of vegans, vegetarians, and individuals that their diet, both solid and liquid, is very, very important to them. She lives in the area. She shops in the area. She only drinks biodynamic wines, and she's been to all the stores, and the four nearest stores, they all carry, or one of them more than others carry, a limited portion of organic wine, and that takes care of the growth that still are chemicals after the grapes are pressed. Biodynamic wines, not one which is completely pure growth and in production. None of the four closest stores have one bottle of biodynamic wines. Her group of friends and acquaintances only drink that. There are a growing population in Brooklyn of people who only want organic and biodynamic wines, and if she is approved, she will stock a store with enough biodynamic and organic wines to possibly satisfy many people. She wishes to become a destination store in that respect. She comes from a family of individuals who are in the liquor business. Her brother owned 2 liquor stores with licenses. He's currently employed at a store in Nassau County. Her sister-in-law owns a liquor store on Kings Highway. She's selling it in 2 weeks. Her father works for her sister-in-law, works for her brother. They would be with her in this particular store if she does get approved. And last, but if you, Mr. Lynn is a first-class attorney. He's my friend. When it comes to lawyering, I give him an A+. When it comes to geography, an F. Cited
Still his friend?
beautiful statistics for Coney Island. This store is not in Coney Island, Sheepshead Bay. If you want to go from Sheepshead Bay to Coney Island, they're not even adjacent to each other. You have to go through Brighton Beach. Coney Island Avenue is not in Coney Island. It stops at Brighton Beach. Well, all these things considered, my client, stores are not on top of each other. My client has a built-in customer base from the employees at the hospital, from the residents at the Jewish Center, and more important, this will be the destination store for organic and biodynamic wine in Brooklyn. There's no other place in Brooklyn that would be like it.
Mr. Gilman, how many of your clients have bulletproof stores, if any? They're both open?
Is this going to be open?
Yes. This is open, correct?
Completely.
So you have here 1,445 square feet. What percentage of that will be biodynamic organic wines?
50% of the wines will
Sorry.
be
About, can you just lift the mic up, please? So 50%?
Yes.
Are there enough SKUs of biodynamic wines that you can fill it with? SKUs means item number, different types of item products?
Yes, and if you would approve it, I have to do more research and find I know some of them, and I have to do more research to
Well,
find.
Mr. Simon represented that you and your friends only drink biodynamic wines. So
Yeah.
what are some of the biodynamic wines that you drink?
It's the name of it. One of them is a Spiral 36. Another one is Vittoria.
Anything else?
It's another one is parallel.
The only reason why I'm asking, I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but the representation by your attorney is that you're an expert or you know very well about biodynamic and organic wines, and this store is going to be 50% of biodynamic organic wines, and then if you're not really able to give me a few, and this is all you drink, and if you can't give me a few of these names, then to me, the representation of the uniqueness of the store kind of gets questioned. And so that's the only reason why I'm not trying to put you on the spot it's not a gotcha moment. I'm just trying to understand, exactly how viable this kind of a business model is, because that really is the crux of your argument that this is going to be very different in that case. And so, I mean, I just don't see that you could fill it with so many biodynamic and organic wines for this kind of a space. But
50% of the store will not be filled with biodynamic wines. Of the wine product, you're going to have a standard inventory of spirits. We're just talking on wine.
so 50% of those. So what's the breakdown between wines and spirits?
Pardon me?
What will be the breakdown of wines and spirits in the store?
This particular area, I think it would be about 60% or 50%, 50% each.
50% each. So 25% of the space will be biodynamic organic wines.
Commissioner, can I interrupt?
Sure.
First of all the responses are given by the attorney and not the individual, which makes me a little suspect as to whether she in fact has this kind of method of operation. Secondly, 2 or 3 bottles, possibly I could even mention, but we haven't heard of the winery or the distillery or the wholesalers that she's been involved with, from which she would get an assortment, different SKUs, different lines. We haven't heard any of that. And the third thing we haven't heard is my clients are willing to come up here and say that they do have some sales of these different wines, natural wines, et cetera. So it's not a question that this area isn't being serviced by any of these type of wines either. And the fourth thing is that this is really all hearsay. We don't really have any documentation to show that this area isn't being serviced by organic wines, biodynamic wines, natural wines, or anything like that.
So do your clients sell biodynamic and organic wines?
Organic.
But not biodynamic?
Well, I don't know if it's that great a distinction.
Well, Mr. Seidman gave me the distinction.
That's actually the question. I didn't hear the distinction. What is the distinction?
Distinction would be for organic wines.
I know what organic is. What's biodynamic?
Organic wines has some chemical and preservative in it. And biodynamic wines doesn't have any preservatives. It's all natural. This is the difference.
Ecological and ethical approach.
Okay.
Yeah, I just...
We have one more. Our brother is here.
Don't mind.
You're here. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Adam Agaev. I'm 10 years in the business. I have my own store, as the Mr. Seidman mentioned, in Nassau
You said you have
County.
2 stores, actually.
I used to have, my wife have it, and I have two.
Okay.
And I'm in Nassau County. I work closely with David Bowler. He's a distributor for the organic and biodynamics wines. And when she came up with that idea, I told her that I have all the people, I'm going to help her. And like I work with distributors, I know a lot of people. I have consultants in my stores which always come and help, which I'm going to provide all this information and people to my sister to make it happen.
You own a store now, or you used to own a store?
I used to own the store. I manage a store in Nassau County, and my wife has a store.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Which also, I would just say, was a little disconcerting with the possibility of mutual interest in other stores.
Well,
Mr. Lynn,
been no evidence of
yeah,
that.
you know that. There's, okay, well, so, first recognizing this isn't in Coney Island, it's on Coney Island Avenue. I just see that within 0.5 miles, we've got 5 existing stores, the closest one being 2,500 square feet, the one after that being 1,200 square feet. And 2 of the closest stores say that they do sell organic wine, although not biodynamic wine.
Very, very limited amount.
Right. But based on the representation, I just don't know if your, client, it doesn't come across to me that she herself is knowledgeable enough to say that they'll be able to have a business centered around biodynamic and organic wines that are going to comprise 25% of the licensed premises. And again, there's just 5 stores within 0.5 miles. Some of the stores have increased sales, some have decreasing sales. And so at this time, I just don't see any additional added public convenience and advantage, so I vote to deny.
I'm going to vote to deny as well. As Commissioner Kim pointed out, there's a clear, there's a number of liquor stores within 0.5 miles. The sales are inconsistent. 3 of the 5 closest are their sales are consistently up or down. I just don't see the need for another store in this location, so I'm going to vote to
There
deny
was
as
also
well.
a 6% decline in population from 2013 to 2010 in the zip code. So it's not an increase.
I think your idea, I don't have a problem with your idea, it just isn't in this, at this location.
Thank you.
540, Crown Heights 2020.
Say that again.
5 in a row coming up. At some point we just do it.
Thanks.
Anytime.
You're taking care of me.
It's a joint effort, by the way.
I
Anytime.
appreciate it. I want to get these out. I want to knock them out.
Okay, but just, you know,
You're not going to hear
faster,
complaining.
And maybe we can move,
no,
move out of Brooklyn so we don't have to see Mr. Lynn every time.
you about done?
He's-
I think I'm going to go up to Albany next time.
Oh, no.
I'll be the
This
first
is
person to
a
see in the
200
morning.
Mr. Lynn, there's a 200-foot issue here.
Yeah, I want to address that because there was disapproval from the local board. Why it got kicked up, I have no idea, but I brought with me a...
So wait, why don't we get the answer why first?
Because this could make
Be
it
very
a lot
quick,
less.
hopefully.
Hold on, because we had an argument from the attorney of record that wants to dispute the 200-foot.
So why don't we hear from them
And
first?
just before, that, I do have the certificate of occupancy, and I do have the...
Well, that's all contingent on, they have to have the proper C of O anyway, right, before they can get the
It
license?
shows that it's
We don't have
a,
to-
it shows that it's a corner store, being North
Oh, I see what you're
North
saying.
and Lincoln Place.
Okay.
Oh, I do recall this,
Yeah.
okay.
That's the
So
corner.
you still don't want it, or wouldn't hurt to look at it?
Right, so oh, I see.
No, we'll take it, just if you're
that's
going to move away.
Oh, good thing you don't have sensitive skin.
I assume that the 200-foot issue had been resolved. This is not their store. The retail in that complex is broken up into various stores, and so their location is not on the corner. It's around the corner, a couple storefronts in. So that what is on the corner store has been subdivided, and it's not. This store is not on the corner.
And these are addresses, I take it, on your diagram?
I think Landis Simon did those.
But those are the addresses of the,
To my knowledge, you want yes, exactly.
Yeah.
So right, the A10 is the location. Correct.
okay. Well, then I need some clarification myself, so we're going to go out.
And why don't we just take a 5-minute
Yeah, we're gonna take a
bathroom break while we're at it? Is out.
Yeah.
I'm meaning, it doesn't apply in this case.
Yeah, I'm happy, because then you're going to have to listen to me for another 10 minutes.
No, we're going to cut you off today.
I'm the attorney for two of the closest stores, A&D Liquors at 751 Nostrand Avenue and A&S Liquors at 884 Nostrand Avenue. 3 of the 5 closest stores are already servicing Nostrand Avenue. I have that as part of my Exhibit 1. A&D at 751, A&S at 884, and CNC at 627. Also, J&R Symposium and Open Store, all those stores are bulletproof.
All 4?
All 3 on Nostrand are bulletproof.
Okay.
Also, J&R Symposium and Open Store is the second closest store to the applicant at 1148 Union Street, and that was just opened on 9/4/2015.
Yeah, we have that as the 5th closest.
They're all pretty close.
They're very
Yeah,
close.
they're all very, right, they kind of bunched them together, yeah. As far as sales figures, of the 5 closest stores, only Yin Choi Liquors at 808 Prospect Place shows increasing sales, and the new store, we don't need to say, we don't have the sales figures. The population for zip code 11216 shows a 2.62 decrease from the 2000 census to 2010 census, and a continuing decline for estimated population for 2013, which I next as my Exhibit 3. Therefore, the evidence shows that there has been a negative change in the community's population at the 11216 zip code, and the stagnant sales of the majority of the stores would substantiate there has been no great rise in market demand. I believe that there's no evidence that applicant will be offering products or services that are not readily available to the community, as is limited by being a 350 square foot store. With respect to the proximity of the other licensees, there's nothing to explain why another package store is needed in such close proximity to the existing stores, particularly within 245 feet from the closest store on Nostrand Avenue and the newly opened store on 1148 Union Street, just 1,100 feet away. The only identifiable difference between the applicant and the existing licensees on Nostrand Avenue is the fact that applicant intends to operate an open store, while the current businesses on Nostrand Avenue are bulletproof locations. There's likely a reason why all the stores on Nostrand Avenue have adopted the bulletproof model. If this was an area where an open store could operate, we would expect that the existing licensees on Nostrand would have altered their stores accordingly to meet customer demand. However, the current licensees on Nostrand Avenue clearly have considered that for safety reasons, a bulletproof store is the most appropriate venue to operate on Nostrand Avenue. To note again, the new open store experience has just been made available only 1,100 feet away on Union Street, a less commercialized residential venue, in September 2015. Based upon the record before the authorities believe that Public Convenience and Advantage would not be served by issuing a new package store license to the applicant for this specific location.
Thank you. Is there more opposition?
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Yes. They're all here.
Just put your names on for the
Can you
record.
just all come up together, please?
Your name and the store.
My name is Diana Lee. I'm the store owner of A&D 751 Nostrand Avenue.
Thank you.
I am an A&T nigger INC manager.
Hi, my name is Stephen Lee. I'm the son of my mom. That's the store of A&S on AA4 Nostrand.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Elke Hoffman. I'm the attorney for the applicant Crown Heights 2020. I think I disagree with fundamentally with the starting point that Crown Heights is losing population. I think some of the articles I submitted as well show Crown Heights is one of the neighborhoods in Brooklyn that is rapidly gentrifying. Franklin Avenue has been described as a trendy busy street, and Franklin Avenue is about 3 blocks away and has been up and coming. I don't think, looking at the three of the stores on Nostrand are bulletproof and that their sales are declining is not, I think, a sign that this neighborhood can't support additional stores, but rather that the neighborhood is changing and the community that's moving in is just not shopping at the bulletproof stores. J&R, which is the only open store that is on the list, is on the other side of Eastern Parkway, which is a pretty major, it's Brooklyn's widest avenue. I think the map shows you it's 4 lanes of traffic and bike lanes and pedestrian lanes. And so that is a new open store. And I think that shows you that also people are moving into the area and looking for open stores. Michael Desaias, who is the owner, has lived in the area and opened several businesses in that area. With me is also Paul Lang. He is going to be the initial manager, and he has a wealth of experience, and he can certainly speak to what this store is going to do differently than any of the stores, including the open store.
Could you do that? Yes.
Sure. Hi, my name is Paul Lang. I have almost 25 years experience in the food and wine world. I've worked for many great restaurateurs in Boston and in New York City, lived in Europe and worked at wineries and restaurants in Italy specifically, and have now lived in New York City for about 15 years. Worked at Babbo Restaurant, doing the wine there, worked at Il Buco restaurant downtown and helped open the new Il Buco Alimentari and Vigneria, where I was the beverage director of both of those restaurants at the same time, manager at the McKittrick Hotel.
So we got it.
Okay, all right.
But what are you going to do different that the other ones are? I mean, we know they're bulletproof, but what are you guys specifically going to do?
Well, I think specifically the connections that I've made over those years in the industry will bring a lot of unique products to the area. Products like wine and spirits, obviously. Wine being probably about 75%, spirits being about 25%. On the spirits end, being majority local spirits. You know, a lot of people these days have distilleries in Brooklyn specifically, and then up the Hudson Valley. There's plenty to choose from in terms of offering local sustainable spirits, and the same with wine. Probably about a third of the wine selection being from New York State wines, from the Finger Lakes, from the North Fork, the South Fork, and even Hudson Valley. There's about 35 wineries up in the Hudson Valley. So trying to bring some new products to the area. And then obviously with my experience on Italian and European wines in general, bringing some of those products that are brought in by friends of mine, you know, who are obviously licensed importers and distributors, but, you know, having those relationships for a long time, knowing the producers personally, having them come to the store, give tastings and lectures at the store, just trying to create more of that connection with the public, with the wines, than obviously having a piece of glass in front of you. So,
This is 350 square feet?
yes.
I
actually
do all of that in that
sure.
small space?
I actually also appreciate smaller selections. I'm not looking to just pack the store with hundreds of different SKUs. I think it's important that everything has a story behind it. So the size is actually an inviting challenge, if you will. It makes it to create a little bit more of an interesting, thoughtful selection than just trying to pack shelves with whatever you can. So.
And you're going to be the manager as an employee?
Opening.
Partner?
Management consultant in the beginning. So being there, getting the store open, being part of the hiring process, the training process, setting the standards and the operating procedures for.
But not stay on as an employee manager.
Not for the entirety of the store.
Right.
Get it open.
Just
if it's
get it
6
open,
months to get it open, help
I
get
see.
it open and be there. And obviously hiring someone, hopefully who lives in the neighborhood, who is a wine lover and spirits lover and can speak to it just as well as I can. So, and that takes a little time. That takes a little time to train the right person and to be there. So I'm willing to put that in.
Okay, thank you.
So, Mr. Desaias, you're going to work there full-time as well?
Yes, sir. Hi, and good afternoon to everybody. The short answer is no. I live a block away, and I have 2 other businesses on this same block. I'm uniquely positioned in that sense to understand the needs of the neighborhood. I'm very active in the neighborhood as a community organizer. I run nonprofits and 8 for-profit retail businesses in the neighborhood. I have dozens and dozens of conversations every day. What Nostrand Avenue needs is, what does not exist is this kind of boutique wine store.
What are your two businesses? I don't see that on the questionnaire.
Okay, you gotta be ready for this, it's a big list. I own 4 bagel shops, they're called Nagel's Bagels. One is in Bed-Stuy, one's Prospect Lefferts, 2 are in Crown Heights, one's on Franklin, one's on Nostrand. I own a coffee shop called Little Zelda on Franklin Avenue. I own a bookstore.
This isn't on any... did you not list it on your
It's
questionnaire?
got this one, present self-employed owner, doesn't say what it is.
I don't know what question we're talking about. But I own a bookstore
Okay.
called Hullabaloo Books in Crown Heights.
And you have an interest, you did have an interest in Two Saints?
Two Saints is my business, I built it, yes.
You still...
I'm the managing partner of the LLC, 753 Nostrand.
What are these letters that we have then that...
These letters are, first of all, I would like to say I learned about them about an hour ago, and I feel that they're irrelevant to this application, but there's some internal fighting with an investor that I brought on and made a mistake with, who's, to paint you a picture, he's a sort of a B-level Donald Trump, and he likes to bully and get his way and make threats and make false accusations. And it looks like, having quickly skimmed that today, these are things that we are basically false allegations that I've addressed in writing last year.
So you are currently a managing member of 753 Nostrand LLC?
Yes.
And what is that gentleman's role in 753 Nostrand LLC? Because he's writing the letter as if he is the managing member.
Honestly, we could stay here and talk about this
I
argument.
just
No, I
need to-
understand your
right.
question. And I founded this LLC. I was hired in the paperwork with the investor as the managing member. There was an attempt by that investor to name a friend of his as the managing member, and it's in dispute. But it is a gorgeous bar, the best in Brooklyn, and I encourage everyone in the room to go there. What, say that again?
It's a gorgeous bar. He wants
Best
everyone
bar in
to go.
Brooklyn, and
Heck,
everyone
if
should
you come
go.
all the way down here, why not advertise your bar?
But to address if I can just take a second to address the opposing counsel, there's nothing like this in Nostrand Avenue. It is a wild business opportunity. It's amazing that there is none on this incredible commercial corridor from Atlantic to Eastern. There's not a single, what I consider, wine shop. There's the Bulletproof, but it's like a totally different business. The people who are asking me to open a wine shop do not go into these because they're intimidating. The selection is poor. You guys deal with this kind of Bulletproof versus non-issue all the time, so I need to explain it, but it's a big deal. And frankly, this stretch of Nostrand Avenue has room for at least one more a fancy boutique wine shop of the kind I'm saying, possibly even 2 more.
We're not going to comment on that. He wants to respond. Go ahead.
Just 3 quick matters. Number 1, the closest store is within 245 feet from the closest store. Secondly, I came before you on a protest, I would say only about 2 months ago. Wino Tea on Franklin Avenue is one of the closer stores. It is true it's on the other side of Eastern Parkway. But the reason for that protest was Wino Tea does, and it was presented as part of the protest, does New York wines, artisanal wines, biodynamic, and is a small store specializing in these small producers. The applicant, who was also on Franklin Avenue, only about 250 feet away, was also the exact same type of operation, and he was claiming that he was going to use this, and one of my arguments is that we already have a store 200, 300 feet away that does the exact same thing. And on Franklin Avenue, you do have the Eastern Franklin Liquors, and then with Wino Tea and the new one that was just licensed about 2 months ago, you do have another liquor store which was given photos, I think Commissioner Kim might remember, where the photo showed it as totally blank with just the outside, and it ended up to being a very nice store which had bulletproof entrance, but then in the back you could go into the wine selection and select your own wine, so it wasn't necessarily bulletproof as was suggested by the other council. So you do have, and counsel here did say that Franklin Avenue, yes, Franklin Avenue is the other side of Eastern Parkway. It is being gentrification. It is changed a little bit, and as the board did decide that it was open to having another new small open store organic. However, you cross Eastern Parkway, and also I use the population statistics for that other side of Eastern Parkway, and they were up, no question about it. And the articles did say Crown Heights, but this is a different Crown Heights. You go across the Eastern Parkway, and you go up Nostrand Avenue. Nostrand Avenue has taints of the old Crown Heights that most people relate to. So it's really not fair to say, yes, this is Franklin Avenue, this is gentrification, when in essence you also then have to look at the stores that are on Franklin Avenue as well, to be fair. You can't just bifurcate Franklin Avenue from the entire way to approach this opposition.
But she did submit, which I'm sure, I don't know if you've seen or not, an article that indicates that there are a significant number of new businesses opening on Nostrand Avenue.
I did not see those, but I also did not see them when I drove up Nostrand Avenue, but if they specifically say so. But Nostrand is still a tough road.
I mean, that's from the articles from last year, and it indicates 10 businesses opened last winter on Nostrand.
Yeah, and then also it depends. Don't forget, Nostrand is an extremely long avenue, so we don't know whether that's right in the specific area or it could be 4 miles down the road.
Well, they have the addresses. It's right in the specific area. 700s.
These are both, the stretch of nothing that we're looking at and
Can
the
you come
stretch
up to the mic, please?
are on the northern side of Eastern Parkway. The only thing that here is on the southern side is J&R, which is on the other side.
Look, so
Wine OT is the closest boutique store. I think it was over 2,600. It's a long stretch from Nostrand to Franklin. They're two pretty distinct commercial avenues. And so I think there's no doubt that the store in this case that's 245 feet away is a very different animal, and it's very different, obviously, than the boutique store.
So the fact that this is an open store is definitely in your client's favor. It's, it's just that it's 276 feet away from 1,000 square foot space. In this area, I could see a open space, open floor plan being licensed with higher end type wines and liquor, and my issue is it's just right there. But for me, given that the others are bulletproof, and distance isn't something that, it's just something to consider in the totality of our consideration. It's not a prohibitive factor, and the small footprint, 350 square feet. You also mentioned a third New York State wine. Did you say that?
Correct. A third of the 75%.
75% wine, but a third of that you said was going to be New York.
Yes.
And then you said majority of your 25% liquor was going to be New York State as well, right?
Correct.
And are you beholden to those numbers?
Yes. Yeah, I think it's important to say that the SKUs, we're not talking about hundreds of SKUs.
No, I know, that's why.
So
that's why for a small footprint, it's very important that this is really your business model. Because I think that can get me over the fact that you're so close to this. I think if you commit to those numbers on the license, then.
So what numbers are we
So he's saying,
yes,
a third of his 75%, and I would say 50% of his 25% is New York State.
Again, for me, just to add to that issue and to speak to what we were talking about before.
But is your client okay with it, or you can make this decision on your own?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Is to say that what makes a store like this interesting is a connection that we're trying to make from the products to the people that make them and to the people that buy them, and that's an integral part of the business plan. Is that we're not going to sell anything without a story, without some sort of words about what people are buying, and that speaks wholly to New York State products, and again, people that I know personally, distributors that I know personally within the state, to bring in producers and stuff and make that connection. So totally beholden.
Okay,
to
so
those
Mr. Lin, there's your I guess the last chance. A&D and A&S and Tin Choy, the three are the closest. What percentage are New York State wines and liquors?
They have no idea.
told the truth.
Did you just tell him to tell the truth?
Exactly. Yes, you don't want to be caught
I
lying.
appreciate that, Mr. Lynn.
We do send out investigators sometimes.
Makes me wonder, I've never heard you say that to a client before. It makes me wonder.
Yes, go ahead.
So around 10 to 15% are from New York.
Where are you from again? You're from A&D?
751 Nordstrom, the closest one. 50% of our stores are wine. So around there, about 1/3-ish, can't say, because the selection changes. Because we have to move the wines, wherever the customer requests,
Right.
we add, that's how we change our wine selection.
Right.
So we can't always say what was what.
Just give me a ballpark.
1/3, about 1/3 of our half is around New York, because that's what we've been changing our liquor selection depending on what the customer asks, and that's how we move.
Okay.
So it's not like we don't sell wine in our store because that is a neighborhood has been changing. So our wine selection has been half of our business.
Okay. And A&S?
What's that mean?
Hi, I sell the same wine they sell 'cause with the same ownership.
Don't say that.
Like, exactly.
Mr. Lynn, you might want to say.
Don't tell that much of the truth.
It's a similar type of.
I got it.
I got it, we got it. Okay, thank you.
Can I say one more thing?
Sure.
I think it's also just important to understand like kind of the proactive way of selling wine as opposed to the reactive way in terms of, I'm making decisions based on lots of years of experience and
No, we got that.
We got that.
No, I know, but
There's a customer experience, I get
No,
it.
but I'm saying in terms of selections that are offered by Southern, by Empire. Hey, sell these, that's what they
look, again, I'll vote to approve based on the open floor plan and the commitment to those percentages of New York State products. That's my vote.
I'll vote to approve as well. The four closest are bulletproof. This is obviously a different business model. It's a very small footprint. They're committing to sell a significant percentage of New York State products, and I think that the neighborhood, based on my own experience, but also based on the representations of council, is changing and has changed, and I think that there is a public convenience and advantage to it. So I'll vote to approve.
Okay, thank you. Good luck.
Mike Jones brought that out for you for the next one.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, it's coming.
Oh, it's not the next one.
What's this?
Huh?
I hope so.
I don't know.
537 in a glass.
This is a removal of a package store?
Can't wait for this one.
What is that one?
%25 will be liquor.
You're going to ask her now if you...
No. I'm going to make...
Majority of, it says the majority of the 25.
Say that again? Yes, in a glass LLC. Yeah.
I'll figure something out.
Okay. Yeah. No, but we got to...
Thank you.
Thank you.
I really used that to ask you to follow my lead, but I had more experience.
Good afternoon, Robert Bookman from Bezetsky and Bookman. With me is my new associate, Max Bookman, similar last name, just a coincidence.
Otherwise known as managing partner.
Of the future. I know there's opposition, you want to hear them first. Just wanted to point out this is a removal, not a new application. Go put some of these business out of it.
I'm the attorney for Alga Wines and Spirits, doing business as London Terrace at 221 9th Avenue, and Sue Bob Liquor, doing business as Philippe Liquors at 312 West 23rd Street. This is an interesting situation. Applicant's building is a corner building on 9th Avenue and 23rd Street. There's already the existing store, and it's has an address for West 9th Avenue, and it has for 9th Avenue and an address for 23rd Street. My client, which is London Terrace, is already on 9th Avenue, right at the corner of the building. You go around the corner to the other side and go to 23rd Street, and this is the applicant's application for the 23rd Street, all in the same building. We do have, as far as the second closest store is Midtown Spirits at 177 9th Avenue, which is 21st Street. It's only 2 blocks away, and that had been licensed in 2012. Third closest store is Seabob, which I mentioned, and they're up towards 8th Avenue, just 1 block. The fourth closest store is Forager's Wines at 8th Avenue, just 1,025 feet away, and they were licensed in 2012. This is an area at 9th Avenue and 23rd Street, which is already saturated with liquor stores. As far as the sales figures go, Alga in the same building shows only marginal sales increases in the last 4 years. Philippe Liquors, the third closest store, has only 2014 sales, showing a substantial increase. The full year of 2015 appears to be problematic. I didn't receive any figures on Midtown Liquors on my FOIL request, and Foragers shows increasing sales, but I'd like to point out to the authority that Foragers is a lot like Italy on Park Avenue, where they have Foragers as a supermarket, and then they also have a restaurant, and they also have the liquor store, and this is almost like a destination area, and they're only like 2 blocks away, and so their sales have been increasing because of just the manner of their business model, and that they do bring in other people because of, as I say, it's I think a almost analogous situation with Italy, which is in the eastern part of Chelsea. Applicant In a Glass LLC has a focus, at least I saw from their website, organic, biodynamic, and natural wines. London Terrace in the very same building has approximately 22% of its inventory as organic and New York State wines. On a total of 1,362 SKUs, they have 175 SKUs that are organic, that's 12.85%, and 125 SKUs that are New York State, 9.18%. And then Philippe, which is just 1 block up towards 8th Avenue, has approximately 17% of its inventory as organic and New York State wines. On a total of 2,254 SKUs, they have 230 SKUs that are organic, that's 10.2%, and 145 SKUs that are New York State, 6.43%. I would also like to point out, although I don't have the specific numbers for Foragers, but Foragers is that organic, natural type of supermarket with the organic sales of vegetables and everything else. I would just assume that the biodynamic and organic and natural wines are probably a substantial part of that liquor store. Again, I don't have these specific numbers or whatever, but it would appear to me, being, again, a lot like Italy, that it probably is. Therefore, you do have the same type of business method, unless it's changed by applicant, to this new store, which, like I say, is right on the doorstep of my other client, which is on 9th Avenue.
So, and just before you go, how many doors in on 9th Avenue? Approximately, if you know?
I think 3 at the most.
3?
Good guess, yeah. And then when you go across onto his side, I think you have more. I think it may be 4.
Right, okay. Thank you.
Any other opposition?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Sure,
Yeah,
come on up, yeah.
Oh, I thought they were all with you.
No.
I owned Philippe Liquor on 23rd and 8th Avenue. I just wanted to say I've been there for 25 years. I've been forced to take my business outside the neighborhood because as of today, I'm on 8th and 23rd. There's a store on 7th and 23rd. There's a store on 9th and 23rd. There's a store on 8th and 22nd, Foragers, which Mr. Lynn mentioned. That was promised to the SLA that would be biodynamic and organic. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to open. And I have a store north of me, 3 blocks. I am inundated with stores around my store, and now there's going to be 2 on every corner. This applicant is looking to go a stone's throw within the same building.
Thanks.
Yeah, yes, on 9th Avenue, because I'm...
No, I said I get that, thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, unless you have something else to add. Yeah.
More?
Sure.
Yes, all right. Thank you. All right.
Good afternoon. With me is Scott Pachter. He's the owner of the existing store. Let me just set the table a little bit here. Scott operates Interglass LLC, doing business Appalachian in this neighborhood, and has for 10 years. We'd love to stay where we are if we could, but we've been priced out of our lease, and we've known this for some time. For 2 years now, the landlord has told us what the rent is going to be. It's not possible with a store whose sales are flat and doing around $1.7 million that we could possibly stay where we are. So our office has been working with Scott for close to 2 years now to try to find a store as close as possible to his current store. Why do we want it as close as possible to his current store? Because he's not just another liquor store. He is a destination location for not somebody that has a shelf or two of organic and biodynamic wines, but he is one of the leading figures in that segment of the industry and one of the pioneers in the industry. We have submitted, as part of Exhibit A, petitions from now 1,700 people, all of which were obtained from our customers in the store. We weren't walking around the neighborhood looking for petitions, for signatures. I've never seen so many signatures in any case in for or against any application at the Liquor Authority. These are our current customers that are asking the Liquor Authority for their public convenience and advantage to keep this store in the neighborhood so they can keep shopping there. That's Exhibit A. Exhibit B, in addition to that, are over 50 individuals who felt that signing a petition wasn't enough. That's how much they appreciate and love this store and want to keep it in the neighborhood. So they wrote letters. So you have over 50 letters on top of that. Exhibit C, we attached the huge new development that's in this growing area right near an Avenue 2 block away from Hudson Yards. This is one of the largest growing areas, both for business and residential, in the next 5 to 10 years, probably in the borough of Manhattan. And in Exhibit D, we submitted a whole series of articles concerning Scott and his store, showing this is not just some other store that has a focus or carries some of these types of products. This is who they are. This is what they are. And this is all what they are. Scott doesn't carry your standard products that other stores carry. He doesn't carry Bacardi or Stoli or Dewar's or Johnny Walker or Absolute. He doesn't carry Yellowtail or Gallo or Mondavi. Zero. We're not in competition with these other stores now, and we would still not be in competition because we have to move an avenue block over. 3 of the 4 nearest stores to us now, Commissioners, remain 3 of the 4 nearest stores to us. And the 4th one that is not nearest to us now, Subob, does over $7 million a year. So we haven't been competing with them before, and we're not going to compete with them now. We're keeping the same core stores that we're near. Yes, we're getting nearer to them, but we don't compete with them. The products that they do carry, which fall into the category of organic or biodynamic, and I see counsel in his very sleight of hand threw in New York State there to try to up the numbers. We're not talking about New York State products. We're talking about what we concentrate in, and in the chart that I gave you, we did close shopping of all the other stores. You'll see, by the way, if you just jump to the bottom first, 0.7% of all the products in Scott's store comes from the 2 largest wholesalers in the state, Empire and Southern. 99% of our products come elsewhere. And while they have a few percent, when we shopped, of display space devoted to organic wines, and we took photographs to show you, I want to hand those up. Sure. To show you, and it's amazing how these two stores kind of like look alike with their signage, and they look alike. You'll see also it's almost the exact same product selection of the limited products that they do carry in that category. Scott, you could speak to this much better than I can, but simply carrying some limited product does not mean we're in competition on those product areas. The chart that we gave you is a one-by-one list. Is a one-by-one list of everything that we carry from and the percentage of our purchases and whether they carry it or not. So you'll see that there is virtually no overlap, as minimal as you possibly can be. So we are not, obviously as a removal, we're not increasing any number of stores. Our niche product is beyond doubt. The neighborhood and support and the devotion of our customers is unusual and rare. I might point out, as a matter of fact, that we are a major source of referrals to these other stores, have been and continue to be, because when people happen to walk into our store not knowing what we are and ask for where's the Bacardi or where's the Yellowtail, we send them to their store.
Which store is which?
So this is Philippe's, and this is London Terrace.
Okay, thank you.
And while we would like to be farther away, if possible, from the store that's around the corner, we're not literally in the same building, we're in the same complex of London Terrace, which in and of itself has more residents living in it than some towns of applications that you've heard today.
So all these statistics and numbers you're giving us now, you're saying the percentage of biodynamic and organic wines is what percent of your entire business?
So if I'm defining it the same way Mr. Lynn's defining it for the opposition, it's in excess of 90%.
Well, no, excluding the New York State stuff.
But
I
defining
mean, not
the way,
excluding New York State organic biodynamic, but you know, yes.
I
Okay.
understand your question. In defining the way he's defining organic and biodynamic, we have greater than 90%. Because I did an audit of the stores, and being familiar with these wines, I don't know how he came up with, and I realize he has New York State in there, but specifically he's saying that he has 175 organic for Alga, which is London Terrace, and 230 for Sue Bob's, which is the $7 million store, Philippe's. But in being in those stores for extensive time, I don't know where he got these numbers. And so
how many SKUs do you have total?
We have roughly 250 SKUs.
And you're saying 90% of that is organic and
biodynamic.
And so your current space is 400 square feet, correct?
No.
No, it's 2,000 square feet.
It's 2,000 and you're moving down to 900 square feet?
Correct.
Yes.
We're shrinking considerably.
But you're going to maintain that 90% ratio of
It's easy to do, because right now we have too much space, and that's the issue.
Okay.
We have too much space, and it's a very small footprint that we have with our wines.
And 10 years ago, when we were new there, we can get a lease that we could afford, no longer not with all the development and going on in the neighborhood. So we don't need all that space. We're going to dramatically reduce the size.
So, Mr. Lynn, can you just address this organic issue? If this store comes in with 90%
the truth,
organic, biodynamic.
I find it interesting that they didn't go over to Foragers, who's 2 blocks away.
They didn't oppose.
That doesn't, just because they didn't oppose doesn't mean.
Tell us about Foragers.
And the other issue.
Provide a service, I apologize.
No, and I get that, but the other issue is that the 4 closest stores remain the 4 closest stores. So I don't.
No, 3 of the 4.
3 of the 4, I'm sorry.
Sue Bob, that he's representing, is over a $7 million store. I don't think our 900 square feet is going to be much.
But address the organic, if you would.
All right, let my client speak. Go ahead.
The organic question, okay.
In reference to organic and biodynamic, there's been a lot of talk here about that. I'm not here to educate, but biodynamic is a term that farmers or grape growers use in the methods that they grow wines. There's no labeling of biodynamic. There's no FDA. There's no FDA regulation that says biodynamic. And when these wines are imported, even the organic wines don't pass the FDA United States requirements.
No, that I understand, but they are marketing them that way, and
yes, they are.
There is obviously a desire for them. How accurate that is, I don't know.
Yes, and that is true. And in turn, we do that. And I just wanted to state my volume, which I worked very hard to keep and build, is today over 40% outside the neighborhood area. When there's a store on every block, I got guys and trucks and everything I can do to get volume past the four corners where stores are, and now attempting to put two stores on one corner.
No, I understand. I mean, just to this point where they're saying the list of all these types of wines and liquor that they're selling that nobody else in that area sells.
I glanced at their website, and it showed differently than what they say.
No, that's inaccurate. We have a nightly upload for our website. When I first came in front of you, which was August of 2005, no one mentioned organic and biodynamic. We were the first, and we did it because we had a belief, and we've maintained that belief for 10 years.
Well, so that's the thing is, I get it, and I do understand from Philippe's point of view. I know that's not your name, right? It's a store name, but Philippe's point of view that, there's already one on almost every block in that area, and then you're adding another one on the same corner as an existing one, and the sales represent, there's increases, decreases, and then there are organic wines at Foragers, I assume. And can you address that then, how yours is different from Foragers?
The flow of traffic for Foragers is different than the flow of traffic for our store. In order to go to Foragers, you have to walk south along 8th Avenue, south of 23rd Street. They're on the corner of 22nd Street. We're actually on 23rd, we would be on 23rd Street. And as far as the same corner, the Philippe's, or London Terrace is mid-block. They're not on the same corner. They're not on the corner. They're actually mid-block on 9th Avenue. They are mid-block.
I mean,
it's okay. We're not going to go over a couple hundred feet. My thing is, look, if you're moving with 3 of the 4 closest and Subob being the 4th, the magnitude of business it does wouldn't really be affected by where you were within that radius. But at this time, that particular location, I just don't think it adds a public convenience and advantage. Anywhere else in that area that I could see it working, anywhere else in reasonable proximity to the other stores, existing stores, but
My name is Jiwon Park, and I'm Scott Pactor's wife, and I'm also a partner in the business. I'm an emotional partner.
No other business.
Yes, I own no other businesses.
you also just cut me off.
Oh, I apologize.
No, it's okay. Go ahead.
I just wanted to state, though, that the differentiator of our store also is that media and other wine experts view Scott and Appellation as true experts in the organic and biodynamic wine world. He's often mentioned in the press. Food and Wine Magazine named Appellation one of the top 10 natural wine stores. He was in the United States. He was just interviewed on Heritage Radio by Joe Campanelli, who's an industry expert in wines. We are very much embedded in that food and wine culture and in the neighborhood.
And may I speak regarding?
I can't imagine, Commissioner, a more in the public interest case than keeping this store open in the neighborhood.
I don't think we would object to that. I think I understand he's an expert, and I get all of that, but I understand also that he is looking to move within 260 feet of, and I realize a large portion of what he sells is not going to compete with the nearest wine stores, but some of it is. And he really, literally is, you don't want to call it the same building, but people probably that live there would.
It's a building of 1,700 apartments.
I understand all that, but you're literally...
That's new, and that hasn't been said, as I've been looking for 2 years. And this is the fifth landlord that we've actually spoken. This is the 6th landlord that we've spoken with and gone into negotiations with. The first one was 500 West 21st, which was literally 300 feet from our existing space. But there was a church across the street. The second one, 152 9th Avenue, which was 3 blocks up, 1 block east of where we are.
They've been open for 3 years because we couldn't come to terms with the landlord. The third, 244 10th Avenue, has structural issues in their basement, although there are no competitors on 10th Avenue. The fourth one, 207 9th Avenue, was a landlord that wouldn't allow for a contingency in the lease. The fifth one, 132 7th Avenue, was too far away according to my lawyer's advice.
So we've made every possible effort to stay as close. It was way too far. It was a new neighborhood for the most part. Our goal was to try to stay as close as we could to our current store, as close as possible to the stores that were allegedly competing with
you
now.
off, Mr. Brookman. As I was continuing to say, you know, we understand you're an expert, and we would love for you to be in the neighborhood. And now that you've mentioned you've actually made a concerted effort to try to find a space, but this particular location, I just can't see it working for the public convenience and advantage at this time. So I have to vote to deny.
May I say one more thing, and I'm sorry to cut you off, but before you say that, the 1,700 signatures are based on petitions that were on our counter. We didn't go into the street. We explained to every customer coming through the door that we are in the process of moving. It's for their convenience, their advantage.
Change my opinion, but it's up to you.
I just don't, it's just too close. That's my only problem. I want you to stay in the neighborhood as well, and I want you to be successful, and I want you to find a location, but this is just too close, and I realize there's 1,700 signatures, but given the sales numbers that are there and the proximity, particularly of the closest store, if they all were 0.2 miles, we wouldn't be having this conversation, but we're talking about 300 feet, and it's just too close, so I'm going to vote to deny as well.
I do want to state that we will close as a result of this.
I hope that's not true. I hope that doesn't end up being true.
But that's what it is true though. And I have an employee who is legally blind, and I have someone who owned her own store who's in her 70s, who actually will be laid off as a result as well.
Well, I hope that's not true, but good luck.
551F, 460 Wine Market.
This is the last one of Mr. Lynn's cases. This is the last one of Mr. Lynn's cases.
No. Liquor stores?
Yeah.
No, I get another liquor store, then I have Mr. Bernstein. Jackie, you still have all this for you.
Can I exit from the back?
Go ahead.
I'm the attorney for 3 of the closest stores to the applicant, 42 and 10 Spirits at 507 West 42nd Street, Grace Wine and Spirits at 610 10th Avenue, and Odyssey Wine and Spirits at 490 10th Avenue. As per my Exhibit 1, the SLA lamp site shows that there are already 7 stores within less than 0.2 miles. 7 stores within a 6-block radius, and 3 stores that are within 600 feet, 435 feet, 585 feet, and 605 feet. And there are already 3 stores already on 42nd Street, even though the information that the authority has on its website shows different addresses. These are also known as, so these are also buildings that they have on 42nd Street. And out of the 7 stores in the area, 4 are relatively new. Veritas Studios was licensed in August 2014. Grand Cru was licensed in December 2013. Odyssey in December 2011, and 39th Street, February 2012, which kind of correlates with the population. This area, which I have the population and demographics annexed as Exhibit 2 for 10336, shows the population did increase dramatically for years 2000 2010. It went up 31.78%, but the recent estimate, which I also has as an exhibit for 2013, shows a 6.4% decline for the 2010 to the 2013 period. And as I say also, you have 4 brand new stores that have come in between the 2010 to 2014 period. Sales figures, 5 closest stores show Sagnet decreasing sales, or they were just licensed. The neighborhood stores being extremely close, almost all provide website, mobile app ordering, delivery service, and wine tastings. Without being facetious, every big development in Manhattan should not be good enough reason to justify public convenience advantage for having its own liquor store. I think there's plenty of liquor stores being well serviced in this area.
What were your population numbers again?
I have it as Exhibit 2.
I have an increase in 25%. Do you have that?
I have it more than that.
Okay.
From the 2010, it was close to
And then he
38%.
And then you say there's a decrease.
A decrease from 2010,
Till now.
estimated 2013, of about 6.1%.
Which gets you almost to 25%.
Still. Yeah, that's fine.
But you're also your new licensees, 4 new licenses
We have
between
4?
2000.
We have 1 here.
Well, that's why I emphasized it. Veritas was the brand new one that was in August 2014, just licensed.
Right.
But Grand Cru was December 2013. Odyssey was December 2011. And 39th Street Wine was February 2012. So, even though you had that massive expansion during the 2000-2010 period, you also have quite a few new stores coming into the area.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Commissioner. My name is Samuel Lan. I'm the attorney for the applicant, Mrs. Cho. I've got the general manager of the Mima building with me as well. This is a fast-growing...
General manager of what?
The general manager of the building.
Okay.
Yeah. This is a very fast-growing area, and the premises that we're in has 700-some units. Also, there are 2 major buildings going up called Extel and Sky within a block and a half of the premises. We believe that there's enough population growth here to justify another location of a liquor store. Our liquor store is only about 630 square feet. We are smaller than other liquor stores in the premises. We offer to give public convenience and advantage because of the fact that all the liquor stores, you have to cross 42nd Street, which is a major traffic area, as well as 10th Avenue. And for those reasons, we request that the Commissioner, as well as the Chairman, approve this application. Can I have the General Manager say it, please?
Hello, my name is Antje Eichinger. I'm the General Manager for Mima and One Mima Tower. We have 633 rental units, 151 condominium units. Our residents, it would be a great convenience for our residents to have a store in the building. Our entrance is close to Dyer Street, and Dyer Street is a really busy corner where cars come from the tunnel. And we actually had a resident that nearly got hit the other day just crossing that street. It would be really great for our residents to have a store in the area. In addition, there's so much new development coming to the area. Sky has 1,200 units that are new.
What's the address for Sky and
Sky is
Excel?
on 11th Avenue and 42nd Street. It's a Moenian group building.
What's the other one? Excel, what?
The other one's an Extel. It's on 41st and 10th Avenue. That's going to be about 600 rental units, and then Sky has 1,200 new rental units on the market. In addition, we also believe that Hudson Yards is going to really be a huge reason why there are a lot of people moving to this community, as well as the 7th train that is going there now. So we do believe that there's a lot of additional movement in this area, and we would really, our residents, also we have a lot of residence events in our buildings, and we talk to them a lot. They would Related Rentals is actually a company that tries to get businesses in their buildings that benefit their customers, and we do believe that this would benefit our customers.
For information, the Sky address is 605 West 42nd Street. Extel is 555 10th Avenue. And then there's a new development that's going to be, by the way, those 2 buildings are already open. Sky will be renting immediately. Extel is going to be open within the next 6 months. There's also Gotham West at 550 West 45th Street. That's also about 800 unit building, and they're starting developing, so it will take another 2-3 years for them to open.
Is there going to be any different product mix than the one closest to you, the 42nd Street Wine Loft?
I don't want to mislead you, Commissioner. The son is a trained sommelier, but it's going to be, they're going to be looking at products, what the customers on the building will be asking for in the neighborhood, and we'll be adapting our products depending on what the need is. So we hope to be more high-end than other areas, but at the same time, I don't want to mislead you.
What do you mean he's a trained sommelier? He's certified sommelier?
Yes, he's a certified, sommelier.
Okay. Are there any questions?
You mentioned which side of 42nd are they on? I'm trying to, I'm looking at your maps and they're completely indecipherable. So explain to me the layout. She mentioned that I know the layout of the Lincoln Tunnel, that her residents walk across that road.
May I approach you on it?
Yes.
This is, I have a simple diagram that you.
Thank you.
I have the applicant drawn right here.
Yes,
Okay, that's Dyer Avenue on the corner.
Our resident entrance is close to Dyer Avenue.
Okay.
Intersection there.
9th and 10th, it's on this side.
I've also
The other one, 507 is on the other side, 1 block away.
That's what I'm saying. So they're on both sides. There's stores on both sides. It's on this, the closest store is on the other side of the street, is what you're saying? Correct. Okay.
Yes, all right. Ready?
Yep.
All right, given the significant development in the area, 25% overall net increase from 2000 to 2013, I do know about the Sky and Extel developments, as well as the developments of all of the other areas, the other buildings in this particular area. If this were, the closest is only 482 square feet away, but it's across the 42nd Street busy intersection, and this particular proposed space is only 615 square feet, so I do believe it will add a public convenience and advantage, so I vote to approve.
I'm going to vote to approve on the same grounds.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Good afternoon.
503, Vineyard View.
Oh. Did you? I do too, but.
Good afternoon, Kevin Dano, Dano McMullen and Pano for the applicant. I'm here with Ryan Leonard, who is the owner of Vineyards of East Meadow LLC. This is an application to purchase a store, an existing store, from 2 operators. It's been there a very long time. I don't believe there would be any reason to be here, except there is an investigation going on against the Stu Leonard stores. This particular store at the moment will not be a Stu Leonard store. She's buying the store and going to continue to operate this store as M&J under, she's hired the 2 current, subject to you granting the license and the contract closing, she's hired the 2 current owners to continue to operate the store. She's also planning on hiring a manager. That manager will not come from one of the other Stu Leonard stores. It'll be a new independent manager. The product mix will continue as the products mix that was being sold by, I don't want to, I will butcher their names. They use the English names Jason and Michelle. The actual name is J. Siab Yon and Mia. I'm sorry for my pronunciation.
I'm sure I couldn't do any better. So.
I guess my primary pitch is that whatever it is that this investigation uncovers in connection with it, Ryan had nothing to do with it. She has not been involved in the operation of any of the other stores. She's entitled, I believe, to be viewed as an independent person based on her own conduct and not on the conduct, or there hasn't even been a hearing or discussions about the investigation. But I don't believe that it would be appropriate to refuse to grant her a license for something that she has not done and is not part of.
Mr. Danow is correct that there is a pending investigation that he is aware of against the 3 other stores that are branded with the Stu Leonard's brand here in New York State. That investigation involves Stu Leonard Jr., the father of the applicant, and an employee, Jerry Martellero. It basically is allegations of availing. We have evidence that Jerry Martellero and Stu Leonard Jr. are making controlling decisions for all 3 stores. In light of that, when this application for an additional Stu Leonard store came before the authority, I requested documents from Mr. Danow regarding any communications with Jerry Martellero or Stu Leonard Jr. in regards to this application. And Mr. Danow, as always, was cooperative and forthcoming. And he supplied emails between Stu Leonard Jr., Jerry Martellero, Doug Zucker, the manager of the Farmingdale Stu Leonard store, which all shows that these individuals have done everything in the purchase, seeking out, and negotiations of this store, and not the applicant. The emails with the real estate agents from Stu Leonard Jr. How would you like to approach the East Meadow Liquor Store? We have to approach the owner. All him, not the applicant, on any of these emails. We have numerous employees from the Stu Leonard's Corporation that is headquartered in Connecticut going to visit the stores, and the corporate address for Vineyards of East Meadows is 100 Westport Avenue, which is also the Stu Leonard's address in Connecticut. Then we have emails from the real estate agent speaking about the sale, saying there isn't a lot of time here as his current lease ends this month. If no deal can be arranged between him and Stu, and assuming we decide to take him to M&D, etc. But the point is that it's talking from the real estate agent about a deal between Stu Leonard and the current licensee, not the applicant. We have other emails that go on again. How would Stu like us to pursue this to other members of Stu Leonard's? We have discussions about buying wine cases by the Stu Leonard's Corporation because they want to put them in this store and other stores. It paints a picture and suggests that this applicant is extremely passive and that her father and Jerry Martellero are really making this purchase and controlling this store.
May I address that, please?
Sure. I wish you would.
First of all, we're talking about buying the store. And by the way, Ryan is here, and she can speak to you also. Okay? I will speak to these originally, but she's here to speak to you also. Stu Leonard's, this is not the only time you've seen a Stu Leonard's or a Costco or a BJ come before you. The location is based upon where the grocery store is going to be. Ryan is actually through trusts. She's the beneficiary of a trust that deals with the grocery store. Okay, that Stu Leonard address that she's talking about. It's the grocery store address, the headquarters address. These people that she's talking to about in terms, Drew Cordes is the attorney that represented her in connection with the purchase of her apartment when she bought an apartment. She picked the apartment, but they do the negotiations. I did the negotiations in connection with the purchase of this store. It is once the store is selected, the store is selected because the grocery store is selected there. In truth, if she told me, if she had the choice of any store in the whole world, she'd want a store that was one block from her apartment in the city. But that's not the way it works. The way this works is first you get a grocery store. The grocery store is going to come in. She wants a store that's near the grocery store. Stu Leonard is completely involved in where the grocery store is. And one of the decisions about where the grocery store is based upon where they can get a package store for her nearby. Now, once and if you ask her, she went to visit the package store and met with the people herself also. These emails are among the people who were advising her. I don't think that there's anything particularly illegal about having her father advise her in where to get a store.
Her father is a licensee.
He can still advise her as to where to get a store.
But the issue, and I'm assuming, and she didn't say this, but I'm assuming that she's not on any of those emails?
No,
She's not
she
on
is
the
not
email.
on any of
She
the
spoke to her
emails.
father at night directly, but she wasn't on the emails.
Do you live with your father?
I live in Manhattan, but I go to my parents'
Step-
house in Connecticut all the time.
Step to the mic when
I
you.
mean, so, and you're equating it with an apartment purchase, and I understand she picks the apartment and the lawyers negotiate. Here, we're talking about running a business.
And so.
And there's emails going back and forth about what we should pay for the business, whether we should move on it now, and she's not on any of them. She's going to hear from her father when she either goes home for the weekend or when he calls her that night. Is that the factual scenario?
Well, they talk every night, and she sees them on the weekend. But yes, she's not on the emails. That's true, and it is. Some of it is about these emails are about when you're buying the store. But she is prepared to follow any instructions or make any kind of stipulation that you say. There's no need to have Jerry Martellino involved in the running of the store in any way, and she is prepared to agree that he will have nothing whatever to do and give no advice with regard to it. By the way, I would like to say that Dennis Rosen, when he was chairman, had a meeting. I was not invited to the meeting.
Stu Leonard's was.
Well, not my client.
Stu Leonard's was invited to the store. They were represented
I asked
by
to go. I
Robert
was told I
Skeen.
couldn't go. But Mr. Rosen told me that he had felt that family members are allowed to talk about anything that they want to talk about. That's not the place where the liquor authority.
That's not what we're talking about here, though. We're
understand.
talking about whether he was controlling the purchase of the liquor store, and based on what she's showing me, the implication is that he was.
Chairman, too.
Not to mention, I forgot the other gentleman's name, but he was clearly involved in it as well.
Excuse me.
Go ahead.
To Mr. Danow's point of this meeting that was held with families that have several family members owning licenses, Stu Leonard's was invited to that store. They were represented by Rob Skeen at that time. Unfortunately, they came to the New York office when the meeting was being held in Albany, so Chairman Rosen and I had a separate meeting with Robert Skeen on behalf of Stu Leonard. At that meeting, we specifically discussed the fact that the Stu Leonard's websites and stores said things such as, "Come see our stores," as they were plural, all same ownership. And when you looked at the website, you saw exact identical pictures of each one.
Well, then that's a different issue, and I think he's correct that I'm not going to make her pay for whatever was going on with those stores, which is still to be determined. But my concern is the lack of involvement, at least based on what we see in the purchase and selection of this store.
Do you want to talk to that?
Yeah. So as you can tell, there are pros and cons of being in a family business. But I, like everything in my life, I'm 26 years old. I have a full-time job in Manhattan. I work in an internet tech company. And I have this trust that was created for the benefit of me. I've been involved in the wine business my whole life. My family vacations weren't to Disneyland. It was to wine vineyards and all around the world. I live with my sister who's a sommelier. My mom works in one of the wine stores that Stu Leonard's has in Connecticut. So it's been my life. And Stu Leonard's was opening a food store in 2017 in East Meadow. And why wouldn't I want to open up a wine store right next to a food store? If they're as successful as they are. Jason and Michelle have been there forever. They have established relationships. They're going to continue to work for me for at least 3 years. They'll be there every single day. They'll continue to do exactly what they're doing, and this is me. I have started at a company of 100 people who report to me now, and I want to use the money that I've made myself, and also the money that my family business has given me. And yes, my dad does like to help me with decisions. I trust him.
Have you ever been to this store?
Yeah, multiple times. I've met Jason and Michelle. I've been in the back room. I've been in the front room. I've looked at all the wine. I've looked at the inventory. I'm going to buy all the inventory if this goes through.
But you let another licensee negotiate your sale, an owner of another liquor store.
So I don't look at it as another licensee. I look at it as my father. You know, we're in the same family business. I lived under his roof for the first 22 years of my life. I didn't think it was wrong to ask my dad, who is in the industry.
No one's insinuating it is. It's the picture of.
I won't if you tell me not to.
I think that was established that they can talk amongst themselves. It's the involvement in the purchase of it and things like that.
Another licensee was integrally involved and negotiated this purchase.
I'm sorry, but there is nothing in our law that makes it illegal for one family member who has a package store to be involved, advise,
be involved in the purchase.
But that's not, no, the concern is her lack of involvement.
No, but the question is that once the store is established, the question is if she gets the license, who's going to run that store? How's that store going to be run? Who's involved in that? Who's negotiating the purchase?
Well, and that's still an open question, obviously, based on what's going on.
But that's the question that should be the question, and that is the question that I'm prepared to state. Any stipulation that you say with regard to it. You say that her father can't give her advice, she can't talk to her father about the store. Don't tell her she can't talk to her father.
No, I mean, look, my position is, while we have this very serious allegation, she can talk to her family, she can have their advice, she can even have them help negotiate, but given that it wasn't a single instance that's alleged of a violation, that there's 3 different stores, you're looking at me.
Yes, because she's
no, I get it. I understand that, but the people who are involved in actively advising are under this cloud of allegations under investigation currently, and until that investigation is cleared up, I personally cannot approve another license where they are actively involved in a consulting role, in a managerial role, in any role whatsoever. So I don't care if it's family or not. If there were emails that came from Joe Smith, who's not related to them, but had this trail of emails from them, I'd say the same thing exactly now as I'm saying to you.
I should tell you first, that while the investigation has been going on, from what I understand from Mr. Skeen, who originally handled the investigation, he thought that the investigation was a small investigation and over. The woman who was doing the investigation was on maternity leave. Mr. Skeen thought that the investigation had come to an end. It had not. It had clearly not. But he was mistaken. Because he was mistaken with regard to that, the other people that you're talking about had little idea that this was such a big investigation. And you say at this time, at this moment.
Well, I don't know if it's a big investigation or a small investigation, and it's not about punishing her, but it's about not rewarding people under investigation for very serious allegations, multiple allegations.
So it is she. And it is the two people who are selling the store they've made a deal to sell their store and work for the store for a period of 3 to 5 years, and it's part of their retirement plan. Those are the people who are being punished by your refusing to let her buy this store, instead of saying, as I believe you should, she can buy the store, but Jerry Montalino can't have anything to do with it. She can't, Stu Leonard can't have anything to do with it. She can't carry any wines that are with the label. She can't put the name Stu Leonard on without future permission from. By the way, you will look at this application. Before I knew that there was an investigation going on, there was nothing in the application looking for to use the name Stu Leonard in this store. Now, I'm not telling you that she would never.
I think we all know that's coming.
No, it is.
It was just stated, but you stated that today, that you find the grocery store based on where a package store can be licensed and vice versa.
And the package store is going.
So it's coming.
It's not
like it's not coming.
That's exactly right. The grocery store is coming.
And there's nothing wrong with that.
In about a year. In about a year. And when the grocery store comes, she will then seek to use the name Stu Leonard, and she will come to you. But by then, the investigation will be over and resolved, and whatever the resolution of that investigation, however it is resolved in terms of whatever stipulations, agreements, penalties, the penalties will be on the right people, and the stipulations will bind her as well as any of the people that are on it, as if she were part of that investigation. But you can't say that, well, let's just put this off while the investigation is going, because the contract will end and everything falls apart. And then you say, well, we found the investigation and maybe it wasn't so bad, and she's out. You can't give it back to her. And so you are punishing her, not just her, but also the 2 people that are trying to sell her the store. Those are the people that...
Unfortunately, they're a byproduct of the investigation. I understand that, but there is a cloud over this, not to mention with the emails that are a big concern to me.
I understand. So
if I'm buying a company, even if my father is owning liquor stores, I'm going to be on the emails. You know, I understand she talks to him, but that leads me to believe that he was running this show.
So, can I just step in? Everything in person I was there for. Like my apartment that I just purchased, I was there, I'm the one living in it, but negotiations, that's what I have my dad for. That's what most
But
people have
that's an apartment, that's not a business. You're running a business
No one's
now.
asking you to lead the negotiation, but you'd at least be copied on it, no? Or be
And
CC'd on
believe
it?
me, I'm filled in on everything. I know everything that happens. I know every part of the conversation. Jason and Michelle know that this is me purchasing this wine store. I'm the one who shook their hands. Yes, my father has four daughters. He's very involved in our lives, but I in no way thought that asking my dad and seeking to him for advice would in any way
You're
interfere
missing
with this.
the point. The point isn't that you're asking him for advice. The point is that he's running this, and he's then telling you what happened. You understand what a passive participant is. That's what the appearance is here. That you are a passive participant in this whole process.
So what can I do to make you realize I'm not a passive participant?
I don't know right now. I mean, based on this,
So basically, if my last name wasn't Leonard, this would not be an issue.
No, I think it would be an
Can
issue.
I just explain to you that it would be an issue even if your last name was Smith, and it was the
We
same
have
situation.
plenty of people coming in here, and they're not related, and the same thing goes on.
There is nothing illegal about using her father to negotiate a business
There's
contract.
nothing illegal. Nobody's saying there's anything illegal that's been...
So I'm saying to you,
when
give
you
her the license and then put restrictions on, any restrictions you want, and a stipulation that if she doesn't follow those stipulations, that the punishment will be suspension or revocation or cancellation. But to say that there's nothing illegal about them negotiating the contract, there's not. But I perceive that you won't be able to run the store when, in fact, the truth of the matter is it's going to be run by the two people who run it now.
The concern, you know what the concern is.
I do.
The concern is that the behavior that we saw with the purchase of this store, or the attempted purchase of this store, is almost identical to what we're investigating on the other stores. And therefore, there's a cloud over this.
I understand that there is a cloud.
Well, the cloud's not going to clear up until the other thing does.
But then the contract is over, everything.
I understand that.
And so she's being punished without an investigation, really. You know,
That's what I said.
There must be a solution other than saying no. There must
The
be.
pending investigation, as though I wish it would be wrapped up soon, it started well back into the spring, and Mr. Skeen was representing them at the time. I don't know what would have given him the impression that it was over. It's currently going on. A document request was made to the new attorney, and the attorney was given the opportunity to highlight any documents that would have been of importance to the SLA. It's not Mr. Danow, it's Mike Kelly of Arnett Fox. Mr. Kelly chose not to highlight any documents to our attention, instead produced 26 boxes. That will take the SLA's limited resources an enormous amount of time to sort through. So this will be a lengthy investigation.
I am negotiating with Stu Leonard to join the investigation, and if I...
We have no notice of appearance from Mr. Danow.
I have not yet concluded those negotiations, but if I join the negotiations, I
it from an email?
Address those issues.
It's from her.
Okay.
It's not just, by the way, it's not just she that you will be punishing, it's also the sellers.
No, we understand that, and this is the difficulty we have in our job, just like the prior applicant too. We understand their business model. We feel very, we don't feel great about not being able to approve a situation like that, but we have to do what is the law and following the public convenience and advantage model for that case. In this case, with what's going on, I just can't approve because the model is same, as the chairman pointed out, to what's being investigated. So at this time, I vote to deny.
I'm going to vote to deny as well. I think I don't have a problem with you owning being the owner of a liquor store. I just think that based on what we've seen in emails and then with the current investigation, I just don't have the confidence that the same thing's not going to happen. So I vote to deny. Sorry.
Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you.
$551M at Lerna Cafe.
Good
afternoon, Martin Mailer of Mailer Buscemi. This is,
Sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry. This is an application that was denied without prejudice to allow us to reapply and to more fully articulate the personal questionnaire of the applicant. This is for a tavern license, which does feature a good amount of food. There was, we went before the community board. The community board gave us the story about how other applicants had applied, and they weren't sure of whether they wanted to approve or not, but this is a store, a premises that's not within 500 feet of 3 other stores, so the opinion of the community board should not be taken into that much consideration. I mean, you obviously can look at it, but in your own independent determination, should not just rely on what a community board says. The point here is, we will not have dancing. We will not have these ballerinas that frequent that part of Jamaica. I'm sorry, Roosevelt.
Corona.
Okay, no, it's Roosevelt.
Roosevelt Avenue.
Roosevelt Avenue, and this man has been open. He has food. The food has been constant.
Oh, he's open right now.
He's been open for months, and he desperately needs alcoholic beverages to continue. But he's been open and will continue the same method of operation that he has right now.
This is a gentleman who lived in Pennsylvania and didn't put it on his...
Yeah, but the thing is, he lives in...
Not in the last application.
Correct.
Yeah.
No, we put it on, but what I finally sat down with him and fully understood what happened. He had 2 places. The place in Pennsylvania he gave up, but he's always lived in Queens, and he always commuted to that area of Queens the entire time. He's always been a chef. He's always been a part of restaurants, and this will just be another one. No, this will be one that he will own. He did own one years ago, and he's looking to own one again. He owns one now. He's looking to have a license again. And I would ask that the authority approve this application.
I think we denied it last time because it was, the inconsistencies that were brought up.
No, it was denied without prejudice, because you wanted the, it said so on the.
Wanted a clean application, I believe.
I'm sorry, what?
I believe Commissioner Kim wanted a clean application with accurate information.
Right, I mean, so it was denied without prejudice. And
what are the hours proposed?
The hours proposed would be, we tried to talk to the community board. They didn't want to hear anything. It's open, right now, it's open for breakfast, lunch.
It's open to, now I open 8 o'clock in the morning, 9 o'clock in the night.
To 9 o'clock at night, but with alcohol.
What time? 8 in the morning till 9 at night?
But it's only food now,
Right.
so that's.
So what are you looking to open if you get the liquor?
He was looking.
To stay a little late because the area.
So what hour?
About 4 o'clock if we could
Oh,
get it.
4 o'clock?
If we could get it, but we're here, we
Just
tried
want
to.
I get it.
We tried to speak to the community board. They didn't want to hear anything. The legal hour is till 4. This is a late night area. It's right completely
That's
under
what
the.
they're worried about, is the type of late night places in this community.
Did they give you any hours? No, they wouldn't know. They didn't want to hear anything. They just kept talking about ballerinas. They kept talking about dancing. We told them that that's what they call them. These
Oh, the mingling?
these women that it's like a 10 cents a dance thing. Or that's. I mean, so you're looking at me. You've prosecuted these other places, and I'm telling you.
We don't call them ballerinas.
Well, they do. That's what they called them.
So what are, but that's what they're worried about, this turning into something like that, right?
That we will, Mr. Commissioner, if we do turn into that, you will be swift in your actions against us. We're telling you that we're not going to be that.
I'll be in the hearing room with Marty Mailer if there is.
And
And it won't be swift. And there'll be an Article 78 after the hearing.
Well, again, I'm telling you, based on the conversations I've had with him, this won't exist. We can stipulate that there won't be any dancing. We can stipulate that Ballerinas will not be a part of the equation. He has a restaurant background.
All right, so he's open till, what is he again? He's open till 9 right now?
Right now, but it's only food. That's
I mean, I'll approve, with better hours, so earlier closing hours, 11 and midnight.
Well, can we have, if we agreed to that during the week, can we have later hours?
No, 11 is during the week and midnight is during the weekends.
Couldn't it be a little, this is a very late night area. There are no residences on, this is under the L. This has nothing to do with any residential presence on that block. The people in that area stay out late.
Chairman, what do you think?
I'm just listening to you.
Well, I said 11 and midnight.
If we agree to 11 during the week, could we at least have till 2 on weekends?
I would give you the 1 on weekends, if you will.
All right, I'll give you the 1 on weekends.
All right, well, that's it for now. All
Friday,
right.
Saturday,
Okay,
1 p.m.
thank you.
So 11 during the week, 1 on weekends, that means Friday and Saturday.
Right.
And then no DJ,
Right.
no dancing,
Right.
no promoters,
Correct.
no ballerinas,
No.
whatever they may be.
It's a Spanish phenomenon.
And do you know the hours when you can start selling on Sunday? Because you had a previous violation for that.
And it seems like you open early.
Do you know what time legally you can start selling on Sunday?
After 12 o'clock.
I'm sure your attorney will
Yes.
confirm that for you.
He said after 12. though.
Oh, yeah, no, it's,
All right.
all right, good luck.
All right, thank you. All right, let me
542, it's 3 of them in a row, 542, 543, and 544.
This is a
Separate,
well, but they're all connected,
Yeah,
obviously.
separate
This is a conditional contest. I've worked this out with counsel's office. There will be a sale of one of the licenses, and with the other two, there'll be a corporate change where the mother will be taken off the license, the daughter will be put on the license. I'm not arguing any of the facts of this case, but this is.
Thank God.
No, but this is.
I know, because I haven't figured them out myself.
If I can oversimplify this to a degree, this is a Sikh family that is very very close, and I mean I'm not going to argue that what you say happened may have occurred, but not in the traditional sense, not in the real sense. As Commissioner Kim noted in an earlier argument, he understands close family situations, and that's what we have here. We have a very close family, but they
There was
understand.
some stuff that happened, and maybe you can address it, that just didn't make sense to me, even in a close family situation. Like, why lie about who owned the building on the application?
That whole thing, again, I wasn't there during the course of the investigation, but as I understand it, the woman that owns everything does not speak English at all, or very limited English. They had to get it. The authority got an interpreter.
Mr. Pazetsky represented the client up until the point they were going to hearing.
Right,
And yes, they had to come to New York for an interpreter for the.
Right. It was as I understand it, an extremely difficult investigation because of the language problems that existed. The mother, they're all devoted to, will be off of these licenses. There'll be a sale of the store that you wanted the sale of, and there's going to be a tremendous fine for the other stores, for all the stores. It'll be a combined $60,000.
It wasn't just her who was having trouble with the discrepancies. It was, I think, somebody who lied about how long his mother was in India. They said in March, a few weeks ago or something, and then it turned out when we saw the passport, it was in mid-January. I mean, it wasn't just a language issue. There was a lot of material misstatements going on.
I believe at the beginning of the investigation, she spoke English well. It was suddenly in the middle where she needed an
Again,
interpreter.
I was not a part of any of this.
I know.
I know.
It's just amazing how that happens.
No, I understand, but these are C licenses, and
I know.
if they go, and they can't be recovered.
Right.
And to be quite honest, the sale of one will hopefully pay for everything else. So this is
whether they go or not, it doesn't.
Well, no, but this is. I mean, it's
no, I understand the value of C licenses because they're rare, but
it's not rare. The law does not
get
allow
them
for any
anymore.
new
Well,
licenses.
so that's what I'm saying. If they go, they go. And I I would think that you'd be a little bit more responsible if you have such a valuable license.
Again,
That's hard for me to-
without arguing this thing on the merits, this was a family situation, and what they truly believed that the mother was the owner of everything. The way they did this.
So which one's up for sale?
The one that's up for sale is THPRG. That's the one.
Who's it being sold to?
We don't know yet. I've told them to have. We have a very short window of the sale here. I mean, it's something
The
like a
other
2 or 3
two-
period.
So, I mean, when we had similar availing situations, I recall, I don't remember the exact case, and there were 3 or 4 affected premises, we canceled all of them and salvaged one, I remember.
But the difference is, if you cancel these, all is over, and we won't have the ability to pay the fine. It's not as if they're going to walk away.
It won't be a fine, it'll just be 2 cancellations, and maybe I'll allow for the sale for the third. I mean, I cancel and bond for all 3.
Our initial offer was cancel and bond. Mr. Mailer approached me and the assigned attorney, Bill Brennan, with this offer on the condition that they sell one of the business.
No, and
The one, the Harry Emmerich, that one, there was a pending application for her daughter, which we just denied.
Right, because it was another family member and because of these cases.
Right.
Correct.
I think the THPRG, the sale, we can let that, whoever they sell it to, go figure it out. I have cancel and bond for the other 2.
Well, I mean,
I mean, counsel's office, are you saying that the offer of $25,000 was something that?
Our
No,
original offer.
It's 60. It's 25, 25, and 10. I mean, it's
No,
not.
I know, but
Yeah,
individually.
Our original offer on all of them was cancel and bond, and that's when we were proceeding to hearing when Mr. Pazetsky staffed out the case and they hired Mr. Mailer for the hearing. And Mr. Mailer came with this proposal, and we conferenced it with the assigned attorney, who felt comfortable with the offer as long as the other store was sold. In the spirit of compromise of these will be long hearings.
I would ask that if I were arguing for an appellate tribunal, that the 2 cancellations would shock the conscience of the court, and I would ask that.
Well, why do you get a discount on the same kind of availing and false material statement violations that we take licenses away from people who have 1 license?
But in this instance, again, and I cannot at this point argue anything in terms of the merits, and I don't want to. But this is in their family. She owned everything. As to how they did this internally, I'm not going to make any excuses today in front of this tribunal. But I would
sell 1, cancel 1, and then maybe then.
Well, then they're all going back, which is fine, if you want to do that.
I mean, if they go back, they go back.
Okay. That's fine.
I don't see how we can not cancel. I mean, we're allowing availing and false material statements on 3 cases and saying, we'll let them sell 1 and let them keep the other 2 for.
But this has more to do with the C license nature of these businesses. In other words, if you cancel, it does not come back. C licenses.
But I think his point is why are we giving a discount just because of that? We have 50 C licenses sitting in our agency that nobody wants.
No, well, it depends on the area. What if I were to go back to council and try to maybe sell 2 of the stores? I don't. Can I go back to a family member?
The stipulation was that the sale be not to a family member.
Right, yeah, and the sale would not be. No, yes, again, it would still be not to a family member.
I don't know.
Well, can we adjourn this and let me go back to council and see if we can work that out?
I don't know if it makes sense to come back to me when it.
Yeah, I think we've rejected the offer, so we go back to council anyway.
No, but we'd go back to council for a hearing.
But you can come back and negotiate something else if you want.
But I don't know that council is in a
We'd be
position
starting
to.
the hearing, and then he'd simply have to complete the hearing. We're not going to start the hearing and
I
put
mean,
matter to
if
the
you would
board
give
in the middle of
direction,
the hearing.
if I were to say that 2 stores could be sold, could I at least enter into a negotiation with?
Where's the punishment then?
They're losing everything anyway.
How are they losing everything? They're getting money back for selling it.
As I understand it, the only store that makes any money really is the one that's being the one that we agreed to sell now. That was the only one that really was.
I don't know. I don't have that in front of me. I just think that I think it's being generous by allowing them to sell 1, so they're trading it in for the value, market value, keep one, and then have to pay some kind of a punishment for what they did for 3 licenses. That to me is what seems reasonable and fair. If the chairman has a different opinion,
I'm fine
then
with that.
So you want one canceled, one sold, and penalty on the other?
Is that what?
yes.
Okay.
All right, may I,
Want to
before
adjourn
we
it for
put it to
2
hearing,
weeks?
may I speak to the client and then speak to you?
Well, if the members will adjourn it for
Yes,
2 weeks.
Yes.
Call the roll to
3:15.
this board meeting,
So, adjourn it for,
3:15.
3:15.
all right, thank you.
Is that enough time?
Yes, I believe so.
All right, 5:30, Safari Beach Club.
Yeah, this is my partner's case. He couldn't stay, however, and this was after a hearing, but he just wanted me to not go over the law, the facts of this case, but to address the law of this case, so that everybody understands the authority brought charges, beginning about the issue of a gambling violation. It was I think a Super Bowl pool or something similar to that. But I won't address that at all. What is in play and what is very important here is the rule violation. The rule violation, I believe, is getting out of hand. The authority promulgated a rule. The rule deals with local rules, regulations, etc. The authority is now bringing a charge for an alleged violation of 89G of the general business law. That is not a rule, is not a local violation, it is a state law. That law is very specific in what one can do. If one is to be considered a security guard company, then under 89G of the general business law, that company does not have to adhere to the licensing requirements if they use the guards for their own proprietary use. And that is exactly what is happening in these places that are bars. If you do not engage a separate security guard company, then and the authority makes the determination, which I don't know if it can do, but that's what it's doing, that this is a security guard company, then 89G is very specific in stating that it does not need a license.
The charge isn't, and the concern isn't that they need a license because they are employing their own. But that doesn't mean that they're unregulated. There are still rules under the Department of State when you are employing your own
That's right. It's
security
the Department of
guards.
State that determines that, and it's based on 89 of the general business law, and 89G subdivision 10 states specifically that you do not need a license if you're using it for your own proprietary use. Their own instructions to the public indicate that you do not need a license if you're using it for your own. All you need is general liability insurance. That's what it says in the law. And
what section? Because I'm reading what you handed up, and that's not what that says.
89G
10 does not say that. You might have the wrong number, is what I'm saying.
Oh, I'm sorry. This is my partner wrote this, but I think you may be right. I think it may be 6 or 7 or 8.
I would just ask, and I apologize, I only read this last night and didn't have the opportunity to poll the relevant matter, that if we adjourn this for the next
That's fine too.
meeting,
Well,
because there are
but I-
requirements for when you have your own.
Right, but
security.
the other issue, I did look at this, and when your argument was on 89G, I think you're talking about probably Section 8, where it says...
I think it
all-
is 8, yeah.
All security guard companies, except those security guard companies which employ such guards solely for their own proprietary use,
Right.
blah, blah, blah. But when the chairman points out, or even where you highlight and star, although proprietary employers of security guards are exempt from the business licensing requirement, they are still considered to be security guard companies under the law, right? So they're still falling into the category of security guard companies. So your Section 8 might exempt them from having a license, but then Section 10 will say all security guard companies, which even if you're a proprietary entity having security guards, shall maintain books and records of employees who are security guards. And so I thought part of this was not just that they weren't, the local regulations violation wasn't so that they didn't have a license, but that they didn't keep any records of their security guards.
Assuming arguendo that they didn't, and since I don't know the fact, and I apologize for not knowing the underlying facts of this, I don't know if the books and records were a part of this, but assuming arguendo that they didn't keep the proper books and records, your rule, the rule that the State Liquor Authority promulgated, does not deal with violations of a state law. They only deal with violations of local rules and regulations. And certainly 89G6, or I'm sorry, 8 or 10 is a state law. It has nothing to do with a local rule or regulation. Therefore, bringing a charge under this section is completely improper.
And you want to go look into that?
I want to be clear and have at my disposal what it is that is exactly required when you own yours, and I know I have it just not at my fingertips. As for the charge, there are certainly other means such as improper conduct that the SLA could have charged it under.
And the facts are the case were that they didn't have records.
I didn't know.
But at least that was a finding.
But again, I mean, assuming arguendo that is the fact, it still doesn't excuse the fact that...
I understand. You're making a distinction between New York state law and local law, and you're saying that New York state law won't... if you're not following New York state law locally, that doesn't mean you're violating a local law. That's what you're arguing.
That's what your rule says. That's what it addresses.
Well, that's what we'll look up.
And regulations, I looked up the definition in Black's Law Dictionary, first time in a long time I've looked at that. Regulations are things that are promulgated by an agency to further its own law. So none of that exists here.
All right, so, you already looked it up? You don't need the...
No, I know the definition of regulation. I have
3:15.
my own
We'll
clock
just put that one over to the same date then?
Okay, and hopefully my partner will be here to address whatever underlying facts you're talking
Because I think he was wrong on his argument on number 1 on the gambling.
Again, the judge was wrong?
No, your partner was wrong in his
Well,
letter of
again, I'm not
controversy.
addressing
Okay,
that.
we'll deal with your partner when he comes.
All right, thank you.
551R, Supernatural Wines Incorporated and Supernatural Wines New York, LLC.
What number?
551R.
551R.
Supernatural wine.
Mr. Bernstein, I don't think you got a copy of this. I didn't see you on that. Okay.
Oh, okay. Wow, that's tough.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Kim. Donald Bernstein on behalf of the licensee.
I mean, no, but that's what I mean.
This is an application for a class change. The premises is a small restaurant. It is called Les Compagnies des Vins Surnaturels. It has been licensed with wine and beer for almost 2 years, since April of 2014. The current application is to change class to full OP. With me is Caleb Ganser. Caleb is an officer of the licensee. He's been working there for a number of years. He actually is about to acquire 20%. I did the contract yesterday and will be filing a corporate change application. Also with me is Eric Boyard, and I brought Eric. He is the chef, and I have brought him and asked him to come to...
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I didn't see the community board here. I'm assuming you want to talk about this one? Yeah, let him talk first.
I was hoping to continue because we're not quite sure what the application is because it's changed.
Okay.
Good.
So go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm not sure what that means. This is a restaurant. It is rather small. It has 58 seats, which includes bar stools. The majority or sole owners now are a group known as Experimental Cocktail. They have some restaurants and lounges in Paris, London. They had Experimental Cocktail Club on Christie Street in Manhattan for about 5 or 6 years. They actually just sold it. We just surrendered that license last month. That operated within CB3 for about 5 or 6 years. I've also attached a letter from CB3, which is not so easy to get, saying that there have been no issues with that venue at all. One of the issues, or one of the only issues that the community board raised, and their objections included, by the way, that not from the community board, but from Ms. Fleischer, that, and I just got this letter today, that I personally lack integrity, am despicable and dishonest. I will not address those comments.
Is she here?
Ms. Fleischer was here today.
Oh.
Yes, it's here. I just got this via email.
Don't worry, she said worse about Commissioner Kim, so you're in good company.
Well, we're going to go for a drink at this place then sometime and talk about that. More importantly is the accusation by the community board on Ms. Fleischer that the premises do not have a restaurant. I don't know if Mr. Booth or Ms. Fleischer have been inside to see the restaurant. We have attached photographs to the letter that I sent you showing the kitchen. I have asked Eric Boyard to come here. He has been a chef in some very fine dining establishments for years, including 11 Madison Park. Both of these guys have extensive experience in food and wines for years. Caleb, since he's 29 years old. We have, with Eric's help, even upgraded the menu even more from what you see. I'd like to give that to you. It shows, yes, snacks and cheese plates, but also appetizers and main courses. And clearly, this fits the definition of a restaurant. You have the photo showing the kitchen. It is open to the public for meals. We have a chef. And here is, if I may give you the updated menu.
Thank you.
I also want to hand you the brunch menu. And I give this to you just to deflect any accusations that this is or is going to be a bar. In the 2 years we've operated, Caleb can tell you we have received no complaints. This is a very small establishment. If you read reviews on Yelp, they talk about it as being one of New York's finest secrets. It is quaint and relaxed, a nice quiet spot, a hidden gem, romantic yet cozy. The decor is charming. I thought I was transported to Paris. One of the opposition letters that I got says we already endure too much rowdiness and mess from neighborhood drinking establishments, which I believe is what 247 is aiming to be. And it's just rather absurd to make that claim, as that is not what it is or what it has been or what it intends to be. It intends to serve the menu that you have in front of you. There are a couple of issues I want to address with respect to the 500-foot rule. Of the locations within 500 feet, there is only one with an OP on the block. I happen to have done that. It's Maman. I think it has about 18 seats, and it probably closes about 9 or 10 o'clock at night. It's primarily a coffee bar, coffee cafe. The others are between 270 feet away. The other closest one is 278 feet away. The rest of them are between 304 and 497 feet away. The issues that Ms. Fleischer addresses are in Petrosino Square, maybe Lafayette Street. That is a couple of blocks and an avenue over. That is not on Center Street. The issue about traffic, there is none. We're talking about a maximum occupancy of about 48 people, not a particularly late closing hour. We have not received complaints about noise. The complaints that I heard, including only 2 people at the community board that showed up in opposition, had no comment about this establishment in particular at all. Ms. Fleischer's letter says something about vomit. That's absurd, and I'll have Caleb address that, at least pertaining to this premises. That is not what it is. Of course, in the papers you see that the administrative law judge has also, based on his recommendation, finds that the public interest has been served. Perhaps it's helpful if Eric just explains the food service in response to the accusations that this is not a restaurant, and Caleb can explain to you better than I can why it's important for the service for his customers to have full liquor. And before he does that, we did get a couple of, well, more than a couple, a few more signatures, petitions, and support. We also have a letter that just came in last week from someone who lives in the area who asked about serving liquor. And when they talk about serving liquor, we're not talking about serving scotch and soda or cocktails at the bar. This letter specifically talks about after-dinner aperitifs, and that is something that fits within the whole scheme of the restaurant. And I'd like Caleb to explain that, if I may. Meanwhile, I'll give you the letter and the additional petitions.
Good afternoon, Mr. Commissioner, Mr. Chairman. I guess first things first, I just want to talk about the basics. I don't want to waste any time. We are a restaurant. We sell food. We sell wine. It initially opened, and I think some of the letters of protest address maybe what it kind of was 2 years ago when it opened. The establishment came from Paris. They came with ideas of what Parisians wanted out of maybe a food and wine bar. What New Yorkers want is something more. They want more of a full-service restaurant, and we've adapted to that. Since being there, we've added food. We've never taken away. We've added a full-time chef. He's hired sous chefs. We've added brunch. We understand the need for more food, and we're building and meeting those requests. So as far as it's not a restaurant, I mean, I can certainly assure you we've spent plenty of money on the equipment in the restaurant. in the kitchen that it's definitely it's an important part of our business. I can address some of maybe the complaints specifically. Most notably, I think, in terms of the street and there being vomit on it, I walk on it every single day, the chef included. I've never encountered really any rowdiness, any vomit, even leaving late, 1, 2, 3 in the morning.
Not from your place, though.
Not from my place, for sure. I'm saying me personally, when I do leave the establishment, I've never encountered noisy neighbors anywhere near our establishment. I understand there are other places, maybe a couple blocks away that have this problem. We have a very quiet street. We have very respectable neighbors. They come very regularly. They have dinner with us. We have their signatures of support, most notably across the street in the 240 Center Police Building. Very nice residences, and they're very happy with us. And we just simply want to add a digestive service to the restaurant offerings. We have dinners all the time. People say, I really love a scotch, or I love a bourbon to finish, a Japanese whiskey, a chartreuse, something to finish the meal. And right now we have about A to X, A to Y. We just need a couple things to do A to Z. I have zero interest in making scotch and sodas. I have zero interest in making vodka sodas. I like pouring wine. I like bringing this experience of a French dining establishment to Center Street, and I think we can enhance it further with cognac, with just a few after-dinner drinks.
I'm sorry, you
yes,
say
of
you
course.
don't like pouring them, but if your customers order them, you're going to pour them.
I mean, I'm saying I have no interest in making scotches and sodas and things like that. What we would offer, and I could give you the menu, it would be an after-dinner drinks menu. This is
So if I sat down at your restaurant and ordered a scotch and soda, you're going to tell me we don't serve that?
I might suggest maybe starting with something else, like a glass of champagne, something that we offer. I
And
wouldn't.
if I tell you I still want a scotch and soda, you're going to serve me a scotch and soda?
If you insist, I'd love to make you happy as a guest in my establishment, for sure.
Checking.
But in terms of what we offer, we can make an omelet if you really, really insist, but it's not on the menu. So that's kind of the point. What our offerings will be more this after-dinner drink, high-end spirits and things like that. It's a feather in the cap, I'll be honest, but it's something that people are asking for. And I think it'll really establish ourselves even further as kind of a destination dining spot, which is, again, if you want to, I'd love for my chef to speak, why I brought him in. He does have almost 10 years of being a chef and cooking experience. We did meet at a 3 Michelin star restaurant where we both had about 5 years total working experience. We're bringing high-end dining to a more casual setting. That's just the way the market's going. You look at fine dining restaurants, they're disappearing. We can still bring casual dining experience, which is what we offer every single day. We have countless regulars, and they just want a little bit more, and we'd love to give them that. So, thank you.
So I have about 10 years of culinary background professionally. I've been head chefs in places in Long Island, spent some time traveling and cooking overseas in London, Spain, and Italy, and also extensive time at 11 Madison Park here in Manhattan, which has been named the best restaurant in North America.
Which restaurant?
11 Madison Park, where Caleb and I had met. He brought me on 7 months to expand the food program, make it a little bit richer, and give more of a global food experience. So that's exactly what I intended to do. We've expanded the menu extensively, and my background, 10 years of professional culinary in New York, in a very dynamic culinary scene, is La Compagnie is just another place that I can come to and really give the guests my background and the extensive amount of experience I have serving food.
So there was clearly, and maybe he's the best one to talk about this, there's clearly a disagreement on the size of the kitchen. The community board and Ms. Fleischer indicates that the kitchen is not appropriate for a restaurant this size, or what you're dealing with. Well, let the chef tell me, because he's the...
Okay, I will, but I just want to say I'm not sure what her qualifications are to determine what size
I'm not
kitchen is
either.
necessary. Okay.
I'm not either. But I guarantee you he is.
Yeah, so I've, as I mentioned, worked in many places, domestic and overseas. I've worked in kitchens larger, I've worked in kitchens smaller, all full-service restaurants. This is actually an ideal kitchen for the size of the space. We have convection ovens, we have induction burners, we have electric flat tops, sandwich presses, everything that I use on a daily basis to create a very extensive menu for dinner and for brunch. I'm very happy cooking out of there, and I've worked at some phenomenal places with fancier kitchens, but this is ideal for the space.
Okay.
Mr. Booth?
I was just going to go back. This was previously licensed before these guys came here for a raw restaurant, and that's
As a what? I didn't hear you.
raw restaurant. meaning
Raw
vegan,
restaurant?
Raw food, meaning not cooked. So that's
What year was that?
that was in 2012, and it was a beer and wine license. They closed at 11 p.m. There was no bar, and that's why I believe that the kitchen discussions keep coming up, because a premise of that style doesn't need the extensive kitchen. So that's part of the reason that the kitchen space is limited to some extent, and I think that, you know, nobody's going to say that any accomplished person who is a chef, can cook, is not going to use the tools that they have in front of them to produce great food. And so I'm not sure that the kitchen argument is where this all hinges.
Well, I just think that the reason I got the impression, at least from Ms. Fleischer's letter, that her main concern, given her description of vomit on the street and things of that nature, is that this isn't going to be a restaurant at all, based on the kitchen size and...
Well, that's where I was leading to, that the first statement of the way this applicant had described themselves when they first approached Community Board 2 is they said the establishment will be a classic French wine bar. And it was a wine bar is what was re-emphasized over and over. And if you look, I'm sure that in your original application materials, you see a very extensive wine list, you know, spanning 4 to 6 pages, something along those lines. And they also presented a food menu which was categorized as sharing plates. I'm just going from memory. Now, I'm surprised
That was
to see...
in the initial application or the first time they came to you?
The first time they came to us for the beer and wine license. Okay. And the same menu, the exact same menu, was presented to us for the upgrade application. There's no change in the food menu. But yet, the description changed as the establishment is a classic French restaurant / lounge. And so suddenly there was a shift, and this is where the community's perception of the place and you know, the sort of changing the style of what's happening when it's actually the same premises.
Well, so then let me ask you this. Sure. How have they operated? Since 2012 or 13 when they were initially licensed, have they operated as a wine bar, or was it a crazy, people are doing shots and throwing up on the street?
They've operated as a wine bar, but they couldn't do shots because there was a wine bar, and that's the operation. And one of the things in this particular neighborhood is also unique is that it's zoned as a manufacturing district, it's M15B, so anything that wasn't an eating and drinking establishment before that zoning was enacted, which I don't know the exact year, but is a retail establishment cannot have an eating and drinking establishment, which is why you don't necessarily have quite the same density, and the footprint of each of the buildings is much larger than you'll find in other parts of our community board. So the distances, there's still a saturation issue, but the size of the stores is a little bit different. If you walk around, you can see it. I'm just doing that for a background. As far as the outreach, you know, I will lend some credit to the fact that there was no outreach done to Friends of Petrosino Square, and I think that everybody in this room is probably who works in our community board or in that area is very familiar with them. So that was, I think, a surprise, and the outreach to NLINA, which is Northern Little Italy Neighborhood Association, that was the defunct organization.
Is that a...
It has been.
No, but is Friends of Petrosino Square even an organization that I know you're familiar with the name, but is it an official organization?
Yes, it's an official, it's not a community board, but it's an official.
Yeah. Meaning that the groups that we request, you know, one of the things is we request applicants to just go out and let everybody know what they're doing, you know, whatever they have to say, but that they go out and let everybody know what they're doing, same, so that feedback, you know, can if there is any feedback, we would hear it. So a few other things, I think that going to administrative law judges, there was a very big point made that no one appeared from the community board.
Well, he does that in every decision.
And I was going to say, Mr. Bernstein also wrote in one of his letters to the judge that it's hard to get people in support to appear at community board meetings. So just pointing that out. And
he did refer to your letter in the
right
in the hearing.
And it also talks about an expanded food menu. In the presentations to the community board, it's the exact same food menu, which I'd said before that we received the first time and the second time. So we didn't really see any expansion of the food menu. The presentation included the only difference is that there was expanded cheese plates, cheese and meat board, small plates, charcuterie, and a beet salad, desserts. There wasn't any actual expansion of the what we would think of as.
You had a chance to look at the updated menu?
I did. I can show you what the original one is. I'm not an expert in the definitions, but it's a very, one of the things that I think that we're seeing in our community board in our area, and I'm sure that you're seeing as well, is just because there's an increase in the quality of the food that is provided does not change the characteristics of what portion of a meal that it covers. Just because you're offering super high-end, ingredients does not change something from being a snack or an appetizer or whatever it may be. And so just bring that up. As far as the pictures, in addition to the pictures of the kitchen that were presented to the community board, the pictures of the seating were also presented. I think that if you look at the seating, it lends itself a little bit more to a lounge style presentation, and we're not saying that's a problem. It's just that's what it is. It's very different from a high-end restaurant or a restaurant style of seating that you would find. And I think that also that there's a letter and a petition also that came from 240 Center Street, which is the same building that the licensees of the applicant had said that they have support from. There was a petition that was presented, I think, that had something in the vicinity of, I'm not sure the exact, maybe 20 signatures in opposition. I don't think that there are that many units that are in that building. So it's a nicer building, I think, with larger units. And then as far as, it's nice to hear for Yelp reviews that they can be used in support, and we often try to present them in opposition, and we're noted that it's noted that they're not useful for.
We never said they were useful here.
No, that's right. I'm just pointing that out.
I mean, the one thing I think everyone sitting down there is getting tired of hearing people talk because I let them talk, so.
I was just, in the bar and lounge aspect is one of the things that we've constantly heard in reference to this is a wine bar, that the lounge, and that's a big component of its presentation to us. And the plenty of restaurants in the immediate area, they say that there's one other French restaurant, but there are also 7 other lounges. A Scotch and soda is not unique to a French restaurant. Most of the after-dinner beverages that were mentioned already in this presentation have nothing to do with the French restaurant, and they can get them in many other places in the neighborhood.
If I may just address a few points, because there's something about this that doesn't really fit. Mr. Booth said something about there's a slight shift. I think that what would be of concern is if there's a shift that sometimes occurs where you go from high-end food or full menu to just a light menu and you become heavy on liquor. That's what is really of concern when I go before these community boards every month. If there is a slight shift, we're going from a food menu to now a more complete, more high-end food menu. I think that's a benefit to the community and is reflective of how it is going to be operated. There is nothing about this establishment, as it's been operated for 2 years, as you see from these 2 individuals, and as we propose, that suggests other than a good restaurant. We did not say it's a high-end restaurant, and I don't think that is the test. I do want to also point out that no one here has brought up any of the considerations of the 500-foot rule to suggest that this is going to add to congestion or noise on the street, that it's suddenly going to come loud even though it was quiet and cozy, that it's going to add to traffic. It already has 48 seats. That is not going to increase. It will give an opportunity to people to sit and not only have a glass of wine or bottle of wine and a dinner, but after dinner drinks. And I don't think there's anything about this application that suggests any problem that it is going to raise for this community.
So, Mr. Bernstein, why didn't they reach out to Friends of Petrosino Square?
We reached out to the large building across the street. Petrosino Square, I think, is about 2 blocks north of us. We put signs in a number of buildings on Center Street, on Lafayette Street, in the immediate area. And that's what we did. We reached out to an organization that now we're told is defunct. We get these organizations by going onto the community board website, and they have a list. So we saw this on the list, and we notified them. I do my best to reach out to these groups. Of course, we're required only to notify the community board. These groups, by the way, have the same access to the community board calendars as we do. And they can check, and I guarantee they check the calendars every month, and the calendars come out probably 2 weeks in advance. And if they see an application where they haven't been contacted, I'm not saying they have an obligation to reach out to me, but they could always say, you forgot about us, we'd like to talk to you about it. So I can't answer it any better than that. We did do outreach, we do have petitions. We were mostly concerned with the people across the street in the police building and in our building. I don't know that a restaurant that has 48 seats needs to go 2.5 blocks away and start doing outreach to beyond that. And their objection is now on the record anyway, so it wouldn't have created a different result before the community board anyway.
So here's where I am. I like the applicants. I think they would run a fine restaurant, but this is a 500-foot law case, and it has been pointed out there are 24 OPs within 500 feet, 15 being restaurants, including a French restaurant, and I don't know what kind of restaurant, French restaurant that is, and if this weren't a 500-foot law case, then I think I would go ahead and approve this license as presented.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Commissioner, but as I pointed out, those 25 establishments, one of them is 278 feet. The others are between 304 and 497 feet. Most of them are on Lafayette, which is another avenue over. So the numbers are what they are, but I think we should go beyond just the numbers and look to see where they are. The flow of traffic on Lafayette is completely different than on Center Street. And also take into account, please, the size of this establishment. It is very small.
It's 1,400 square feet, 1,450 ground floor. That's somewhat small. I mean, I wouldn't say it's really small, but it just...
Pretty small.
Yeah, no, I just... given those factors, at this time, I have to vote to deny the application.
I would have approved simply because I think it is small and it is that they're clearly good operators. They have a number of other restaurants, one of which is in Community Board 3, and have proven to be responsible owners. I understand the number of licenses in that area is large, but their business, as they're laying it out to us at least, it appears to me that they are going to be a legitimate restaurant that's basically has a unique business model in my mind, and I would have approved. It's based on the wine list that I saw as well as the menus, I think that it would have been a legitimate restaurant and certainly would have been in the public interest. But
well, if I may, Commissioner Kim, I still have to go to the, we're guided largely by the considerations of Section 64, and there is, the only factor of all of them that I think would even come into question is one of the number of licenses. There's been no issue with noise, traffic, criminal activity, or any of the other considerations.
Well, the community board is also a consideration.
Well, yes, but I still think that their opinion has to be based on something reasonable, and in the resolution, there are only 2 factors. One, not doing outreach, which I do not think is a legitimate basis to deny any application, and not because we complied with the law notifying the community board. And number 2 is they say it's no kitchen, which we've now debunked. It just isn't, it's just off the table. It's just not an issue anymore.
I also think from the community board's perspective, when they first approved this license, they did so based on the wine bar and lounge model, and that if you had presented your restaurant model from day one, I don't know, and nobody can go back in time and know what everyone's thinking, but I have a strong sense that you might have met with a lot of opposition to have a business here in the first place. And, there are, and I'm not saying you guys are this particular case, but from the community board's perspective, it is frustrating at times when people come, get their original license for beer or wine based on a particular model that might be of benefit to the community, and then after a couple of years turn it into an OP based on representations that there will be food available. And so my point is that if you had originally came to them with a different model that you're presenting now, it may or may not have been approved at that time. But currently, it seems like you're operating well, and the community board wants to see that continue. Just with the 500-foot law case that it is, I have to stick with my vote. So.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What?
I thought today was going to be better than last week, but I guess.
I know. But he's probably right. I think he's right.
Interesting.
Who's right?
Oh, you're
You.
right that
Oh.
it came as an OP 2 years ago.
Yeah, they
No,
would
I
have
think,
turned it
no,
down,
I think
right?
you're, I think he can,
You can't consider it. Yes.
no. I
Wow,
think
this
that- I
must have
think
been a
it doesn't stand
big
on-
case there.
What's the number here?
504.
It's a liquor store. Oh. Not mine.
Who is opposition, please? Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Commissioner, members of the board. My name is Howard Levine, and I represent 325 Discount Liquor and Wine Corp. They are the closest store to the applicant. They're located basically one avenue away in an area that is already oversaturated with package stores. I understand there are other stores here in protest as well. In this area, there is insignificant population growth when compared to the national average and the New York State average. The median household income is low at $40,000 a year. It's a primarily renters neighborhood. There are 9 liquor stores within 1 mile, the 11237 mile. In fact, there are 6 of them within 1/3 of a mile. If you look at the area, you have the zip code of the applicant and the surrounding zip codes. There are 66 package stores in all in about a 4-mile radius. If you look at the gross sales.
66 package stores within a 4-mile radius?
That's correct. It's the surrounding zip codes. It's the zip code of
All right, okay,
applicant.
so I'm sorry, yeah, so I thought you meant in the same, let's just focus on this zip code.
Sure, there are 9 in this zip code. There are 6 active package store licenses operating within 1/3 of a mile from this location. My client is 1 avenue away.
Yeah, we have 3 at 1/3 of a mile, but go ahead.
I have 325 Discount. I have Vino and Wyckoff at 152 is 1,055 feet. Hannah Wine is 1,350 feet. D&W is 1,500 feet.
Yeah, so we have up to, we have D&W, but Hannah, we have 0.6 miles away. And the Song family, 0.4 miles away, but go ahead.
Okay, and in any event, there are all of these existing stores in the area. I submitted a Google map to the authority to illustrate just exactly how congested the area is. There are also questions as to whether or not the size of this applicant will be the 1,450 square feet as represented in the application, or the 5,000 square feet that's represented in the Buildings Department construction permit application. I've submitted that information to the board as well, so you could see that there is no distinction or subdivision of the space located at this property. Rather, there is construction for the entire 5,000 square foot property, and the notation is that it is for a retail space for eating and drinking. The other thing I wanted to point out to the board, which I put in my written submission, is there's an issue of whether or not there was full disclosure by the managing member who, if it matches the person on WebCrime's website, is facing an issue of aggravated unlawful license of a motor vehicle. At the end of the day, what this comes down to is the oversaturation in the neighborhood. The fact that my client objected, gross sales have fallen, other sales are marginal, and there's only 1 in 5 stores that has any kind of significant bump, and it's that store that's located right off Flushing Avenue.
If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. Otherwise, if you'd want to hear from each of the objectants to put their names on the record.
Yes, we'd like that. Thank
First,
you.
before they come, how many of these are bulletproof for the five closest?
None of them to my knowledge, Chairman.
Okay. Can everyone in opposition please come up together so we save some time, people walking up?
Yeah, Wayne Chen for 325 Discount Liquor. We're here to oppose the applications. We think there's too many liquor stores already in that area. And, you know.
How big is your space? 200 or 2,000?
2,000.
2,000.
About approximately 2,200 square feet.
Okay, thank you.
I just want to add, Commissioner and Chairman, that there is no significant construction in this area at this time. There is also no improvements, the addition of a multiplex movie theater or a sports venue or a shopping mall. This is not a transit hub area, and the existing stores adequately service the neighborhood. Next door.
My name is Odanis Alfredo Villa. I'm the general manager of Venus and Michael, which is under my son, Michael Villa. He's the licensing.
Okay, thank you.
My name is David Chen. I'm Myrtle, 1440 Myrtle Avenue liquor store.
My name is Yi Deng Zheng, DMW Medical. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Jin Sung Chen, Tuatu Knickerbocker Sung family.
Okay, thank you.
Finally, Chairman and Commissioner, the objectants offer a wide variety of product to the community, including international, domestic, local, regional, and organic product. My client, 325 Discount, that I could speak for, also has wine tasting and educational courses for the public, and it is not believed at this time that applicant will offer the general public anything that's not already there.
Okay,
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Hoffman.
Hi. Elke Hoffman for Commissary Ventures. Very similar to the other store we represented. This is also, I mean, Bushwick is, there's no doubt that this is an emerging neighborhood. And they're looking to open a boutique wine store. It would be called Irving Bottle. You have 4 principals here who are all experienced and active, and they can certainly speak a little bit more to what they're going to offer and how it's going to be different. I mean, I think, you know, as stated in my letter, I think not only are all of the stores that we're talking about here traditional package stores. It looks like, from what we looked at, it looks like 325 is partially bulletproof, like you can enter part of it but not access all of them. I think D&W is also a bulletproof store, and they're all.
I'm sorry, who's partially?
There's 2 doors, one for the liquor, for the lotto machine, and then the second door goes to the
They're locked? Do you have to buzz people in?
There's a lock for automatic lock, but it's not.
Yeah, 320. So he's talking 320. Our D&W is a bulletproof store, correct?
Yeah, it's going.
Yeah, D&W. And nobody else's store is bulletproof?
So Commissary Ventures is looking at going into, it's a warehouse, an old structure that's being remodeled and then also subdivided. Their retail space is, I think, around 600 feet, and the rest is storage. So the entire warehouse that is under construction, being gut renovated, you saw the pictures, it's a dilapidated building that is being rehabbed. It's going to have a variety of retail, and some of it is going to be eating and drinking and a little bit more food courty. This one, which has its own exterior entrance, is the proposed wine store, and the retail space is around 600 feet. So it's not the 5,000 square foot space that I think one of the letters of opposition is concerned. The applicants, besides being boutique, and they can explain it, they would really like, you know, their intention is to be a neighborhood store at all price points, appealing to both the current population, but also bringing boutiques for the emerging community. And that this is another, I mean, Bushwick, there's no doubt that this is an area that is attracting, is gentrifying, is attracting new residents. You can see there's also a number of new restaurants and cafes opening in the area. This sort of fills a gap between around a large number of, or not a large number of, between package stores. None of them are boutique stores, none of them are stylish design stores, and none of them offer the expertise. And I'll let Michael speak a little bit to the.
Sure. Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Matthew Harrison. I'm the managing partner of this venture. I want to address just a couple of things that Mr. Levine said, and then I'd like to speak to a couple additional points as well. First of all, I don't know what unlawful motor vehicle incident I'm being accused of. I have no idea. I don't own a car. This may be something to the fact that I have a very common name.
Well, you got printed, so you're for the application, and it didn't pop up. So.
All right, well, I appreciate that. In addition, there are approved alteration type 1 plans with the Department of Buildings that definitively show that this 5,000 square foot building has been approved for subdivision into several stores, of which our store is 650 square feet gross on the ground floor with an additional approximately 800 square feet, which is purely storage in the basement. I also want to refer to his statement that there's no construction in Bushwick and that it is not a transit hub. I think one of the reasons why from January to September 2015 that nearly 20% of all building permits in Brooklyn that were issued were in the neighborhood of Bushwick is because, in fact, it is served by the J, M, Z, and L trains, as well as numerous bus lines. Our store is located, our proposed store is located 1 block from the DeKalb L stop. In general, I want to say a couple of things. The first is that we know the other stores well, and we've all shopped there. Several of us live in Bushwick and Ridgewood. And in our opinion, there is a need for a different kind of wine and liquor store to serve this area, and the demographics make that case. According to the U.S. Census American Community Survey, there were 55,258 people living in our zip code as of July 2014, and this had grown 11% from 2010 to 2014 alone. And I already cited my statistic about residential building permits. Of the 4 neighboring stores noted in our survey, one of them is closed. One of them, I bought a bottle of tequila there last night while we were doing the final walkthrough, does have, in my opinion, partial enclosure. But I think the bigger point here is that we're going to have a completely open format store with custom shelving, custom graphic design, art by local artists, and more importantly, a heavy educational mission through our general manager, who is here, Mary Elaine, who is in the process of obtaining her sommelier certification. In general, we will have a service-focused approach with staff that is knowledgeable and experienced, and above all, approachable and unpretentious. And again, this focus on education with an eye towards publicizing New York vineyards and distillers. I also want to mention that the other stores have a different product mix focusing on value and mass market products. For example, Carlo Rossi wines, 1.5 liter Chilean wines priced below $20, Grey Goose vodka, Hennessy, etc., as well as selling small format liquor and large format wine bottles. We're focused on a curated selection of wine and liquor, emphasizing biodynamic, organic, local, and regional selections that are at a good value at a range of price points. We will also focus on products from local and regional and state producers or unusual points of origin. We are committed to 90 to 100% of the wine that we sell meeting some standard of natural certification or origin, and our liquor selection will be small, approximately 20 to 25% of what we are selling, and with a focus on small batch, curated, and artisanal products. Again, we would be conveniently located 1 block from the L train DeKalb stop in a building that will contain 3 other retail or restaurant establishments or dry retail. Our store is only 650 gross square feet of selling area, just 13% of that building. I also want to mention that we have a diverse team who is behind me, with me today, with years of New York City restaurant, bar, retail, real estate, and operations experience. We're committed to hiring a dual Spanish and English speaker. I'm on the board of the Bushwick Star Theater, which is an award-winning theater in Bushwick. We know the community well, and we believe we know the needs of its residents, and we'd be happy to answer any questions that you have.
So you said your 90% of your inventory is going to be wine?
90% of our inventory will be natural wine. I would say 80% of our inventory will be wine.
So I had a question for, who's representing Song's Family Liquor? Is your store bulletproof or not bulletproof?
It's bulletproof.
It is bulletproof, okay, thank you.
Can we hear from the aspiring sommelier?
Good afternoon, Chairman. My name is
Hi.
Mary Elaine.
Can you just describe what I'm assuming you're planning on doing the classes?
Yes, planning
Can you just
on-
describe what you plan on doing there?
Sure. Through my restaurant connections, I know a number of natural distributors in the city who are in touch with a number of small natural producers, specifically American producers, that I would like to bring in to do tastings, to give classes, to speak to different American wine regions and people, young American producers who are doing really exciting things with natural wine.
Can you name a few of those?
Absolutely. Specifically, what I was thinking of right now is Evan Lewandowski, who is a young man who used to be a wine rep with Zev Rovin, who grows in Mendocino in California, drives the grapes back to Utah and vinifies them there. He's also working on starting a new AVA in Utah. Wine's actually grown and produced in Utah.
Anybody else?
Sure. Locally, Long Island, you have Shin Estates, you have Southfold. Looking up in the Finger Lakes, Bloomer Creek especially has a number of different vinifications of Riesling specifically. Keuka Lake is working with the Vignoles grape, which is a New York varietal.
So when you're in the process of getting your sommelier certification, how far along are you?
I have been taking classes with the American Sommelier Association. I'm in their blind tasting class right now. And at the end of April, I'm taking the introductory sommelier examination with the Court of Master Sommeliers.
So how much, we have no idea what you just.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
I do. I don't. So how much time do you have left is, I guess, is.
I will take the final certification exam in the fall.
Okay. And you'll be at the store full time?
I will. I will be the GM. I'll be there 5 days a week.
So 80% wine and what percent?
20% spirits.
No, I can do the math on that. What about the New York State composition?
Hi, I'm Matthew Von Olin. I'm assisting with putting together the spirits list. I'm a bartender, have been for a long time. I wanted to make sure that we highlighted New York State products, and so we have 10% across a number of different categories representing things that are produced in New York State, also a number of things from the region. But we wanted to make sure that the liquor list was extensive enough and included categories that unfortunately can't be produced in the state.
Sure. Sure.
My client 325 has wine tastings and educational seminars every week. I think we've seen this all day today, where you have a group of individuals who are highly qualified, and there's no question that they're incredibly talented, but it's about the location. The location that they have selected is only one avenue away from my client, whose license is less than 4 years old. There are 2 other stores just north of this location located on Wyckoff, and those 3 are not bulletproof. So 3 of the 5 objectors today are not bulletproof. There's absolutely no question that they all have the accreditation, the experience, the knowledge, and the desire. But it's about the location. It's about whether it's going to be convenient for the public to shop at their store as opposed to the store that's one avenue away.
Or you're going to bring something to that area that doesn't exist already. And the fact that your client does do wine tastings, I understand, but this sounds like it's very much different than what your client's store is, as well as the other stores. That's just something we need to consider, and I think that's what we are considering.
And I think that you're absolutely right. It warrants very serious consideration. However, weekly wine tastings, bringing in local producers, is exactly what the public wants, and it's exactly what's offered, and it's exactly what they're getting. It's going to be a duplication of services that's only 1 block away.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, go ahead. Do you have something you wanted to say?
Just responding to the class programming as well, or sort of our educational programming. For me, that doesn't extend to just sort of tastings and bringing in producers. In terms of what we'd like to do, we'd also like to have our lovely Matt Von Olin do sort of cocktail classes as well.
For free, right?
Yes. This is a free programming we want to offer for the neighborhood.
Making sure. So here's what I'm thinking. The location is somewhat problematic for me. We've licensed 3 out of the 5 in the past 3.5 years. And, it's presumably to meet with the demand of the change in the neighborhood and whatnot. I think the small footprint is what kind of gives me comfort in knowing that the different higher-end kinds of services that seem to be provided by having a hopefully certified sommelier by the time this place opens, but I would ask if you could primarily focus a little bit more on the wine side, if you would consider that. You said 80%, maybe it'd be more like 90%, as you kind of said 80-90%. Because I think would be the distinguishing factor and would help me get over the comfort of the issue with the location.
I think we could certainly do that in most of our categories, but I would like, one thing that we're excited about and very aware of is that it's a majority Latino community, and we do want to offer an extensive selection of mezcals and tequilas. So if those could be carved out somehow, as well as maybe a few cordials, I think we can commit to, whatever target.
I mean, 325, what do you have in terms of mezcal and tequilas?
We carry 4 different mezcals and
Tequila.
Tequila, we have a whole selection of tequila.
All right. Well, I think you'll just have to add that into your percentage mix. On that I can approve.
Will the stipulation be that it's 90% wine?
Yes. It's going to be 80% anyway, you said, right? So I'm just making...
You guys want to huddle for a minute, or
you want to talk about it?
It is, and we will huddle. I mean, the one thing I'm concerned about is just we do want to offer at least a couple of things in every category. Otherwise, that entire line of our business starts to become a little thin. So I think if it's 85-15, we can agree to it.
All right, well, I'm okay with 85-15.
All right, so I'll vote to approve as well. 85% wine, 15% spirits. It is a small footprint. I realize there are 5 stores within 0.6 miles, 2 of which are bulletproof. What you have described is, in my view, significantly different than the stores in the area, given that you are going to have a certified sommelier and the neighborhood is changing, and it clearly is going to be a boutique style store, whereas the other stores appear to be general liquor or your straightforward liquor store. So I vote to approve on those grounds.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Did you see the opposition letter from Wei Chan? He's the only person who wrote that, like, all the stores do for illegal sales and people cutting corners. It's the only letter we've seen in ages where they're not just saying, this is going to kill my business. This is the best opposition letter from a liquor store owner.
532, Francisco and Francisco.
Don't do him any good.
Where is that letter? Wait, don't throw that letter away. I want to see it again.
Yeah.
532.
532.
Just save it for later.
What'd you do with it, Jackie?
Oh, yeah. Most of the whole thing is saturation of the stores and selling to minors and making illegal deals instead of just.
Oh, you've been watching the video.
My business.
Yeah.
You're in opposition?
Are there any? Nope, just go ahead.
This is opposition.
Oh, is the applicant here? Okay.
Represent Sherman Liquors and Wines. One of our main problems is he's granted his application. He's been open for exactly 3 months. He's 900 feet away, 2.5 blocks, and at the time that his application was approved, Commissioner Kim stated on the record that he was approving it only because he was replacing a liquor store which had removed out of the area. So therefore, the area was fairly saturated already, but because he was replacing another liquor store on that same block, it was approved. Again, in 3 months, he's not had enough time to build up a clientele, earn back any of his investment. I also note that last month, there was another application for a liquor store in the same area, Liz Lucretia, and the board turned it down because the area was already saturated.
What was the address on that, please? You got it?
You have it?
101 Sherman? Okay. And how far away?
That one was turned down, I believe it was a month ago, because the same board found that the area was saturated, and also noted that my client at that point had been open only 2 months. I don't believe there's any difference in the facts. I believe the area is saturated, and I believe that Sherman should have an opportunity at least to build some track record before you let another license in within 900 feet. Any questions?
No, thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. The applicant stepped out a moment. She's with child, so she had to step out for a moment. She'll be right back in.
Okay.
But that being said, I do understand that Sherman Liquors is fairly new to the area. However, we are not competition with
Sorry,
Sherman.
what is your name then?
Veronica Guerrero.
Okay.
I'm
so you're ne-
representative.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry, ma'am, sorry.
It's okay. We are really not competition with them. They are a straight out, as Mr. Bradley said before, Mr. Chairman said before, a plain out liquor store. That is not what's being proposed here. If you look at the pictures that are presented and included, we are going to be much more of a boutique kind of store that will offer, as you've heard time and time again today, classes, tastings, and the like. There is not going to be, it is not bulletproof. It's going to be an open plan. My client, who should be here shortly, is very familiar with the neighborhood. She grew up in the neighborhood. Presently, she lives over the bridge in the Bronx, but her mother lives around the corner. So she is a part of the neighborhood. And that is her desire at this point, to bring this type of upscale kind of experience to
Does
the
she have
neighborhood.
any experience?
She does. She has experience in communications, in customer relations, and she has.
I think he means
I
she
understand,
has-
and I'm getting there.
Oh,
And I'm
okay.
getting there.
Well, we
And
just don't
she
have
has-
time to kind of beat
I'm
around.
sorry.
Just get to the point.
And she has the intent to hire people that will guide and consult her. She has a number of people that she's considering at
But
the
the
time.
answer is no.
Well, no, it's, I would
No, but I
object
don't
that
want to
it's
mince
no.
words. Does she have experience working herself in the alcohol industry?
With alcohol herself, no, but with
Okay,
the
that's what his question was, that's all. I'm just
Well,
trying.
I just would like to reemphasize
No, I
that
understand she has other
does-
great qualities, but just in terms
but
of
that would bring,
alcohol.
that would bring a benefit to this community in that she understands the community and she has great experience with dealing with customer service and knowing how to service what's in demand in the area in which she plans to open if it's approved today. She would have an 80 80-20 split between wines and spirits.
She's a wine store, though. How could she have?
She doesn't want to be wine, just wine. It's wine and spirits.
What, do I have the wrong one?
532.
532. I have 533. Sorry, my
That's
bad.
okay. Okay.
You can continue, go ahead.
Okay, her hours would be Monday through Thursday, 10 to 10, Friday and Saturday, 10 to midnight. The community is changing. There's a 6% increase in population from 2010 to 2013, and over the last year, it's still increasing 2.1. It's been stated that in 2013, the population had reached its all-time high, and it continues over that. So there is a need in the area. Before Sherman Liquors, it's 1990, 1998, and then 2004. So there would be, she's here. Thank you. She would also be hiring 4 people to work into the store. So although it's 4 people, she would be contributing to the employment in the community. And the businesses, I believe, of the community have grown but 10.3%, which is reflective of the growth of the community itself. The rents also in the area.
How big is the retail space going to be?
The retail space is 576. No, 776.
And she's going to manage full-time and have 4 employees as well?
She is. She will have 4 part-time employees. 3 part-time, 1 will be full-time because that will be her consultant.
Okay.
She's also developing a website where people can order online and come pick up in the store.
Just want to respond?
Just very briefly, my client is also obviously very familiar with the area. As I'm sure you don't recall when you licensed him. His family has for, I guess, almost 30 years had an insurance and tax preparation business on the same block. So he's grown up there. They own a building in the area. He's very, very familiar with the area. He's there on a daily basis. When they put this application in, they knew that Sherman only had their application in, but they knew that Sherman was approved because there was a delay between his approval, because there was a steam pipe break in his premises, and when he finally got his license. So they knew that going in. And again, all I'm saying is, I don't want to say to be fair, but it's been 60 days. You're talking about 900 feet away. They knew it when they put in their application, and it's just too close to and too competitive in an area which Commissioner Kim previously noted is already saturated. You did turn someone down who applied before them just 1 month ago, and I don't know why you would now even consider this.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Can I?
Yes, sure.
Sure, briefly. Thank you. I understand that Sherman Liquors has been open for such a short while. However, the proximity in numbers sounds super close. However, if you look and understand the neighborhood, you would understand clearly that my client's store would service more of the westerly side of the neighborhood, where Sherman continues on the east side. There is a dramatic shift on the west side of Broadway in this neighborhood on Dyckman. It's changing dramatically. The stores, the restaurants.
The only reason he got approved was because he replaced an old store.
Understood.
And we did deny an application before or shortly thereafter.
And that applicant was
in that area.
But it was also on Sherman.
Well, it would be one of these 5 closest stores, I believe, right? The one that we denied?
We denied one that was 0.1 miles away.
Yeah.
From Sherman.
From Sherman,
right.
Which means it's either side of.
So it would be one of the 5 closest here, so it's in the same general vicinity, so.
But the market serviced, respectfully, would be different. There is a distinction between the west and the east side.
No, I understand, but as I've been reminded twice in this presentation, I did say that, that there was room for this particular store. It was a small footprint at 335 square feet, and we had just denied another licensed 0.1 mile away from here. So at this point, for the reasons stated in our denial previously, I don't believe there'll be a public convenience advantage by approving this, so I vote to deny.
I'm going to vote to deny as well. I think that the area is currently being served by the existing liquor stores, and the one we did just put in October was replacing an older store and had a smaller footprint. So I'm going to vote to deny.
Thank you.
Thank you.
505, Fresh Direct.
Mark Coslow from Buckman Law Firm.
Mr. Coslow, how are you?
Okay, fine. It's not a liquor store. We're not an OP. AX license application. As a matter of course, this would have been normally a corporate change. After discussion with licensing, we agreed with the period of licensing, we filed a new application. In fact, what it is the subsidiary flipped over is going to become the licensee in lieu of its parent. So as I said, it would have been a corporate change application, but for the type of corporate restructuring that we had done. It's the same AX licensee that exists now with the same type of services. They're excellent.
So nothing changed. The grocery store part of it is still the same.
Everything is exactly the same as before. There are no changes.
So why are we here?
Yes.
Read the third paragraph of the questions to be considered. It's clear in the first application of what exactly it was going to be, that was going to be the limited grocery inventory area for customers.
But you're saying it's exactly the same as it was previously?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
It's exactly the same, nothing different?
There are no changes. It's just a corporate
I
restructure.
didn't know exactly what the first one was.
So what, so do we want more of a detail, or you have, are you?
Decide if you're satisfied,
Right.
this is a bona fide grocery.
They were examined, both the location was examined, you had
Our investigators
that
have been
came.
out at other dates, and I've seen the pictures that Mr. Coslow submitted.
Okay.
The space is similar to the one that was approved last board meeting for Max Delivery.
Yeah, we didn't.
It's a small thing that probably nobody stops into, maybe, 20 people a year?
Correct. Yeah, that's
All right, approved.
I approve.
Thank you very much.
551I, I believe it is Thirst Wine Merchants.
Oh, you've been here this whole time? Blame Jackie.
Thank you.
Hey, do you want this? Have you seen this one? This was dropped off yesterday. It's opposition, so
Chairman, the sales.
it's in my chair, so.
And this is for Green Grape, which is the store that does the delivery for Max Delivery, so their sales will be reflective of all that internet business, not just the local sales there.
Rob Bookman for Pozeski Bookman. As of the end of business day Friday, there was no opposition that had submitted anything. I was just handed from Ms. Held. Apparently something was dropped off here yesterday, well past your deadline. It's quite thick. If it was earlier in the morning, I'd say maybe we should just put this over, but I guess that's up to you.
Well, what do you want to do? It's up to you.
Do you want to consider the written opposition at this late? You do?
I'm going to, yes.
Well, then I think we would like an opportunity to read it and be able to
No
respond to
problem,
it.
yeah.
And we'll put it over for 2 weeks.
Okay.
Okay.
Mr.
I got
Bookman,
one more matter.
last page fell out, so,
Do you have one of these? I have 2 copies for some reason.
thank you.
I got one more thing I signed in for.
All right, so this is 315?
Wait, so are
315,
you,
yeah.
are you here for the opposition of this? She came, so she should at least.
Well,
She's the one that submitted the stuff late.
Oh.
So,
You want to talk
I
now
got
or
it.
come back in 2 weeks?
Okay. Yeah, that'll be better. Thank you.
What was the next one?
I'm getting there, hold on.
It's just an offer,
Well, he's,
a plea.
it's an offer?
It's,
Well, you might want to tell me what it is, because the next I have is a
AMD.
liquor store.
okay, it's not a liquor store, AMD Restaurant Corp.
Yeah, that's further down. 494.
It's a plea offer that Mr. Bookman here did as his first one, worked extensively with counsel's office on. We submitted a whole packet of information showing that, that we're in compliance. And
So why isn't he speaking?
well, you're right. Okay, go ahead.
You can't let him get a word in edgewise?
Max Bookman, Pazetsky, and Bookman. Any questions?
Why don't you go sit down, actually?
I'm a nervous father. So do they have food now?
They have food. The authority had to go to their historic records to note that back in I believe it was the 1980s when the application was first made, it was set forth that there would be no food. The application was approved, and they hadn't had any food, but so we were told that, this charge can't really go forward on that basis, but to ensure compliance on a forward basis, we have a food menu now. In consultation with counsel's office, we put in a application to change our method of operation to reflect the fact that there will be food consistent with the level of food service required for this license type. So food is now being served and will continue to be at the appropriate level.
So back then, they didn't
In
require
83, I
food?
guess that was an option.
So do we,
Can we fine them for
charge
something
away?
that wasn't?
We can withdraw that charge, that's
Yeah,
fine.
well, so we'll withdraw charge 5. As for charges 1 through 4, your offer of 5,000, I'll accept.
I'll accept as well.
Thank you very much.
See ya.
Promises. 550, Paradise Liquor Store.
Good afternoon, Vivian Tozaki on behalf of Paradise Liquor Store. Sorry.
State that we did have an investigator go out to see if V&V was open, and they are.
They are.
And I was not here. I was sick. John Springer filled in for me. I did watch the hearing though, and Commissioner Kim, I'm sure you recall, you stated that you were likely to vote in disapproval if V&V was open. There were a couple things that weren't mentioned at that hearing that, well, first, if there's any opposition here again.
I don't think there is.
Okay, well, if I may please show you a map, a bigger map. The map points out that there is significant, I circled it, sorry, I wrote it in. There is significant construction in this area. The NHL signed a lease and has already begun construction on a $350 million ice sports center. It's a 99-year lease covering a 750,000 square foot site located at Jerome in East Kingsbridge. There's also new residential condos going up on Grand Concourse. That also, my client is open on Sundays. Northern Liquor does not open on Sundays. Adding more to that, V&V is not one of the closest stores. The other 4 stores are closer, but because V&V, you brought it up, so my client, just to show you how far away it is, my client actually had the nerve to go and ask the owner for a letter of support for his store. Of course, the owner said no, but he did he spoke to him on Friday at 11 a.m. He spoke to Henry, and Henry did tell him that he's experienced an increase in sales. That is the store that you questioned. Lastly, and I'm hesitant to say this, but it has been a topic of conversation. The other stores are all bulletproof, and when we submitted this application, we did submit it as a bulletproof store. It was sort of the standard way. It was just sort of the norm in the Bronx. But considering the way things are changing, and after speaking with my client, the idea is to transition it to a non-bulletproof store, and we don't feel that it's unsafe to do so. We're not stating that to simply try and get you to lean towards approving us. This is what he thinks good for his business. Because the other stores are closed, he thinks it would be good for business to give the option of having an open store. And if you approve, we're willing to amend our diagrams and submit that page, showing that we would like to have an open store.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of the questions were considered, you did bring up some new facts, but, I had said on the record that if V&V were open, that I would deny and have to stick to my vote.
I'm sorry, and I did watch the hearing. I question why V&V is so important. It's not one of the closest stores. They were,
and I can answer the question for you. They were important because we got no sales response from them, so we didn't know what their numbers were. And we were concerned, because of that, we were concerned were not open. And if they weren't open, we'd be willing to replace that store with a new one. But because they are open, the sales numbers of the other closest stores, in my view, don't justify another store going in there.
Even with the significant construction, the NHL.
Maybe in 2 years, if once that stuff is all done, but not right now. Most of these stores, their sales are declining. So I'm going to vote to disapprove as well.
Thank you.
Well, thank you.
547, request for declaratory ruling, Pallet Wizards.
Good afternoon,
Good afternoon.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Kim, Council Flug. My name is Elizabeth DeConti from the law firm of Gray Robinson, here on behalf of Pallet Wizards, and with me today is my client, Michael German, the founder and CEO of Pallet Wizards. Given the hour, I would like to ask all of you how you would like me to proceed. We presented a very detailed packet with correspondence to council, which included a detailed factual description of Pallet Wizards' business model, as well as a legal analysis with exhibits. I don't know if you would like me to go through that point by point at this time.
Not point by point, can you just give us a summary of your business model verbally?
Absolutely. Pallet Wizards is a mobile application. Pallet Wizards is not a licensed business. We are here because Pallet Wizards will do business with the alcohol beverage industry and will work with members of the retail and supplier tier. And as a legal introduction, the flag issues for your consideration are A, Pallet Wizards does not implicate New York's Tied House laws. B, Pallet Wizards does not need a license. And C, Pallet Wizards does not avail itself improperly of a New York retailer's license. Moving beyond that, the facts of Pallet Wizards' business in short are these. This is a consumer-facing mobile application. It is designed to provide consumers a way to learn more about brands which they access at on-premises retail locations, particularly artisanal brands. The idea is that if you are at your favorite restaurant or you're at a wedding and you have the opportunity to experience a spirit or wine product, for example, that you're not familiar with, you may use the application to take a photograph of that label of that product, and you can then, using your customized Pallet Wizards application, learn where you may buy that from a off-premises retailer.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but you don't have to be at an on-premise retailer to use it. You can be anywhere in the world.
That's absolutely right. And you may use it to find things that suit your taste. For example, there's another component of the app that is a palette profiling device that the consumer can use to find particular things. The key thing here to bear in mind is it truly is a consumer-facing app. In other words, you as the consumer choose your retailer or retailers, plural, where you prefer to shop. The Pallet Wizards mobile application is available to all retailers who want it. The retailers pay Pallet Wizards to customize or skin the app for them.
How much do they pay?
They will pay the
$485.
$400. It's gone up in 2016. We presented this to you in writing in 2015. They're paying $490 now, plus a subscription fee. Correct? So as a consumer, you choose which retailer you wish to communicate with to find your brands. No supplier is able to interfere with that or choose that for you. In fact, suppliers and retailers which do business with Pallet Wizards have no way of interfacing with one another.
I think it's also important to note that you can't actually make a purchase Correct. Through Pallet Wizards. You cannot. No one will ever believe that they are buying anything.
To the local retailer, who then, do you have to go in person, or can you?
Yes.
Oh, you can't have the retailer deliver it to you subsequently, after you make the reservation?
Let me back up a step if I can address that. The purchasing function here is solely in the hands of the retailer. Unlike other websites and mobile applications which this body has reviewed in the past, Pallet Wizard's business model specifically pushes sales functions to the retailer. Pallet Wizards has no interest in being involved in sales. So all that happens through Pallet Wizard's app is you, the consumer, say that you would like to reserve a bottle. The retailer then steps into the conversation and sends emails to the consumer about ordering and how that order will be fulfilled. If the retailer is equipped and approved for delivery, they could deliver. Otherwise, the consumer is going to that retail location.
Every time a reservation occurs, then the manufacturer of that alcohol item then pays $1.40 to Pallet Wizard?
That is correct. And the key thing, Commissioner Kim, is that that $1.40 payment is made regardless of whether or not the consumer actually consummates the sale with the retailer. It's an analogy for you would be it's almost like a click fee, that it's another advertising for the supplier that they have paid for.
And are you going to have territorial models where certain retailers are restricted by geography? So you can have
the consumer chooses the retailer that they want. There's no selection made by Pallet Wizards.
So consumer, what if I don't put in my preferred retail locations? You'll offer some locations to me, no?
Good evening. All retailers can download and do business with us. So it's really a matter of if your retailer has chosen to become part of the network.
All right. So if I'm in a Midtown restaurant and I punch it in, then you're going to give me options of where I can buy it, or it goes to one particular retailer that's nearest to me? Or?
So let me address that. So presumably if you have the app as part of downloading the app and installing it on your mobile device, you've already chosen your retailer. You will then
when you download, you choose the retailer.
You choose and you can choose more than one. You can search. And you can choose more than one if you like.
Oh, it'll come up on the Pallet Wizard side. I don't have to go back to Google and punch in my address and find the nearest one.
But he has you put your own preferred retailers in there.
Correct. Okay. You select your own retailers.
They have to be registered with you already.
Yes.
Right. Okay.
So then, what happens is this: you choose, you put in you tell the app that you would like this product. Right. If your retailer does not carry the product, they will offer you the option of searching for it for you. The retailer may special order the product for you, and the retailer will look to see if it can do that. If it cannot do that, and only if it cannot do that, it may suggest similar products to you, which it does in fact carry.
I see. The retailer can make the suggestion, but not that they would go out and buy from another retailer to have it ready for you at that store, but that they'll refer you to another store that does carry.
They will most likely refer you to another brand that is similar to what you have said you were looking for.
Okay.
And there's another aspect I don't understand is the supplier aspect. They're paying $35 or $70 per 1,000 impressions? What's that mean?
Correct. I'll have Mr. German explain that, but what you need to focus on, I believe, Mr. Chairman, for your legal analysis, is that suppliers are paying Pallet Wizards advertising fees.
No, I understand.
And they have the ability to scale those fees, and I will let him address how they may do that.
The advertisers pay $35 1,000 to be a recommended brand. So in Elizabeth's description, that if you've taken a scan of a wine that my store doesn't have, I can recommend something else that drinks just like it that matches your palate. An advertiser can pay to be a recommended brand in the case that you are looking for a botanical gin or a spicy Zinfandel.
Recommended by the retailer?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't understand that anything. So the
Well, not
manufacturers.
recommended by the retailer, but recommended. It's an advertisement.
By the app.
Recommended by you, you guys.
Right. So the beauty of that, though, is the consumer never sees that advertisement until their preferred item becomes unavailable. And furthermore, neither the supplier or the retailer control that conversation. And there's two reasons for that. Number one, every supplier which signs up to advertise with Pallet Wizards via contract must, advertise in every retail app version which we have. They may not pick and choose which retailers, customers they speak to. That's how we build in a safety control.
So even if the retailer's not carrying that product, they still have to advertise?
Well, obviously the app is controlled so that we never want to have a retailer advertising a product they don't sell. That's not legal, right? We're not going to do that. But what the point is, a supplier cannot circumvent Tide House, for example, by using the app as a means to induce retailers to buy from them, because the suppliers have to advertise in every retailer with an app version where their products are sold.
Okay.
They have no option.
But the $35 per 1,000 impressions, what is an impression? I'm not...
A view. So every time you'd see an ad, if you download your retailer's app.
Oh, so every time you guys recommend something to...
it's an impression. A television impression, a magazine impression, a Google impression.
I got it, okay.
So no other issues, council? You don't say?
No, there was no direct interaction and no sale. Again, there's no impression that anybody's buying the product. They don't receive any consumer money, and the manufacturers never interact with the retailers. Here, the manufacturers simply interact as advertising with the consumers.
How long have you been doing this?
We just started. So this project, as you may imagine, has required significant investment by Mr. German and his partners. They built the app and the concept before selling it to anyone, and they also engaged us to embark on an extensive legal analysis because it is a national. This is not just for New York. This is a national program, and frankly, we began with the states where we feel that the alcohol beverage laws are most rigorous, combined with the ones where we think there will be the biggest demand for the app. And so we began with the state of California and received an approval there, and now we are here with you.
Well, you didn't start with us first, no.
Well,
I'm kidding. All right.
Mr. Conte did include my counterpart, Mr. Bodding's letter from the state of California. Mr. Bodding did note a potential in the future where the costs of the manufacturer can be so great as to be undercutting and supplementing the costs of the retailer. But it's certainly not at that point at this time.
I think that's what he hopes for.
Yes.
That's a good problem to have, right?
I'll be back explaining myself.
Right.
Okay, all right. I vote to approve.
I vote to approve.
Good luck.
thank you very much. We appreciate
for
your time.
waiting all day.
Thank you.
I'm answering it.
551E, Recon Dominicano Corp.
Hello, Javier Doral, and my client, Oscar Espinal.
What was it? 51E?
Eating place beer transfer.
Sorry?
Eating place beer transfer in
Yeah,
Hempstead.
letter E.
Yeah. We spoke with the mayor a little earlier this morning.
It's not an over, right? Okay. All right, go ahead.
We spoke to the mayor earlier this morning. He said he gave a letter also in support or no objection to the new license.
At the end here.
It's in the packet?
Should have been something in there. If you don't have it. Oh, you got it.
Okay, I got it. Yep.
Can I see that?
Hours are going to be 10 to 10?
Right, that's what he's open now.
All right.
So,
There you go.
Okay. All right, I approve. I approve. Good luck.
Thank you.
10 to 10.
10 to 10.
551K, Webster Liquor Store.
Good afternoon. My name is Lisheng Liu. On behalf of the Webster Liquor Store and the gentleman here, Mr. Yang Tu-mu, he's the sole owner and the principal of the Webster Liquor Store. And we are here today for the application for a liquor retail liquor license. And our proposed location is at 2264 Webster Avenue, and we don't see any direct or close competitors around this area. And
Find it? No, I was looking, I have
I don't know if there's any main concerns or issues that you want to address.
Sorry, go ahead.
Is this going to be a bulletproof store?
Yes, it is.
Paradise. So, let's see. Okay, North End. Yep, North End it overlaps.
Our research shows that the closest existing liquor stores will be around maybe 2,000 feet away around. But as our proposed liquor store is located on the Webster Avenue, and there's only one liquor store there on this avenue, but it's around 2,000 feet away.
We just a half hour ago rejected a store in the general vicinity of this store. Paradise, I don't know if you listened to it?
Yes.
How far away was that?
On this one?
Yeah.
I'll check right now.
And we just opened one in 2013 nearby.
How far is it away from our store to the one that was already rejected?
I'm looking that up now.
Oh, okay, thanks.
1 mile.
Oh, it is 1 mile? It's 1 mile, so it's not.
So our argument is that because that area is kind of city area, it's not like a countryside area, so people mostly will choose that the stores within walking distance, and also people would largely rely on public transportation.
Do we have a better map?
So it is not a story that in a countryside area that 1 mile or 2 miles will not make any difference.
Do you have a map that's clear?
I do have a map.
Our copy's just really bad, that's why. Yes, could I see that, please? Thank you.
I don't know the one, the Paradise one.
That's okay.
No, yeah, that's okay. Which one's your,
It's in the middle. It's in the middle. So
that's the proposed one? Okay. That makes it a little bit easier to see. That's Google Maps.
Oh.
So this is Chris Liquor. And this is the wine. That's sufficient distance, I think, in this area. Chris Antiques. Furniture, this is right here. This is the nearest.
So we believe that our proposed store is just in the middle of these existing stores, and
The one we approved. Webster Avenue. We have two overlapping, but Grand Concourse and Webster, North End with Paradise.
Paradise was a mile away.
Yeah, it's a mile away, so.
How far was the Washington Spirits, Carrie, do you know?
Is that one? Which one is that one?
1290544.
8 blocks away, though. It's maybe
2334 Washington.
drink.
That is 0.2 miles.
Which one?
The other one that's overlapping, that we denied.
Oh.
Yeah, the Washington Spirits.
What about Liquor Store Inc.? We don't have that as one of the closest. But that's on Webster.
I'll check that one too. Liquor store on 7th, is that?
Liquor Store Inc. it has, I don't know, it's on Webster.
Bring that one up. See if I can bring it up by the address, Webster.
And so you're the landlord as well?
Yes.
It's 2,000. And what's your retail space going to be?
Would be around half of the total space, so
1,000?
1,000, yeah.
And this is bulletproof?
Yeah, it is.
Liz Liquor Store Inc., that's the one you guys denied.
Where's that?
That's on 1327 Webster.
Oh, that's...
Oh, that was from 2010, no, never mind.
That's far down. Okay. All right. The closest stores are 0.4 miles away, one of which is only 355 square feet, and we licensed that about 3 years ago. The sales there are increasing. There are sales that are decreasing and increasing. It's kind of here and there. I think the fact that this is a proposed location on Webster Avenue on the other side of the street, 0.4 miles away, there is an existing store, but this will be on the other side. And so I'll vote to approve this application.
I'll vote to approve as well, given the location of the store, and the store that was just put in there about 2.5 years ago has been relatively successful, so I'll vote to approve, given the size.
All right, good luck.
Thank you.
496. Guayaquil Bar and Lounge. Probably didn't do this.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah. I'm here because in January 15, I have a hearing, and I didn't receive a decision.
6? You had a... Oh, you had a hearing and you didn't receive a decision?
No.
The decision was that they sustained the charges for not having food. Do you have food there?
Now I have food. I fix everything. I have kitchen. I have food.
Have everything fixed?
Yes.
All right, I'll do 2,500.
2,500.
Okay, thank you.
529, Cozy Soup and Burger.
Hi, Hector Alexiadis for the licensee. We're here on an offer and compromise. The licensee was issued 3 summonses, 2 of which were non-posted signs, and 1 was alteration of the
Right,
premises.
so you offered 5,000?
Well, that was the initial offer in the offer of compromise, but we're requesting that it be reduced.
I mean, you have a pretty good record over the past 5 years. I'll go to 1,700.
1,700. Is that good?
Yes, correct.
Accept? Okay, thank you.
551D, 771 Pennsylvania Boulevard.
Hi. It's 771 Peninsula Gas Inc.
Yes, Peninsula.
Yeah.
Just wanted to make sure there's no objections.
51D, right?
Oh, where do we go?
In the Village of Hempstead.
Yes.
We have his letter there?
Wait a minute, where's this at? They're asking, well, this is a grocery store. Saying restrict the hours of restaurants. Restrict the hours of bars and nightclubs.
So there's stipulations that the mayor wants imposed, which he sent a copy of from the...
This is the same stipulation for, it's kind of like a resolution.
Right, I got it.
You got that?
Yeah.
It's at the bottom covers grocery stores.
51D, right?
D, yep.
Mr. State?
So with those stipulations, I'm not.
Hold on. There's some confusion here because we have Mr.
771
Singh.
Peninsula Boulevard, Inc., is that you?
Yes.
Are you Mr. Singh?
No, I'm the supervisor. He's sick, he has the flu.
Okay. What's your name?
Bruce Rosen. Sorry.
You're the supervisor.
My attorney was here this morning, and he spoke to the mayor of Hempstead, and he said he had no objections, so he left.
We don't want to get into the habit of, anyway. Okay, so this was previously licensed, Peninsula Services.
He holds a lot of licenses.
He does? Okay.
Past, I'm sorry.
Pass adverse.
Current too. No, I'm looking at all of his licenses.
He's had some sales to minors issues, yeah.
05 and 12,
Isn't this 13, 14?
15, yeah.
But
That's at the
that's somebody
premise.
else, though,
That's
right?
somebody else.
Okay.
He's had,
Those are here. He has
he's
some in
had,
15.
he's had 3, and one of which was in 15.
All right.
So I'm good.
Okay, I approve.
Well, I approve as well.
Thank you.
So are you still glad we're doing it? At 5:40?
539?
Oh.
Lily? We have to.
Lily, is that it?
Okay.
What's the number?
Good afternoon.
539.
Gary Katsouris for the licensee applicant. I have with me Mr. Domingo Thomas, the principal of Lalille Inc., doing business as Lalille Steakhouse. I had submitted petitions, about 33 pages, in excess of 500 signatures in support. I don't know whether or not they were received. What's troubling here is that my client had submitted a prior application with another attorney. He was denied. I think the reason for the denial was he wasn't conveyed to him that he didn't have to stay up until 4 o'clock in the morning. And Commissioner Kim, I'm told by my client, was present at the time, the last time my client appeared, and we're trying to press him to agree to a 2 o'clock a.m. closing time.
What? I have no idea what you're talking about.
That's what I was told.
No, we denied him because he had said he had no connection to the canceled owner.
That's correct.
But he started the application before our disciplinary was resolved.
Oh, I
How would
see.
he know to start the application unless with an existing licensee still existing at that space if he had no idea or no connection to the owner?
He had no connection to the owner.
Well, so how did he start an application while the other
I am not aware of the prior application at all.
Then
I'm just-
don't stand up there and say that I said something that I pushed him to 2 a.m. or.
The only reason I make that statement, Commissioner, is that we appeared before the community board on November 6th. We entered into a stipulation. I signed the stipulation. My client signed the stipulation. We forwarded it over to the community board. And we then appeared before the community board at their general meeting and later learned that we were denied. I didn't know that we were denied. No letter was ever sent to us. We were never informed of the decision. This is not a 500-foot rule. My client's trying to operate a steakhouse similar to the one that is operated in the Dominican Republic. We have no connection to the prior tenant. We have no connection other than the location. My client grew up in that area in East Elmhurst and wants to follow in the footsteps of his restaurant in the Dominican Republic and offer the same kind of steak and good food that he offers there. He wants to offer it here to his constituents.
What's the DJ for?
There is no DJ. Background music. The stipulation that we signed provides no live music and no dancing.
Okay.
Hours are Monday through Wednesday, 11 to 12, 11 a.m. to 12 a.m., and Thursday through Sunday, 11 a.m. to 2 a.m. This is a desolate area.
What were your hours for the weekend? What were your hours?
11 a.m. to 12 a.m., Monday through Wednesday, and Thursday through Sunday, 11 a.m. to 2 a.m.
I don't know. I think you're making it sound like you come in here and say you have no knowledge of the previous application. There was a unanimous vote to deny this applicant because of those. Well, number one, the reason I brought up. Number two, community board was against it. As you say, it's a desolate area. To you, it's a desolate area. To the community board, it's a primarily residential area. And then he had no explanation of why he needed to have a DJ and stay open till 4 a.m.
That's not his position now. If it was
Well,
that,
it
I'm
wasn't
not
his
aware of it.
position at that time either, and then he was willing to eliminate the DJ, close the hours, and it got to the point, if I recall, that he was willing to agree just to get anything, but he didn't really have an understanding of the application process or the method of operation that he was proposing on his application.
Well,
And then
Commissioner,
it
that's
still
why you
doesn't
can't-
explain to me how he was able to start the application process shortly before the disciplinary proceeding was resolved. So even before the resolution, he had started the application. If he didn't know the prior licensee, how did he do that?
He knows the neighborhood, Commissioner. He's
He
from
knows
the
the
neighborhood.
name of what?
He knows the neighborhood. He grew up in the neighborhood.
So he knew there was a disciplinary
He
proceeding
knew
against
that
the
there was-
location?
He knew that this location was a volatile location. And
well-
that the tenant was not a very good tenant and not a very good neighbor.
Okay, but I don't know. I'm not convinced that any of these other factors have changed, so I vote to deny.
I'm going to vote to deny as well. The community board, I realize it's not a 500-foot case, but the community board is pretty adamant about this location since it was a previous problem location for the community board. The last time I had a liquor license, I believe we had to, did an emergency order to summarily suspend. Is that correct?
Party place? Yeah, I think so.
But Mr. Thomas has no relationship with the prior owner.
But the problem, the location has been a problem in the past, and the community board believes it'll be a problem
But
again.
there's no dancing, there's no music, only food.
Well, that wasn't the only problem.
No, that's what my client is offering. He stipulated with the community board that there would be no dancing, no live music, and his hours of operation.
They still don't want it,
Community
and that's not the
board
only
says
reason. I mean, it's a problem location. I obviously was not here the previous application.
The real problem with the previous application was the prohibited hours. This licensee at the previous license, no matter how many times the police went there, was still serving people at 4 or 5 a.m. That was the major problem.
And it's a residential area, and it's
This is
just...
a restaurant.
I mean, I'm not saying I wouldn't give him a liquor license. I was not here the previous time. This is a problem location in my mind, so I'm going to vote to deny.
$551H, analog.
Good afternoon. Joseph Levy on behalf of Analog LLC. I believe we have some opposition here today, if you'd like to hear from them first.
Would actually love to hear from them first. Why don't you guys do rock, scissors, paper? I mean, let's go with the applicant first in this case. Thank you.
This is an application before you for a change method of operation. The request is to add an additional hour to the closing time every night of the week. The current hours are from 5 p.m. to 12:30 a.m. Sunday through Thursday, 5 p.m. to 2:30 a.m. Friday and Saturday. The proposed hours would be 5 p.m. till 1:30 a.m. Sunday through Wednesday, 5 p.m. to 2:30 a.m. Thursday, 5 p.m. to 3:30 a.m. Friday, Saturday. This applicant, Jared Gordon, one of the applicant principals who's here with me today, is on site roughly 6 days a week. His partner Jesse is on site the day he is not, and they have quite a bit of overlap during the days that Jared's there. Very hands-on operators. This is, as you can see from my submission, a small, intimate jazz lounge. There's food, there's well-crafted cocktails, there's live acoustic music. The space has been run very responsibly, very well for the last almost 2.5 years. No violations, no complaints, no issues with the State Liquor Authority or any body, city, or state that we are aware of at this time. Just by way of some history, initially, when we came before the community board and the members, I see Council Flug, this is the Baha'i Center case.
This case was here
That
several
was-
dates.
That was a different location. For this particular location, when we first met with members of the Community Block Association, the Community Board, we discussed the actual hours that we're appearing for today, and that was our intention from the outset. We were told that those hours were too late from the outset for people who have not run a place before in a space that hadn't been licensed before, so they wanted to see who we are, how we ran our place, and feel comfortable with the type of place we're running before they would consider later hours. The Block Association and the Community Board were kind enough to give us hours that we felt comfortable with starting our business with, but now here we are 2.5 years later. We would like that extension of an hour every night, and we think we've proven that we're responsible operators over this last 2.5 years by our totally clean track record and concept that doesn't really disrupt anyone's quality of life. You'll see in the submission there are a number of letters of support, even from people who live in the building. There are signatures of support from people on the block and on the adjacent 2 blocks in either direction. We appeared before the Community Board a while back, and we were denied because the Community Board stated, amongst other things, they didn't want to set a precedent of giving us later hours on this particular block, that there were a row of retail shops that have all gone out of business, and they didn't want to create a scenario where many people would come to this block looking for late hours. You will notice in the submission to the Liquor Authority, there is a letter from the Block Association, the West 8th Street Block Association, detailing the history with my clients over the time that they've been open for business. And I would say, if you didn't know that this was an opposition letter and you just looked at it objectively in a vacuum, it could very easily be a letter in support, because it does detail the fact that they have done everything they said they were going to do. They run a very tight ship, very responsible operation. Again, they're here seeking that extra hour, which would really make quite a difference in their business. As you can see, they open at 5 p.m., so this isn't a space where, you know, it's open all day. They're limited hours to begin with, and we think we can run responsibly without changing our method of operation, with the exception of the extra hour.
Okay.
Hello, my name's Cormac Flynn. I live on West 8th Street for the last, 50 years. And I am the current co-chair of the West 8th Street Block Association. And I was at the time when Analog first came and negotiated with them. So West 8th Street is a street that 10 years ago had 1 liquor license and now has 17. In 1 block. When this first started and this changeover happened, there was a usual reaction from the community, which was to, oh my God, what are we going to do? We should oppose. What has evolved is something quite different. I know that you're used to a lot of folks in the community just being against. Our block association has managed to come to terms with over 90% of applicants, right? We don't do that in a vacuum. We've worked out a vision for the future of the block with local elected officials, with the Business Improvement District of the Village Alliance, and with community activists for where to move the block retail. Now let's move to Analog. It was referenced before, I don't know the details about their previous location with the Baha'i Temple. What I do know is that Chairman Friedman was very involved, very concerned at trying to accommodate them.
And the issue was whether the Baha'i Temple was a place exclusively used as a house of worship or not. That was the issue.
Not on my block, so issue for you, not for me. What I wanted to say is that as a result of that, though, they approached Richard Stewart, who was then the head of the SLA committee of the community board. And Richard Stewart came to my community, to my block, and with really a strong encouragement that we come to accommodation with Analog. Even though there was significant residential opposition, we did come to accommodation with Analog. As we do with all of our licensees, we don't just say, these are the hours for the block, and this is, you can't do that. Each case is taken individually, and it's a complete package of different things. We have 9 different areas in our stipulations that we negotiate over. There are additional other things often that are site-specific to location. In this case, it was a previously unlicensed location which since we already had 17 licensed locations at the time, we didn't want. It was a bar when the agreed idea of going forward was to move away from bars, right? It was a club that wanted live music. We don't do that. We don't have live music. That's not, in other words, it did not fit where we wanted to go at all. But at the behest of the community board, in the interest of the larger community, we came to accommodations. We bent over backwards. Part of that deal had to do with the hours that Analog has, right? So now to change one piece of that deal without looking in toto at the whole ball of wax for Analog and at the context of the block and where it is now as opposed to 2.5 years ago does not make to me any sense at all. Now, a year or almost a year and a half ago now, 15 months ago or something, Analog came to us. They'd been open about a year, which we didn't think was very long. Everybody's in their best behavior the first year or two with bar and restaurants, and said, gee, you know, we haven't broken any laws and we've upheld our stipulations. You should reward us. We don't actually look at things that way, but we did say, look, we're willing to talk about it. Let's look at the context. Look, unfortunately for them, the context has actually changed against them. It was even less likely to get later hours. It made even less sense. And we told them that, but you'll be here a long time. I can't predict what it'll be in 10 years. We said no. Went to community board. The community board, which doesn't always agree with us, but in this case, came to a similar conclusion and said no. I thought that was the end of it. I'm a little bit surprised now, 15 months later, to be here and have this. There haven't been conversations since then, at least it involved, you know, the active residents of the block. You know, part of the deal for this was that it was only 30 minutes, was only slightly later than most of the other licenses on the block. This is a block, 17 licenses on the block, plus 4 across the street in either direction, you know, like just across the streets at each corner, right? Of those 21, only 2 have hours later than they have right now, right? And those 2 are grandfathered. One of them's had licenses for 40 years and we're fighting them all the time. This is the Sonos Pink Elephant, you know, it's a nightmare.
So what time do the others close in general, the other 15 licenses?
It's a change, but, you know, I mean, it's not the same in each place, but most of them close between 11 and 12 on school nights and between 1 and 2 on Friday and Saturday nights. They, as I said, already they have among the latest hours on the block. I would say, I understand it's within your power to give them later hours. I would say that given that this is part of a larger context, a larger deal that was thoughtfully and extensively negotiated with a lot of people, what is the community interest in doing so?
Okay, we understand.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Fern Jones. I live at 9 West 8th Street. I'm a member of the Block Association and have been on the street for about 30 years. And I've experienced what Cormac explained to you, that over time we've had a change in our community. But we've tried in working collaboratively with elected officials and with CB2 and with the BID to try to protect the things that people love to come to the street for. So acoustic jazz music, which in the hands of Analog has turned into amplified music. They say that's not the case, but I've walked by and seen it. If they're going to have amplification, and I've seen the amplifiers, they should have a double door. They don't. But we had, as Cormac explained to you, these stipulations that they agreed to live by. They didn't come to us in an orderly fashion.
He just indicated to us that they had lived by them.
But
is that incorrect
and
or
I'm
no?
here to say to you,
Did you not just indicate to us that they've lived by all their stipulations?
that was 15, no.
A year ago, I said that they had then. We have questions now.
And we found out ipso facto that they were, you know, going for an extension of the hours, which they knew were a sticking point for us. But they didn't come in a spirit of collaboration. They didn't come in a spirit of communicating, which are the 2 big things that we've done with everyone, instead of just saying no. And we have a way of polling the folks on the street. I know tons of them. So if they had come, I would have gotten on the phone to find out what people thought. Instead, they cherry-picked people that they wanted to talk to, but they didn't come to those of us who've tried to be active. My other concern with them is that I'm told now that there are new plans where there's no kitchen at all. So there again goes to the character. Bars don't work really well in a community that...
Well, why don't we stick to what we have in front of us? We don't have any application to do away with the kitchen or anything of that.
And plans that CB2, that we had seen finally. I'm just saying there hasn't been the communication that they claim there has been, and they're not good neighbors. I walk by and people are loitering. He should be out there. He's there all those hours and moving them along. I wonder what's happening here. Is there a party at the? Oh no,
Well, she just checked, and we don't have any complaints, which doesn't mean what you're saying isn't true. But we have no complaints about their bar.
Because we have a spirit of collaboration and working together, rather than just get on the phone and call the cops, right? That's what we could do. But we thought these are guys we're working with. They're neighbors. We're going to find out, check it out first. So it hasn't risen to that level. We had no idea the signs were shifting. And so I want to speak for those of us who are active in the community, trying to work with businesses to keep the character of our street, on school nights, to let it close down. 2 a.m. is a long time. I'm getting up and going to my window and hearing people screaming who are leaving the late hour places. It's a real problem. Okay? We have tons of tourists who come during the week. We love it. The village, we love it too. The reason they want to be here is for the work that we as neighbors are doing to maintain the character. And we just ask them to continue to be good neighbors, and you to not allow them to push those lines. It only takes a little bit.
Okay.
Slippery slope. Thank you.
Carter Booth on behalf of Community Board 2. Adherence to agreed upon stipulations is not an argument to expand the agreement. In this particular case, the community board was referenced before. They had the same applicants had a different application on East 11th Street. The community board had opposed it. And for part of the reason is that they did not gain the support of any of the 5 or 6 local community groups in that area. Chairman Rosen was very involved in this because it was also a 200-foot case, and so there was extensive discussions here as well as previously when they had appeared at the community board. As a result, everybody was familiar with the applicant, and there are suggestions that perhaps that they look at some other spaces in the immediate area because there weren't any issues with them as who they were. It was just maybe finding a good place to fit. 8th Street, as you heard, has already had a huge growth in the number of licenses. We don't have any particular standards at our community board on what people need to do or what they need to follow. We hear all applications. We've never, ever choose not to hear anything. And if people want to come back and propose later hours, we say, that's fine. You can come present anything to us as long as it's substantively different than what you've already presented to us in the past. There's no representation that will make any changes to any recommendations. This is 8th Street is, with all of the changes, they've been trying very hard to attract new businesses, and a part of that is accommodating all of these applications. A part of accommodating applications is making sure that there is not any overwhelming impact on the residential character of that street, in addition to supporting the businesses. Later hours of operation have a direct link. There's already one particular club on the block that has later hours, and the authority has spent considerable resources addressing them. The precinct has spent considerable resources, and it's not a suggestion that the applicants are going to be a problem. It's the impact on the street of rapid growth in licenses and creating. Just as an example, certain blocks can have 10 restaurants and perhaps 1 bar. But to have 8 bars and 2 restaurants suddenly changes the balance. Here we're trying to have a block that can go from predominantly retail to an eating and drinking area. And there's a couple of other specifics in this place. The location is 2 bars within the interior of the premise, one in the front and one in the back. That's unusual as well. We generally don't have premises that have multiple bars and multiple seating areas. As far as the as far as any representations made, which about coming back and because they've been good, that there'll be later hours. We have to take things at the time when they're in front of us. And the hours that were presented in the original application here were the same hours that were presented on 11th Street. I don't think that they had ever presented to the community board any later hours, so I'm not sure where that had came from, that there was a reduction in the hours of operation that were presented. And in some emails that that the applicant had provided to the community board and that they had exchanged with Mr. Flynn, that they had suggested that a part of the reason that they wanted expanded hours of operation were because in the summer months that there was decline in their customer base. I think anybody who's familiar with operations of bars and restaurants in New York City knows that there is a decline in business in the summer. And, you know, that I found to be a surprise because it was presented to us that the applicants were very knowledgeable about business as part of their original application. That is why we recommended approval, or if the stipulations were followed in the first place. And this is not something that is done in a vacuum. And these applicants.
No, we understand
that
process.
So, okay, yes. I will leave it at that.
All right, thank you. Mr. Levy? You know, I actually agree in this case with everything that was said in opposition. This seems to have been crafted, the negotiations and the approval process, you know, in totality, and to come back and ask for these hours, although it's only an hour and although he's been a good operator in general, I think that it should just be left as is, adhering to the original agreement. That's my opinion and vote.
Well, I can appreciate that, but, you know, just a few things about not collaborating. I mean, the whole process has been a collaboration from the very beginning, and as far as process goes, our requirement by statute is to notify the community board and file an application with the authority if we want to. We go to the state liquor authority, we go to the community board rather, we get their opinion, and whether it's an endorsement or a denial, we always reserve the right to come to you folks. There is no requirement that I'm aware of that puts everyone on notice that we're doing that.
Yeah, no, I'm not holding anything against the process or the application. No, my thinking is because West 8th, the Block Association, you know, they've been consistent, at least with that particular area. It's grown to 17 OPs, 2 which are grandfathered, but the rest are all consistent with the certain hours, and that's what they approved this. And if you had applied for the other hours initially, they might not have approved it. It was similar to a case that we had today earlier. So that's
sure. So I mean, look, here's my position on this. This is a good operator. He's been there for 2.5 years. I think 2.5 years is a pretty decent sample size to understand, you know, you're seeing someone through the seasons twice. You're seeing the way their operation is run. Up until just a few minutes ago, I had never heard a single word about the merits of this application or this applicant specifically. Everything that's been put forth to the authorities said at the community board meeting was all about the character of the block, the nature of the block, maintaining the block. Nothing actually spoke to this particular applicant. I think it's important here to consider every single applicant, as I know you guys do on a regular basis, and consider the merits of this particular application. We're not talking about adding a brand new liquor license to a block that's very saturated. We're talking about taking an operator who's proven that he can be a responsible operator with a concept that's mature. There are no shot glasses, there are no pitchers, there's no large format drinking here. This is a jazz lounge. This is the kind of place where there really aren't any other places like this. This is the date place where people in their 30s or 40s go. This is where older, mature people will go for a drink, and there hasn't been anything just like it. That was why the demand was here for this project in the first place. So I can appreciate the fact that the Block Association and the Community Board have standards for the block and for the community, but I really think, and again, I'm not looking for a reward for adhering to my stipulations. That's not what this is about. This is about having a situation where someone's essentially told, and of course there's no promise to come back and get more hours, but it's, you've never owned a place before. Let me see that you can do it. and then we can talk about later hours if you want to. And I don't know how it can be done better. We have a letter of support from the person directly upstairs. I think if there was a noise issue here, a quality of life issue, that would be the person that would have the issue.
And I don't necessarily disagree with you. My only problem in this instance, and to go back to the block association, you're not required to go to block associations. And you know, when I hear them hold that against licensees or applicants, that holds no sway with me. As long as you go to the community board, because these block associations, many of them, as we found out earlier today, you don't know whether they're still in existence, how to contact them. I realize this one is very active.
And we did go to them. And you see a letter there from Mr. Flynn, and I don't know if you've read it.
But, so that's not an issue that I'm really looking at here. But the problem I have here is that when they did say you can come back, the environment has obviously changed. There are now 17 licenses on the block. Your operator, you're right, he is a good operator. If you've seen me reward people for that previously, my problem here is that the block has changed, and it sounds like it's changed significantly, and they're not open later than your guy. Your guy seems to be open as late or later than the large majority of them. So I don't see the point in changing the whole closing time of this block based on the fact that he is a good operator. And, you know, under that scenario, I have to agree with the community board. And it clearly, based on reading the community board's agreement and stipulations, it was a very long negotiation, it appears, and there was a lot of thought and effort put into it, I think, on both sides. So.
100%, and we engaged the block association at the time. We didn't not engage them. That's how we wound up with that agreement in the first place. But, you know, I mean, again, there's a fair amount of live music programming here, the jazz performances. Having that extra hour.
No, I understand it would be helpful. I just think in this instance, because, you know, if nothing had changed and they made that promise to you, but it appears that it has, and that the block is being overrun. You guys are good operators, but it sounds like not everybody may be. So I'm going to vote to deny as well.
Thank you. All right, thank you.
551L, El Trio Corp.
Previous, but this one as well. Licensee relationship with William Bondi.
Good afternoon. Isauro Fernandez for the applicant. I have with me Mr. Juan Briones, who is the sole shareholder, manager, and chef for the proposed licenses.
So, does he have any relationship with William Bondi?
He has no relationship whatsoever with Mr. Bondi, with the prior applicant. I guess about 5 years ago or so, they had issues in that community.
You don't know him?
I never heard the name.
Never heard of the name. Okay. The community board submitted a letter in opposition.
As did the council member and the assemblyman.
To the location, but not to the actual applicant.
Right.
Right. So your business model is going to be different, you're saying, than what it was before? It doesn't seem like it, with a DJ booth and the dance floor. The community and the elected officials, council member Ferreras and Assemblyman Moya, they're very much against having a nightclub at this location because of the horrible history of a previous nightclub there.
Right, Commissioner, if I may, the prior tenant did operate a nightclub, was evicted by the landlord back in 2011. The landlord's here. The premises has been vacated, or has been vacant for the last 5 years. It's not a residential area. That block actually is very commercial. It's all commercial, auto body shops, commercial buildings, some vacant lots. My client, the applicant here, Mr. Juan Briones, his intention was to create an entity, El Trio, right, with 3 levels of an experience for families. He's from Corona. He's lived there for 8 years. I know the community board in their community board opposition stated a history of noise complaints, and in addition to that, the nightclub. I believe a prior applicant, or I don't know, but 5 years ago, I would imagine it was just a nightclub. Mr. Briones does not want to run a nightclub. What he wants to do primarily is his background, which is a restaurant. He's owned several restaurants. He's a chef. He's had over 28 years of experience with regards to the food industry. So it would not be a nightclub. He's also...
But the description of the premises is, you know, you have 3 levels, you have a food counter, you have a food display
Live
counter,
music,
you have
recorded
a
DJ.
25-foot customer bar, you have an additional customer bar, you have a DJ booth, lounge and table seating with patron dance floor. That does not sound like a restaurant to me.
Right. May Mr. Briones speak to you about the model? Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Juan Briones. I'm the owner of El Trio Corp. My background experience is almost 30 years in restaurant business. I don't know anything about clubs. My intention is not to run a club. What I like about this place is the concept. The neighborhood doesn't have a nice place like for catering. One floor is going to be exclusively for catering. The other floor is a bar. It's a sports bar, which is the smallest one. And on the second floor is going to be the restaurant. Now, the place itself, the C of O, it has for the 3 bars, because that's the way the place was built. And I like that because you can serve alcohol in all the 3 floors. If I have a catering event, a private party downstairs, people want to have a drink. I cannot bring drinks from the second floor or the first floor to the basement. So that's why I apply for 3 liquor licenses, 1 for each floor. The same thing is going to be for the restaurant upstairs. I cannot bring drinks from downstairs to upstairs. But my intention is to run a family restaurant. I have a very big experience in restaurants. I have 2 of them. One I had liquor, the other one without. So that's why I know the importance of having a liquor to be in business. A place of this size, for me, is going to be very hard to run it without having a liquor. Real estate taxes alone, I believe, is over $22,000 a year that I have to pay without, considering the rent, the expenses, utilities, payroll. So having the liquor license is what will help me stay in business for this restaurant, because the place itself cannot be only a restaurant because it's big.
What are the hours?
The proposed hours are 6 p.m. to 4 a.m. I also want to state for the record that my client also he would be open and to any type of stipulation whatsoever. I know the application states a nightclub. We have not applied for a cabaret license. He would withdraw that from the application, modify it to a catering, even if it's under a probation type of catering for that basement floor. So without any application for a cabaret or a nightclub.
You said you own 2 bars?
No, I had 2 restaurants in the past. One in 2000 was a fine Italian restaurant, and one recently in 2011. That was a fast food restaurant.
Is this the same food that you're going to be offering at your catered events? The tuna salad, pastrami
I'm going to
sandwiches,
have a mixture. That is the menu from the continental food. I have another 2 chefs that I'm bringing them from Manhattan, from very nice places. One works in Armani on 5th Avenue, and the other one works in Giorgioni on Spring Street, I believe that is in Soho. One of them lives in Corona, and is going to be working with me. As a matter of fact, he already quit Armani's, and I like the menu, the proposal. There's another menu that I have it, that we're going to combine it with the existing one that you might have it over there on file.
And the 2 security guards are always going to be with the catering?
That thing over there says 2 security guards, which I never mentioned that. When I went to the community board, they asked me how we're going to have the security. I said, right now I'm dealing with 2 security companies, licensed and insured to do business in New York State. Right now I have one that I pick, which is the most convenient one for me and for the establishment.
So how many security guards are you going to have?
Security guards on the weekdays, I believe I'm going to need 2 or 3. And on the weekends, if I have a catering event, I spoke with the owner of the company, so I might need 6, 8, depending on how big the events are.
I mean, part of it is that residents as far as 2 or 3 blocks away have complained they can hear music coming from this location.
Previously.
But wait,
well, I mean, yeah, but if you're going to have music, if you're going to do catering,
Are you open now without alcohol?
No, he's not open, but he's in the premises fixing it and getting ready.
I don't know, I mean.
But again, the music and the noise, Commissioner, was not relevant to this applicant. Obviously, it was what was going on
Well,
before.
no, I mean, but he's going to have music, right?
But the catering that he's doing, he's looking at catering to have family catering, weddings, baptisms,
Weddings
things of
have
that
music,
sort.
right?
Right, of course, yes, they have music, yes.
I mean,
But
music
not
is
music
music.
you could hear 2 blocks away.
I understand, but music is music, right? I mean, if it's truly going to be a restaurant and you told me it's a 3-level family restaurant, as you're saying, I don't see why, number one, why I should even have to make you stip to no dancing and no DJ booth and no music, I guess, live or, dancing music. It should just be, and you should be closing at, 1 a.m. on weekends at the latest and by midnight on weekdays. That truly is a family restaurant.
Yes.
Yes, it's gonna be a family restaurant, but like the catering events, I'm Spanish,
Yeah, I'm
so
really worried about the catering event. That's what it is, because of the premise and the strong opposition from the community board and the elected officials for such events. So I mean, I have an issue with the catering. Catering turns into, can turn into a problem at this particular location with the history that it has.
I recognize the time, and I would speak to my client with regards to the 1 a.m. versus a little later, and
I don't even
agreeing
know
to
what the
that.
chairman's thinking, though.
What are you, I don't know that you've been exactly clear on what you're thinking.
I'm just saying, if it's really a restaurant, there's no dancing, no live music, no.
I think Assemblyman Moya might have objection to this.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Overall?
Yeah, I don't think he-
Anything? Even a restaurant?
I don't know. Mr.
Oh,
Jones
he
sent me an
didn't-
email.
He sent you an email?
Mike did.
Oh, we don't have anything.
We don't have anything in writing.
I don't have
Just
anything
relaying
be-
information.
before him.
Nope.
Before me.
Nope.
Maybe it even has to be early closings, I don't know. Midnight on weekends, 11 p.m. on weekdays to start. No music, no dancing, no amplified music. Oh, no amplified sound. I would consider that.
Is he gonna consider that?
Can I speak to him?
Yeah.
Yeah, we only have the old letter from December.
Yeah, we only have
2011
2011 letters from the elected officials, so it's
That's what
kind of
I
hard.
could say if we don't have anything in writing.
What is,
He said 3 levels of mayhem.
levels of mayhem?
Mayhem.
He probably went in there.
Oh, well.
Then you should come in and do what you gotta do.
Yes, Commissioner, he would agree to that. Would we be able to, after a 2-year period?
It hasn't been approved yet, but,
What was the hours?
midnight on weekends and 11 on weekdays, Sunday through Thursday.
No dancing,
No dancing.
no live
no
music.
live music,
no promoters.
no promoters, no catering.
oh, no business.
No
at all,
DJ.
basically. That's not.
So no catering at all?
The main reason why I want to offer catering is because I've been in many places in the area. They have basements that are illegal because what I've seen it. They're not safe. This facility has all the features. It has I believe 7 different exits and entrances to the building. It has a state-of-the-art security system, fire sprinklers. Everything is being approved by the fire department, the building department.
I had a denial outright, but since you came, because the business model that you submitted included dancing, including DJs, included all the things that were exactly the same problems that existed, and because you came in here representing you were going to be a family restaurant, I gave it a different consideration. So you may think there's no business, but the community and the elected officials do not want whatever you proposed originally in that premise. And I agree with them, because it's been such an issue. So you either can accept this, or if you think there's not going to be a business, then you can just say,
Yeah,
we'll take it
the building itself is too big to run only as a restaurant itself. Food-wise, you don't make a living of it. I was hoping is for the catering, the bar, that people go and listen to music. It's not going to be like a club, the music too loud. The music is very easy to control. the crowd, and I'm looking to get funding.
And if this was a place that didn't have those issues, we would readily agree with you. The problem is that somebody else came in here previously and probably told the commissioners before me the same thing. And that place got completely out of control to the extent that no one that represents this community wants something like that there again.
Usually that's what happens when you don't do the things under the law.
I know, but you're starting with 2 strikes against you because of the place you picked. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I know I didn't pick probably the right place, but I see the potential in there.
It's not you as a applicant,
Yes,
it's the location that's the big issue, right?
Yeah,
So
but always somebody can change that. You know, when you bring in the right.
I don't know that, our concern is I don't know that it can be because of the makeup of it. There's a floor that's all, there's a whole floor of this that looks like it's devoted to dancing, which I know you didn't design, but.
That is correct. That's the one designed for catering, you know, it's an anniversary party.
And there's a bar on every floor, which I also know you didn't design it that way. Somebody else did, but that doesn't really, it doesn't really promote good operation. So I don't know what you want to do. So I'll agree to that, to what Commissioner Kim proposed, if you can live with that. If you can't, then I understand.
All right, thank you.
Do you want to agree?
So what are we doing?
Yeah, what are we doing?
They said no catering, no.
Nope.
I mean,
So no catering, but the 2 floors we'd be able to apply for the 2 liquor licenses, the first floor and the second floor, the restaurant and his sports.
You can make the 3rd floor the restaurant too, but you just can't cater.
But we'd be able to have 2 liquor licenses, not 3.
We'd kind of need to know what he's going to actually do with those other floors for his method of operation.
Well, the first floor was the sports bar, right? It's a highly Latino community,
Was
a lot
that
of soccer.
submitted, though? You're telling us now verbally, but was that not according to your...
It didn't get specific, no.
Do you want to submit something more in detail of what you want to do?
Yes.
I'm going to hold it over.
Yes.
Yeah, maybe you can get us a detailed method of operation with the stipulations that the members put on, because it's going to change what you originally wanted. So if you can get that to us before the meeting, that way the members can review
And
it.
if you change your model and go back to the community board or these elected officials who are so against it and explain to them what you're trying to do and get their support, then maybe if they become supportive of the catering model, then, you know, or whatever new model that you're coming up with, you may have a better chance of getting exactly what you want.
Okay, like the catering, from my own history and in the neighborhood, I know that most of the catering is done in the afternoon, like a first communion.
Right, so just put it in, I mean, the catering is new also because that's not, you didn't have it originally in the application, right? So just give us an updated, exactly what you want to do, and we'll consider it at that time, okay?
Okay,
thank you.
Okay, thank you.
533, Jay Young.
Thank you.
Is that guy in the back that was making comments?
I don't know. Probably.
Oh, he was with them, that's why. Oh, right, right.
He's with who?
Oh, he was the landlord,
Who was?
the guy who was making the comments in the back. Because he said the landlord was here with him.
What's Levy doing though walking out?
No, Levy handed him something.
No, he had to give me
Unrelated.
this.
Okay, 533,
I'm sorry,
Jay
thank
Young.
you.
That's all right.
Yes.
Good afternoon,
New
everybody.
Wine Store.
Hope you're not too tired. I'm proposing a wine boutique on 602 Myrtle Avenue. There are 4 other liquor stores in the area, but they're all bulletproof. And I don't think that the merchandise they carry sort of support what the neighborhood is becoming. There are lots of new buildings in the area. I also live around the corner. I own a building in the neighborhood. And it's going to be just wine, more upscale, and an open shop.
Are you going to work at?
Yes.
When, what are the hours you're going to work approximately?
I'm hoping to be there
Oh, every day, okay.
Yeah.
And you're still going to do the realty as well?
Yeah, and if this is going well, maybe I won't.
Okay.
Do we have any opposition? No? Nobody's here?
No, no one home.
Blame 'em.
It's
So
an
y-
open store.
You're saying all four are closed stores and yours will be open?
No, they're bullet.
I mean, they're bulletproof?
Yeah.
And yours
yeah.
is going to be open?
Yeah, yeah.
All right, all of them are
They
closed.
do, all of them do the lotto and the,
What's your experience in the organic wines and
well, I've, over the years.
Biodynamic.
Well,
biodynamic?
I don't think I have that on mine. But I will get into it. I have in the past worked in restaurants. I have a love of wine, and I've taken many classes over the years.
And you're going to have education here as well, or
Well, education as far as
tastings, things like that?
yeah, and you know what I'm learning, giving it to the neighborhood as well.
Oh, it looks like, oh, I'm sorry. Never mind, ignore me on that one.
We're just checking to make sure
Nothing is scanned in, I'm gonna have to go into.
Yeah.
Okay.
that all of these are, in fact, fully enclosed bulletproof stores.
After the CNG, yeah.
All of them?
Yep.
And then Fox Liquors had no response, so we need to send out do you know if Fox Liquors is open?
I think so. They're the ones on Myrtle Avenue? No, on
Tompkins?
Marcy.
Tompkins Avenue, 108.
Oh, I think they're open. It seems like scattered hours. They're a lotto store.
I don't even think I care.
Why, sales are declining though in this area. We just issued one in 0.2 miles away.
She's the only wine store.
Hmm?
She's the only wine store.
True. All right. Well, based on your representation that you're the only open store amongst these four closest, and being a wine store only and very small footprint, I'll vote to approve.
I'll vote to approve as well. Good luck.
Why, thank you, thank you.
551O, YTS Corp.
Okay, that's good enough.
Kidding me. Well, that's it. Bring the baby up to try to.
What?
Bring the baby up to try to sway me.
Oh, you missed the one where we had previously the road one?
She waited for 2 hours?
And then she was standing over there for like 2 hours. Little girl. Hi, come on. I know.
We were both here for this previous one.
Yeah, yes.
Okay.
Yes. What was the?
So I had.
Were you yes or no?
I was no, you were yes.
Okay.
This was previous owner with partner and was a bad operator. That's what I have. And why is this before us again?
They reapplied.
Got it. And the community board is still against it, right?
Do you want to put your names on the record?
Hi, my name is Andres Casallego. I'm the owner of YTS Corp.
I'm Gladys Fonseca, the representative.
Thank you.
And Carolina Tello, his fiance.
So what has changed?
That we get these signatures.
Okay. This one's Spanish. I'll take the English and Spanish.
English and Spanish.
And half these petitions, that's not even a signature. They all just wrote out the names.
Those were the signatures, actually. That was the people signed when we went out, all those addresses.
I mean, they signed like Kevin Sanchez just wrote his name, Diego Garcia.
Yes, sir.
This is how they sign?
Yes,
This
sir.
is their signature? Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. Yeah, I mean, that's it? That's the only difference is the petitions?
And you blew off, the last time you didn't blow off the community board, this time you blew them off, which, now I got a problem.
The community,
You can't, you didn't, we have a letter here that indicates you didn't go, and I'm assuming this is to this application, right?
yeah, because it's December 5th, 2015. Says you didn't show up at the public hearing.
I was before. I was before. And the lady told me that I have to get that signatures.
Did you go to, you went on December 17th?
Not in the public. We was in the office. I was in the office.
Well, they had you on a calendar on December 17th, and you didn't show. So,
Just so that you
I'm
can
not
see
saying
what
they would
you're
have approved you anyway,
You can
but at
take
least,
that. You can take
you know,
that.
it's not a 500-foot case, I don't think, is it?
No.
No.
See, but I can't really condone you just blowing them off. I mean, it wouldn't, you know, we don't even, their recommendation holds some sway, but not as much as if it was a 500-foot case, but you still have to go.
The last time they told us to collect the signatures, that was what we did. And we're waiting for, I think this one was the next step since we got the meeting.
Well, they had it without you. I mean, is that gonna help you at all, or no?
Doesn't matter. I mean, I'm not, I don't, that's not enough to change my
That all
vote.
the neighbor was,
petitions?
they don't want the bar. So now we prove that that's not the truth.
Well, they have signatures too that say they don't want the
Yeah.
bar.
Yes, the address are,
I'll show it to you. Did you see the petition? Did you see it? Have you seen their petition? You did? Because I have it if you want to see it.
Yeah, I saw one. Even I saw something that were passing around everywhere saying that business owners or bar owners were promoting prostitution, drug selling, and they were selling that to each door to make people sign against us or against me, which I never know any of these people, or I haven't met, any of them. And, when we went to knock on doors and explain them what we're doing, what we want to do, they agreed to sign. There was no problem with it. That's what we took, I believe there 54 signatures in there with your address and everything. It wasn't, one day, we walked several days to do that and trying to get everything. We've been I'm trying to put whatever they want, whatever they ask me for, and I've been willing to do that since the beginning. I still don't understand why it's been
first was because the alcohol was so high. It's so expensive. That was the first time. Because the bottle was what?
You had very expensive
Very
bottles
expensive.
and $4 pretzels
And
or
I
something
told him, I
like
explained that I want to have a sport bar, which was the problem that they had before. I explained that I'm not the same person, that I want to change, I want to get something different, and I want to have the chance to do it, to prove it myself. They complain about things that happened in the past, which have nothing to do with that.
Wait, I'm sorry, so you were not partners with the former owner?
No, sir, I wasn't.
But didn't you work there?
I worked there. I did work there.
Oh, so, but you were working there?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. And they had all these issues.
What issues did they have?
The only adverse we have was a renewal.
But
There was
I
just
never
a
had an
renewal.
issue
No adverse
that
history
I
at the
know.
moment.
With the community boards talking
They keep,
about.
yeah, they keep talking.
They're the ones talking about it was a nightclub. Was it a nightclub?
No, it was a sport bar.
Was there dancing?
They were they put more sports like football, soccer, stuff like that. That was it before.
You're saying there was never any dancing at this point?
I mean, they dance, of course. They put the music was like that, but they wasn't a dancing establishment.
Yeah, it's
Anyway,
only
we serve
adverse.
people.
Yeah, I don't know what the community board's saying
But
either.
I'm not doing that. I'm not going to that way. I'm like.
And what are you doing here?
Here I'm trying to something different, like upscale place. I don't want the same place, the same people around there.
You're gonna have a DJ?
I'm gonna have DJ, but having a DJ doesn't mean that I'm gonna have just dance music. Like I
No,
would like
but
to put, like, all kind of music.
But that's what starts with in this. That's what the community board is afraid of.
Yeah,
It's-
but if you can see the pictures in there, you see there's no space enough to dance. There's no dancing space in there. It's completely something different. Like even like there's nothing around me or around us compared to it. You can see all the places over there. They will offer the same thing. There were like some issues, like which are their issues, and have nothing to do with me. Like I'm trying to do something
narrow.
new, fresh, good for everybody, a new concept.
You're making it into a sports bar or an upscale lounge?
No, upscale lounge. It used to be a sport bar before.
It used to be a sports
It used
bar.
to be a sport bar.
A lounge with bottle service.
Yeah.
A lounge with bottle service. I don't know.
Don't get their objection based on the problems, because there were none that we knew
And the
of.
food is soup, pigs in blankets, mini
Soup and-
burgers, and pizza.
I mean, I don't see the upscale lounge when you're serving mini burgers, pigs in a blanket, cheese pizza, and pizza pretzels,
Well,
chicken noodle soup.
There was no food at all before.
Do you have a kitchen?
Huh?
Is there a
No.
kitchen here?
Food
No, we have
prepper.
like a food preparation station.
Yeah, there's a picture of a microwave.
There are different concepts.
Excuse me?
This sign is for different concepts in the past. There's a lot of issues.
Yeah, the microwave.
And fridge.
Places. Total different owners, different ideas. It's like calling for the new people, for making nice in the neighborhood.
Well, the neighborhood doesn't want you to.
Well, but you
I
can
don't
see
know.
that we have some people that we want to. That's why we took some signatures. That what the community board asked us to collect signatures, and that's what we did.
Asking for this one,
And,
and offer,
you know-
and it's agreed. There is no any issues. A lot of
I did
issues
never
are
say
not
no
nice.
to them. We always been like willing to do work with them. When they complain about the soundproofing,
All right, look, you know. What are your hours? What are your hours again?
like 10 to 4.
10 p.m. to 4 a.m.
Yeah.
So it's a total lounge service bar. The pictures were you were in a aren't you in a very residential area?
Well, that's,
It's changed since the
Huh?
last,
That's
nothing's
the
changed since
complaint,
the
I
last time
think.
they were
Things
here.
changed, right? I don't.
It's not like our block is not residential. Our block is commercial. I have right next to me a deli, a laundry, dry cleaner.
But none of them are open. Is the deli open 24 hours?
No, they open until like midnight, I believe. And I've also
If you
learned.
want to be upscale, can you close a lot earlier? No, because your model is from 10 p.m. to 4 a.m., right?
Yeah, I mean, I can work like I can do like 3 o'clock.
I don't know.
Can even start earlier, like 8 o'clock also.
You didn't go to the community.
I mean, I can't, I need you to go back to the community board, but I don't want to waste your time. That's what I would say.
But
Oh,
the
you mean-
community work, what it asks, I have it now present to you, he said the neighborhood. And now.
I know what they're going to come back and say, but at least we asked for their opinion.
Yeah.
And that doesn't mean because they're going to say the same thing, I'm going to agree with them. But now you didn't even go. And that makes me look bad.
Because you have to keep a process.
Yeah, but that's what we did. They told
No, I understand you didn't get notified and they had the meeting, or somebody screwed something up. I got that. But I'm not going to ask you to do that if Commissioner Kim isn't going to buy in anyway. So it's.
I don't know. I mean, I'll if you, I think.
The only I want is
Ah.
to show her what I want, and can I show her to you this real when I do in that place. It's not fair, judge, for the another owners doing a good his business. This is a family business. I bring all my dreams in there, and they pull judge for another person, and that's not fair. It's 2 years already.
It's almost 2 years that we're doing that. It's not, the place is not open.
And all the reason he said.
You want to send them back to the community board?
That's what I would do.
All right, why don't you go back to the community board and go in front of the process and,
You gonna hold it over?
yeah, we'll hold it over.
Because I spoke with the community board, and the community board, one of the lady told me, go and knock the door, okay, and bring me each one notarized. One of those.
You don't need to get it notarized.
Okay, but that is the kind of conversation that you gonna have with them.
I understand that, but they sent us a letter that indicated that you were invited to a meeting and you didn't come. I realize there was some level of confusion, but the meeting was on December 17th. And at that time, they voted you down, which they may have done even if you were there. But at least you would have been able to say your piece, they could have heard you, they could have told you what the issues were, whatever. At least we'd have more information from them. We don't have anything now except that you didn't show up. And I can't,
Say that I was there.
and I'm not prepared to grant a license when they're alleging you blew the process off. I realize there was confusion. I'm not blaming you. I'm asking you to go back if you want to be considered. I don't want you to waste your time, though, so.
This is gonna be the third time. I don't believe it.
Well, they're not gonna act on this. They're not denying you. The members are saying they'll hold it for you if you can try to get some,
So we
just
have
go
to
see them
there?
again.
You have to,
go there?
you have to comment, you have to communicate with them and figure out when you can get back on their agenda.
Is this your first time doing an application?
No, she's been here for all of them.
Right, so you understand the process, so why do you keep asking us, what do we do to the community board? No, you can't just go talk to the community board and listen to what the district manager or whoever says to you, go get signatures, and then you run out and get signatures and think you're done with the community board. You know better than that.
No, because I was there. I was.
Were you there on December 17th?
No, because I
That's
was before.
the full board meeting. You know that if you have a new, if you have a new application, which this is, correct? This isn't reconsideration, right? You can go. Every new application, no, so you don't know what this application is?
No, this is a new application.
So you have to go through the same process, including appearing before the community board, full board meeting. You probably have to meet with the liquor license committee first, and then you have to meet with the full board. Why are you making it sound as if this is so outrageous? Just because they told you to go get signatures, you thought that would be the end of it?
No, because when we applied 2 times before, we was in that meeting. We don't was in a public meeting.
So you went to a small group meeting?
Yeah, I was there for 2 times before.
What do you mean 2 times before?
This is the third application.
The third time.
Right, but the community board saying you actually, you were there in November 2014, and then when did you go back?
I don't know, maybe December, I don't know, 4th?
6 or 7, yes.
December 4th, you went to a meeting, or you just went to talk to somebody at the
No,
office?
it was a meeting.
Was a meeting?
Yeah, it was a meeting, the regular meeting that I'm going. Because
The regular meeting that you're applying, you met with their liquor license committee, or you met at the full board meeting?
No, wasn't the meeting with the community board in, what is, 37?
It's on 37 and 82nd.
In,
That was the only place when they always held the meetings.
Well, you have to go back now and
I have no idea what you did, but you know what the process is. You need to go, call them, find out the process, and then go through the process.
This we will hold over till that process is done.
Over no date.
So we have to
What's the,
contact.
I don't know, how long will it take?
I don't know how long it'll
Could take them a
3:15
month.
and 4:05.
4 or 5.
Okay.
You can go, Jackie.
Thank you.
No, I'm just commenting on
Well, we only have 10 more minutes.
Yeah.
Might
Of
lose
tape?
webcast.
Good night.
Donald, just keep an,
Yeah, this then?
No, it's not.
No.
Why do you need, you need to
We
show
need
it
to,
to them?
to show to the community board?
Donald, try to watch to see if you have an extender come up on the web.
I'm sorry, but you know, in your petitions,
Mike
you
indicated
gotta have
sometime
a
around
little bit.
5:40,
I mean,
5:50, you might get a extender request.
I know, but each page has to have what you're asking
Okay. All
for,
right,
because You
All right, we
can't
gotta
just-
get going.
Anyway, I can't
Need a caption.
I can't teach you everything about
Yeah, so
what you
tell
need
us
to
what they're
do at this
signing
time,
for.
but yes, please have captions.
469 Winners Bar, 469.
Thank you.
Set a record. We're gonna set a record. We're gonna set a record.
No.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Matthew Leone. I'm here for the licensee Winners Bar. Good afternoon, Chairman Bradley, Commissioner Kim, council, all members of the board. This is a conditional no contest plea to settle the charges, the fine of $7,500.
You're saying that the video gaming devices are legal?
You know, from
So if they're legal, why are you pleading?
You know what, from what I'm told, they're Broadway machines, that in fact they are legal, but I think the problem was the way they were being utilized, not so much the machines themselves, but apparently there was some.
7,500,
I'll
I
accept.
accept.
Thank you.
It looks like they did notify us of the arrest.
Okay.
You have more? Yep.
Oh, we did.
511.
That's good points.
DAP, 511.
Same appearance. With me here is the licensee.
This is a beer and wine, and you're having a lot of problems here.
There were some problems. They've made a number of they've implemented a number of measures to address the problems. They're going to have security.
They don't need to have security?
No, they are. They hired a new security company. They have one security guard now that, and they'll have two beginning mid-May.
Are you a restaurant?
They are. They are a restaurant. They have a full menu. The problem is they installed, one of the problems is that they installed a bar. And I think they had there were a couple of problems. They got away from a little bit from the food service. Plus, Mr. Venegas, the owner, wasn't around as much at night as he should have been, but now he's going to rededicate himself to be there.
And you're going to close at 11 on weekdays, Friday through Sunday, close at 1?
11 on the weekdays, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, 1 o'clock.
Sunday, you're going to stay open till 1 a.m.?
Yeah, you know, I think, especially during the season, which, you know, mainly they get from May through September, I think there's still a lot of people who are around on Sundays.
And the lighting and the security in the parking lot was a big issue too, so that
Right.
should help.
All right, I have a counter at 8,500.
I'll agree with that, 8,500 if...
Do you accept?
You know, I'm sure he will. I would just like to say, the 7,500, I know, I think might be appropriate here. They were
I actually had
closed.
10,000 and I came down
Right.
to...
But I just want to point out, they were closed during the summer for 5 weeks when they were shut down.
They had a stop work
By the
order.
time, yeah, I'm saying they were shut down.
So, Leon, do you accept the 8,500 or not?
Yeah, I think we have no choice.
Yes, they will, thank you.
And this is, as he already pointed out, this is a significant history on a restaurant wine.
This is the last
Yeah,
chance.
and there's not going to be
There
another one.
really isn't.
Right, I think that's understood.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
551U, Alchemy TX.
I recommend this be granted.
You here for?
Which one? What number?
51U.
Good afternoon. My name is Janine Chanis. I'm a principal of the applicant. I'm also an attorney, in addition to which this application has been shepherded through by the inestimable John Springer, who's taking a little bit of time off from practicing his golf game in Florida to watch us live.
That's good for him. Tell him I said hello.
He's asked us not to say
We
anything.
may not be live anymore. So, just to make this as brief as I can, we sent somebody back out. He found out that the door was more than 200 feet away. After the police lied to him about using the door.
Yes, the pastor had stated at the beginning that they were not using the door, and then when the application went before you, and I think we held it over, I can't remember what we did, but he said that they were using the door, and we watched, and there's been no.
And he has since found God and said they don't use the door now.
I don't know.
As it were.
Yes.
All right, I vote to approve the consideration.
Back to licensing.
Great,
Back to
thank you.
licensing.
Bye, John.
Okay. 5:36.
Was it?
No, it's the time.
5:36.
5:36.
It's a fine.
Looks like Mr.
Yeah, I
Hayes.
know exactly who that is. Okay. Marathon.
4:45.
Well, all right, 445, 3,000.
3,000.
4:46.
It's offer 2,500 plus 25 days forthwith suspension, accept.
Accept.
4:47.
Offer 5,000, accept.
Accept.
4:48.
Offer 3,000, accept.
Accept.
4:49.
What were they selling? Sale without appropriate license. They were selling,
Liquor?
liquor, hard liquor.
Sure.
I cancel and bond.
What number is this?
4:49. Habakay Restaurant.
We've just had, I agree with you, it's egregious, but we have had cases where they've had multiple issues of this, especially a case with Marty Mailer, where even after the second or third, and the members still didn't cancel.
Didn't cancel?
They didn't
All right.
cancel. I don't know that would be upheld.
All right, I'll accept the offer, 6,500 for now.
Accept.
Okay, I think that, you did receive the supplemental, right, on that, from the community board?
Probably.
Yeah, you did, okay.
What do they want us to do?
What do they want us to do?
They don't want us to issue a full liquor license, therefore the motion.
Okay,
But it's not
looks
before
like
you
they're
for a
going
full
that way.
liquor license.
Okay.
All right, but that's a
Gotcha.
different,
Just
that's a
wanna
different
make
story.
sure.
Yeah.
Just want to make sure we're covered. 450.
3,500, accept.
Accept.
451.
3,000, accept.
Accept.
451. You just, this.
I'm sorry, 3,000.
3,000.
Yes,
Thank you.
3,000.
452.
4,000, accept.
Accept.
453.
250, accept.
Accept.
454.
1,000, accept.
Accept.
455.
1,000, accept.
Accept.
456 is adjourned to 3:15. 457.
I dismiss.
458 and 59.
20,000, counter.
20,000 counter.
You had originally countered with 10.
We did?
That's for one
Then they
item,
got the
though.
additional charges.
Right, and then they offered 15.
The first case was in front of you, case 103543.
It's the last page that's attached.
Right.
When it was a
Then-
singular item.
So then for the unlicensed security guard, blocked exit, emergency failure to conform, those were after you had countered with the 10. So that's why the offer was 15. 5,000 for the additional case.
It was
All right,
after you made it.
Offer 15,000, accept.
460.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
61.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
There's no bond.
Cancel.
462.
3,500, accept.
Accept.
63.
3,000, accept.
Accept.
64.
6,000, accept.
Accept.
65.
3,500, accept.
Accept.
66.
So I don't know, what do you have for this? This is a weird one, because
I had 1,500 or 2,000.
how come they didn't file, but they knew to file the second one, right?
Well, they did, they self-reported though, didn't they? Change in ownership.
1,500.
1,500.
These are from '06.
That's why it's
I
from
don't
so
know that
long
they
ago.
self-reported.
Where did I get self-reported?
They filed a corporate change application,
Well, that kind of pointed out to us that,
but it was after we'd been investigating.
The charges are from '06 and 2013.
oh, yeah, okay. 1,500.
Thank you. 467.
1,500, accept.
Accept.
468.
450,
450.
470.
3,500,
3,500.
471.
cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
472.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
474.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
474
This would have been helpful
for a
earlier.
$2,000 offer.
You missed three, or were they here?
473.
Oops.
was
But I get,
cancel and
oh,
bond.
sorry, I got stuck. Got it. 473, cancel and bond. 474.
License was surrendered, right? So
Yeah, I
cancel
got
and bond.
cancel and bond.
Well,
They've offered the
they've offered
two.
2,000.
Okay, we'll take the, accept the two.
Yes.
All right, accept it too.
475.
It's a submission
I have 5,000.
Counter 5.
Counter 5.
5,000.
476.
4,000 accept.
Accept.
477 through 479.
Revoke for the record.
Revoke.
Well, they're offering cancellation. It's a CNC. If you
Please don't make us do a
It would be a
cancellation order.
counteroffer revocation. They could go,
So just accept the offer?
you can, or if you
Well, it doesn't change the-
counteroffer, I mean, they technically can go to a hearing.
So if we accept it, they're just done?
It's done. They're already
We'll
revoked.
accept it and can we put a name stop on it then?
You can. You could put a
Which
stop on
is
the
also on
location,
the
too.
revo. The revo, they're prohibited.
Okay.
Yeah, they already got revoked anyway, right?
They already got revoked.
Yeah.
We're going backwards.
All
I
right,
just
got
don't
it.
really
Okay.
want to issue an order on that, but we'll just do it for the record.
Okay.
480,
4,000 accept.
Accept.
481,
3,000 accept.
Accept.
482,
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
483, and 84.
6,500 accept.
Accept.
485 through 87, I have a request to adjourn. Attorney's engaged. This to 3:15. Which one? 488,
I don't know, he's wasting his time. What's the date on that? 3:15?
3:15, yep.
2,500.
2,500.
489,
2,000 accept.
Accept.
490,
3,000 accept.
Accept.
3,000, just a default?
Yeah, 3,000,
Oh,
I'm
that's,
sorry.
they're late. No,
Oh,
it's not guilty.
Whatever it was.
3,000.
3,000.
491,
1,000.
1,000.
492,
2,000.
2,000.
493,
4,000 accept.
Accept.
495,
6,500 accept.
Accept.
497,
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
498,
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
499.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Cindy's going to hate you guys. 500,
Cancel and bond accept.
Cancel and bond.
501,
1,000.
1,000.
506 is adjourned to 3:15. I think 507 is attached.
506 or?
506 is the advisories.
Oh, that was already gone. I already pulled that. Okay.
Yeah, 507 is adjourned to 3:15. 508,
3,000 accept.
Accept.
509 and 10,
Cancel and bond
Cancel.
accept.
cancel, just, there's no bond.
No, cancel.
Yep. 512,
6,000 accept.
Accept.
513
Counter 2,500.
for the noise.
Yep.
No, you don't want to do that.
No?
No.
Okay.
Okay.
Why?
The-
There's no readings, right? Is that what you're
500.
gonna say?
500.
500.
Accept.
516 and 17, a request from Attorney Rice to adjourn to 3:15. And also 518 and 19 from the same attorney to 3:15. 520,
20. Take 6,000. This was over 5 years period. I had 10,000 or 6,000, depending on if we give him credit for the 5 years of.
Oh, why does he have another?
Yeah, he had other charges previously before.
Okay. What was it?
520?
Right, didn't he?
No, it just a
520?
renewal.
No. Just the renewal.
Oh, just a renewal? How come 123.15 and 220.10 don't show up? I think this guy comes up again, Dave's Tavern.
Yes, it's because, yes, there was a case right before.
Yeah, there's one-
Right before it was Dave's. Hold on. There were two Dave's
Yeah, there were
Taverns.
2 days. That's why I was like, why didn't this show up on this when it was before?
Because they came in at different times, but you're right, we should have just done the other one.
Together, right?
Yeah.
I think I was sitting here all this time thinking Commissioner Kim wasn't reading his materials.
I have proven it for the world now.
great, which one?
Ouch, I just got a paper cut.
Oh, sorry.
Where the heck is Dave's?
I just saw it. 518 and 19.
Here.
Oh, he didn't, hang on.
Look, 5.
He may have asked, you know what, he might have asked for this item to be adjourned too. Sorry.
Oh, the race, that's why.
Apple
Yes.
sales to
Supposed to be a race.
Yeah, I might have missed that. 520 should have been adjourned, it's the same attorney.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll just.
Oh, that's why we.
Oh, that's why we couldn't find it in the garbage can.
Because it's over.
3:15?
Okay, 3:15. 521,
521, 1,000 accept.
522.
522,
7,000.
7,000.
523,
Offer 5,000, accept.
Accept.
524,
It's 10,000.
524 is revocation and bond. It's an
Oh, I'm
offer.
sorry. offer-
Revocation and
Revocation
bond.
and bond, accept,
Okay,
sorry.
that's what they
Wow.
offered?
Yeah, that's what they offered, accept.
Wait a sec, no, it's a default. That's not, offer should not be there unless there's something else that showed up. It's a default.
Default.
Yep, that
Then
was,
then I have 10,000.
Actually, I had cancel and bond.
Well, the-
Fourth sale and
The
fourth.
three, I think, came all at once. It was like one of those.
Oh, yeah, but he still found out about them.
And then you say he still did it after?
All right, I'll give, what'd you
Yeah,
say,
I think
10,000?
10,000, yeah.
10,000.
Yeah.
10,000, okay.
Yep.
525,
1,000, accept.
Accept.
526,
4,500.
4,500.
527.
I think this should be a
1,500,
letter of warning since they didn't sell to the minor. That's why we were there when we
Okay.
noticed the DBA.
Letter of warning.
Letter of warning.
Got it. 528,
1,000, accept.
Accept.
531,
I had to dismiss. Even though she sustained the charge, the noise, there was no decibel reader, date was wrong.
dismiss.
I have to dismiss.
Yeah, dismiss.
539, where the hell does that go to? Oops. Hang on. 541,
Cancel and bond, accept.
I had a problem with her letter, though. You could still take the cancel and bond, but the attorney blames the culture of downtown Troy for the licensee's failures
I
and
read
then
that.
denies all the charges.
Yeah, that's that jazz place you shut.
all right,
Yeah, I don't-
accept,
she can
cancel and
have
bond.
her opinion. Cancel and bond.
Got it. 545,
6,500, accept.
Accept.
546.
Cancel and bond, and name stop, and
Stop on
premise
a
stop.
location.
Cancel and
All
bond.
that stuff.
Brown, stop.
Vineyard 48, nothing?
Who?
Or did that get adjourned?
No,
Who's that?
551S?
we're not up to it yet.
We're not up
I'm
to,
not-
we have G that's
I
getting
have 5
adjourned.
is adjourned
G
to
is getting
3:15.
Oh, you already put it away. Now we're up to.
That's adjourned. 551P is adjourned to
Now we're
3:15.
up to Vineyard.
Oh, I thought they would show up.
551S, it's report of litigation.
No, I don't know if Mr. Sullivan would show up because it's a report of litigation. We weren't
Oh.
obligated to notify him. I don't know if he's checked. We have not served notice of entry yet.
Do you want this conversation on the record?
So that's all, this is just a report of litigation? We don't,
Okay. No,
Yeah.
we're not finding here then?
This is the report of litigation. You can choose to impose a new penalty today if you'd like. You can choose to adjourn it for Mr. Sullivan and the licensee to be here to impose a new penalty on a
do you wanna
different
do?
date. The court has sent it back here.
We can just
Right.
You don't have to
impose
have him here, do you?
penalty?
Impose a penalty.
No, you can impose, the court upheld some of the charges, including the focal point. The court, most importantly, did rule that it was improper for the Supreme Court to rule on the case, and the matter should have been transferred to the appellate division.
All right, so we are sustaining charges 1, 3, and 4, and dismissing all others as instructed.
It is still,
Correct?
correct.
Not impose a,
And it is still a winery that was a focal point for police attention.
so how about 3 weeks and 10,000?
3 weeks and 10,000.
3-week suspension
Yes.
3 weeks
and
and 21-day
$10,000
forthwith
fine.
suspension.
Is there any specific time you want the suspension served? Right now, in the normal course, it would
Be
be,
the normal course, it would, well, where we're going would be sometime in, what is this? March, April, it would probably be sometime in mid to April range.
That's good for me.
That's fine.
So how much money? Did you say fine?
10,000.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Donald, turn us off. Adjourned.